Looking back, I can't pinpoint exactly when it started going wrong. There was the form, obviously, but that was just one afternoon last year, maybe the year before. Time blurs when you're trying to piece together how something ordinary turned into something else entirely. I think I filled it out on a Tuesday, or possibly a Wednesday. A medical form before a GP appointment. The sort of thing you do without really paying attention, because it seems so routine. Except I am fairly certain now that completing that form is why I had to move house, why my name still appears on websites I'll never be able to access, and why I check over my shoulder every time I unlock my front door. I'm a secondary school art teacher in Norwich, been doing it for about 15 years now. I live alone in a small semi-detached house near the Ring Road, the kind of modest property that suits someone on a teacher's salary with no particular aspirations beyond comfort and convenience. My health has generally been good, nothing serious, just the usual minor ailments that require occasional GP visits. Last year, I started experiencing persistent back pain, the sort that develops gradually from years of standing at easels and bending over students' work. I eventually made an appointment with my GP surgery, a large practice that serves several thousand patients across the area. When I called to book, the receptionist mentioned I could save time by completing my medical history form online before the appointment, and she'd email me a link. The email arrived within a few hours. It looked entirely legitimate, with the surgery's logo and branding, professional formatting, all the hallmarks of official NHS correspondence. The link directed to what appeared to be the surgery's patient portal, asking me to log in with my NHS number and date of birth before completing the pre-appointment questionnaire. The form itself was comprehensive, more detailed than I'd expected, but not unreasonably so. It asked about my current symptoms, previous medical conditions, medications I was taking, allergies, family medical history, lifestyle factors like smoking and alcohol consumption. Standard questions that any general practitioner would need answers to before making a diagnosis or prescribing treatment. Then it asked for information I found slightly odd, but not alarming enough to stop. My home address, obviously, but also details about who I lived with, whether I had family nearby, what my work schedule was like, whether I had any upcoming travel plans. The form explained this was necessary for prescription delivery services and to ensure continuity of care if I needed follow-up appointments. There were questions about my daily routine, what time I typically woke up when I left for work, whether I had regular commitments in the evenings. The form said this helped them schedule appointments at convenient times and plan for home visits if needed. It made enough sense that I answered honestly, noting that I usually left home around 7:30 on weekdays, that I had a pottery class on Tuesday evenings, that I was generally home by 5 on most days. The final section asked about my security arrangements at home. Did I have someone who could collect prescriptions if I wasn't available? Would I be comfortable with medications being left in a secure location if I was out? Did I have concerns about package theft in my area? I mentioned I lived alone, that I didn't really have neighbors I knew well enough to collect things for me, and that packages were usually safe if left by my back door since it wasn't visible from the street. I submitted the form feeling I'd been thorough and helpful, exactly the sort of engaged patient that surgeries appreciate. The confirmation message thanked me for completing the questionnaire and said my information had been added to my medical records ahead of my appointment. When I attended the appointment 3 days later, I mentioned the online form to the doctor. She looked confused and said that they didn't have any record of me completing a pre-appointment questionnaire. She checked my file on her computer and confirmed that there was nothing new added since my last visit 18 months earlier. When I showed her the email on my phone, she immediately called the practice manager. The practice manager explained that they didn't send pre-appointment forms via email. Their patient portal existed but required in-person registration with photo ID, and they certainly didn't ask patients to complete medical histories online. The email I'd received was fake, designed to look like official surgery correspondence, but actually sent by someone with no connection to the practice. They took copies of the email and the form link, saying they'd report it to NHS security and the police. They'd seen similar scams before, usually phishing for personal information that could be used for identity theft or insurance fraud. They advised me to monitor my credit and watch for any unusual activity, but they seemed to think it was a relatively standard phishing attempt. I changed my passwords and kept an eye on my bank accounts, but nothing unusual happened immediately. No fraudulent transactions, no attempts to open credit in my name, no suspicious activity at all. After a few months, I largely forgot about the incident, assuming I'd been lucky to catch it before any real damage was done. Then, about 6 months after I'd completed that fake medical form, my house was broken into on a Tuesday evening whilst I was at my pottery class. The burglars had entered through my back door. The one I'd mentioned wasn't visible from the street. They'd taken electronics, some jewelry, and prescription medications from my bathroom cabinet. The police noted it was a clean, professional job with no forced entry, suggesting they'd picked the lock or had a key. The timing felt unfortunate, but not impossible. Tuesday evenings, when I was reliably away, a back entrance that offered privacy from neighbors and passers-by. The police suggested it might have been someone who'd been watching the house, learning my routine before striking. They took a report, but were honest about the low likelihood of recovering my belongings or identifying the perpetrators. I upgraded my locks and tried to move on, though I felt violated in a way that lingered uncomfortably. About 3 months later, my house was broken into again, this time on a Thursday afternoon during school hours. Same method of entry, same careful selection of valuable items, same lack of evidence or witnesses. The police agreed it seemed targeted, but they couldn't identify any obvious connection to me or reason someone would specifically be focusing on my property. Then I started receiving strange deliveries, packages I hadn't ordered, addressed to me but containing items I'd never purchased. Medications, mostly. Things like painkillers and sleeping tablets, ordered from online pharmacies I'd never heard of. The quantities weren't large enough to be obviously criminal, just enough to seem like legitimate personal orders that might have been made by someone with my name and address. When I contacted the pharmacies to explain the orders weren't mine, they showed me account details created in my name using my NHS number and date of birth. The accounts had been active for months, placing regular small orders for various medications, all delivered to my address during times when I was reliably away from home. Someone had been collecting these packages, presumably during the break-ins or other occasions when they'd accessed my property without me knowing. The police investigation became more serious when they connected the fake medical form to the break-ins and fraudulent medication orders. The form had provided everything needed to target my home effectively. My routine, my security vulnerabilities, my medical information that could be used to order prescriptions in my name. Someone had designed a comprehensive intelligence gathering operation disguised as routine healthcare administration. A detective who specialized in organized crime explained that these schemes were increasingly common. Criminals would send fake medical forms to patients at various GP surgeries, collecting detailed information about their lives under the guise of healthcare efficiency. The information was then compiled into profiles that could be used for various purposes, from straightforward burglary to more complex prescription fraud operations. The detective showed me how to access a dark web marketplace where these patient profiles were being sold. My information was listed there, categorized under residential targets in the Norwich area. The listing included everything I'd put on that form: my address, my daily routine, details about my back door's location, information about my living situation and lack of nearby family, even notes about my upcoming travel plans that I'd mentioned on the form. But it also included my medical information, current health concerns, medications I was taking, details about my prescriptive needs that could be used to order medications in my name. The profile was marked as particularly valuable because it combined residential access information with medical data, making it useful for both burglary and prescription fraud operations. The marketplace listing showed my profile had been purchased multiple times. The burglars who'd broken into my house had probably bought access to information about my routine and security vulnerabilities. The people ordering medications in my name had purchased my medical details and prescription history. Different criminals using different aspects of the same comprehensive profile I'd unknowingly created by filling out that fake form. Comments beneath my listing discussed the accuracy and usefulness of the information. Previous buyers had left feedback confirming that my routine was reliable, that the back door access was easy, that the medication orders processed successfully. It read like product reviews on any commercial website, except the product being reviewed was detailed instructions for violating my privacy and committing fraud in my name. The investigation revealed that the scam had targeted thousands of patients across the east of England. The fake emails were sent to people who'd recently booked GP appointments, suggesting the criminals had access to surgery scheduling systems, or had found ways to identify patients who'd be expecting medical correspondence. The forms were sophisticated enough that most recipients assumed they were legitimate, especially when they arrived around the same time as genuine appointment confirmations. The collected information was organized into detailed profiles and sold on multiple dark web marketplaces. Some profiles were purchased by burglary operations, others by prescription fraud networks, others by people interested in identity theft or insurance fraud. The same data could be sold repeatedly to different buyers, generating ongoing income from a single initial contact with the victim. What made it particularly insidious was how the medical context encouraged detailed honesty. People completing healthcare forms tend to provide accurate information because they understand that medical treatment depends on doctors having complete knowledge. The criminals had weaponized that instinct for honest disclosure, using medical authority to gather intelligence that had nothing to do with healthcare. The police arrested several people involved in the burglary and prescription fraud operations that had targeted my home, but they never identified who'd created and sent the fake medical forms or who managed the dark web marketplaces where the profiles were sold. Those aspects of the operation remained anonymous and untraceable, presumably continuing to function even after the downstream criminal activities were disrupted. I moved house about a year after discovering my profile on that marketplace. I couldn't stay somewhere that had been so thoroughly analyzed and repeatedly violated. My new GP surgery requires in-person verification for everything. No online forms, no emailed links, nothing that could potentially be intercepted or faked. I'm hypervigilant about any medical correspondence I receive, checking directly with the surgery before clicking links or providing information. But the profile still exists somewhere online. My old address, my routine from that period, my medical information from when I completed that form. It's been marked as outdated since I moved, but it's still available for reference, still being viewed by people planning similar operations against other targets. The information never truly disappears from these marketplaces. It just becomes less current and slightly less valuable. The prescription fraud continues to be a problem even after moving. Pharmacies occasionally contact me about suspicious orders placed in my name, using information that was harvested from that original fake form. My NHS number and medical details are presumably still circulating in criminal networks, still being used to place orders that I have to dispute and explain. The administrative burden of constantly monitoring for fraudulent activity has become a permanent part of my life. What haunts me most is thinking about how many other people filled out similar forms, never discovering they weren't legitimate, never connecting later break-ins or fraud to that initial medical questionnaire. The operation was designed to be subtle enough that most victims would never realize what had happened or how their information had been collected and used. I've tried to warn other teachers at my school, explaining what happened and encouraging them to verify any medical correspondence before responding. Some take it seriously, but others seem to think I'm overreacting or being paranoid. They can't imagine that something as mundane as a pre-appointment form could be part of such a comprehensive criminal operation. They're wrong, though. That's precisely what makes these scams effective. They exploit ordinary administrative processes that people encounter regularly and have learned to trust. A medical form seems inherently legitimate because we're conditioned to expect healthcare systems to gather detailed personal information. Questioning whether a form is genuine feels almost paranoid when it arrives at exactly the time you'd expect such correspondence. The fake form I completed looked professional, asked reasonable questions, and arrived when I was anticipating medical correspondence. Every aspect was designed to prevent skepticism, to encourage the kind of detailed, honest responses that would create a valuable criminal intelligence profile. And it worked perfectly, because I had no reason to suspect that routine healthcare administration could be weaponized so effectively. I still teach art, still live in Norwich, still deal with occasional back pain that started this whole situation. But I'm fundamentally changed by understanding how easily medical trust can be exploited, how much damage can be done with information that seems innocuous when you're providing it. Every form I complete now, every bit of information I share, I question whether it's actually necessary and who might ultimately have access to it. The detective who handled my case told me these medical form scams were among the most effective intelligence-gathering operations she'd encountered. People's instinct to be honest and thorough when dealing with healthcare made them willing to provide information they'd never share in other contexts. The medical framing bypassed normal privacy concerns, encouraging disclosure that would seem inappropriate in any other setting. That's what I think about now when I receive medical correspondence. Not just whether it's legitimate, but what information I'm providing even when it is. How much detail do I actually need to share? Who will have access to what I disclose? Could this information be used for purposes beyond medical care if it fell into the wrong hands? These aren't questions I should have to ask about routine healthcare administration, but they're questions I can't avoid after experiencing what happened. My medical information became a commodity traded on criminal marketplaces. My routine became a product sold to burglars. My privacy became a resource extracted and exploited by people I'll never identify. The form took 15 minutes to complete. Just 15 minutes of answering questions that seemed entirely reasonable at the time. And those 15 minutes created a comprehensive profile that has been used against me repeatedly over the past 2 years. That still exists somewhere online. That still generates consequences I'm discovering gradually as new fraudulent activities appear. I filled out a medical form online, and that single act of trying to be a helpful, engaged patient led to break-ins, fraud, violation, and ultimately having to rebuild my life more carefully and suspiciously than before. That's the reality I live with now. Not dramatic trauma, but persistent awareness that routine administrative processes can hide sophisticated criminal operations, and that information freely given can become a weapon used against you in ways you'll never fully understand or control. "15 minutes of my time for a £20 voucher. It's the sort of thing you do on a slow afternoon without thinking twice. It seemed completely harmless, just a phone survey. Another bit of market research that companies are always conducting. Except those 15 minutes are the reason I had to move house, change my routine entirely, and now check over my shoulder every time I unlock my front door. I work as a florist in Exeter, running a small shop near the cathedral that's been in my family for 3 generations. It's modest but steady work, the sort of business that survives on repeat customers and word-of-mouth recommendations rather than any dramatic growth strategy. I'm there 6 days a week, usually opening around 8 in the morning and closing by 6 in the evening, with Sundays off for the market reset and personal time. About 2 years ago, I received a phone call at the shop from someone conducting what they described as a lifestyle survey for a consumer research company. The caller was professional and polite, explaining they were gathering data about shopping habits and daily routines to help businesses better understand their customers. The survey would take roughly 15 minutes, and I'd receive a £20 Amazon voucher for participating. I've always been somewhat skeptical of these types of calls, but this one seemed legitimate. The caller knew I owned a retail business, which suggested they'd done at least some research rather than cold calling randomly. They mentioned the name of a research firm I vaguely recognized from seeing referenced in business articles. It was a quiet Tuesday afternoon with no customers in the shop, so I agreed to participate. The question started normally enough. What time did I typically open the shop? When was my busiest period during the day? What days was I closed? Did I work alone or have employees? Standard information that any market research company might collect about small business operations. Then the questions became more specific. What time did I usually leave home in the morning? Did I take the same route to work each day? Did I live alone or with family? What kind of security measures did I have at home? The caller explained these questions were about understanding work-life balance and security concerns for small business owners, which sounded reasonable enough at the time. I answered honestly, not really thinking about why a consumer research firm would need to know that I left home around 7:40 each morning, that I lived alone in a terraced house about 2 miles from the shop, that I had a fairly basic alarm system but no cameras, that I usually took Wednesdays slightly easier because foot traffic was lower midweek. The caller asked about my evening routine as well. What time did I typically get home? Did I go out during evenings or mostly stay in? Did I have neighbors who were usually around? Were there particular nights when I was reliably away from home? I mentioned that I went to a book club every other Thursday evening and usually did my weekly shop on Tuesday evenings after work. The survey concluded with questions about my holiday patterns. How often did I close the shop for holidays? Did I tend to go away during specific seasons? Who looked after my home when I was away? I explained that I typically closed for a week in August and a few days around Christmas, that I didn't usually travel far, and that my sister who lived nearby would check on my house when I was away. The whole conversation lasted around 20 minutes, and the caller thanked me professionally before ending the call. Within a few days, I received an email with a code for the promised Amazon voucher, which further confirmed the survey's legitimacy in my mind. I spent it on some gardening supplies and didn't think about the call again. Several months later, my house was broken into on a Thursday evening whilst I was at book club. The burglars took electronics, jewelry, and some cash I'd kept in a drawer. But they'd been careful and methodical. No forced entry that I could see initially, no mess or vandalism, just specific valuable items removed efficiently. The police suggested they'd picked the lock, which apparently wasn't difficult with the older style lock I had on my back door. The timing seemed like unfortunate coincidence. Thursday evenings when I was reliably away from home. A quiet residential street where people minded their own business. No security cameras to capture anyone entering or leaving. The police took a statement and gave me a crime reference number, but they were honest about the low likelihood of recovering my belongings or identifying who was responsible. I upgraded my security after that, installing better locks and a camera system that covered the front and back of the house. I felt violated, but tried to move on, telling myself it was random bad luck rather than anything targeted. Then it happened again, 4 months later, this time on a Tuesday evening whilst I was doing my weekly shop. Different items taken, same methodical approach, same lack of forced entry. The burglars had somehow bypassed my new alarm system, though the security company couldn't explain how. The cameras showed nothing because they'd been disabled before anyone appeared in frame, suggesting the intruders knew exactly where they were positioned. That's when I started to feel something was specifically wrong, rather than just unlucky. 2 break-ins within a few months, both occurring during times when I was reliably away from home. Both executed with enough knowledge of my property to avoid security measures. The police agreed it seemed targeted, but couldn't identify any obvious connection or suspect. I mentioned the incidents to several other shop owners in the area during a local business association meeting. 3 of them had experienced similar break-ins over the past year, all perfectly timed to occur when they were away from home. One woman's house had been burgled during her weekly choir practice. Another man's flat was broken into every Tuesday evening when he visited his mother in a care home. A third person had been burgled twice during his regular golf afternoons. What connected us all, we eventually realized, was that we'd each received similar phone calls about lifestyle surveys. Different callers, slightly different company names, but the same general pattern of questions about our daily routines, security measures, and when we were reliably away from home. We'd all received the promised vouchers afterwards, which had convinced us the surveys were legitimate. One of the business owners, a woman who ran a bookshop, was more technically minded than the rest of us. She suggested we try to find information about the research companies that had supposedly conducted these surveys. None of us could remember the exact names, but we had rough recollections and in some cases email addresses from the voucher codes we'd received. Every single company name we could recall came up empty when we searched online. No websites, no business registrations, no references in any professional marketing or research directories. The email addresses used to send the vouchers were from free email services, not professional company domains. We'd all been scammed, systematically questioned about our routines and security by people whose only purpose was gathering information for burglaries. The bookshop owner did more digging, eventually finding a discussion thread on an obscure security website where someone had posted about similar survey scams being used to coordinate break-ins. The thread mentioned that the information collected from these calls was being compiled and sold on the dark web, creating detailed profiles of potential burglary targets complete with their routines, security measures, and optimal times for break-ins. She showed me how to access the relevant part of the dark web, where these profiles were supposedly being traded. walking me through the process since I had no idea how any of it worked. It took some time to find the right marketplace, but eventually we located a section specifically dedicated to what they called residential access information. My address was listed there, along with dozens of others from Exeter and surrounding areas. The listing included everything I'd told that survey caller: my morning departure time, my Thursday evening book club, my Tuesday shopping trips, the location of my shop and typical working hours, details about my alarm system and the positions of my cameras, information about when I took holidays and who checked on my house when I was away. The profile had been updated since my initial survey call. Someone had added notes about the security upgrades I'd made after the first burglary, details about my new locks and camera positions, observations about which neighbors were usually home during certain hours. They'd been watching my house, documenting changes, keeping the information current to maintain its value to potential buyers. The listings included pricing structures based on the quality and detail of information provided. My profile was marked as premium because it contained verified information about security systems and regularly updated observations about my routine. The price for accessing my full profile was around £50, cheap enough to be impulse purchase for someone planning a burglary, but expensive enough to generate significant income when multiplied across hundreds of similar listings. Comments beneath my listing discussed the reliability of the information and the ease of access to my property. Previous buyers had left feedback like reviews on any commercial marketplace, rating how accurate the timing information was and whether the security details matched what they'd encountered. Several comments mentioned successful entries during my Thursday book club sessions and Tuesday shopping trips. I felt physically sick reading through it all, understanding that my home had been treated as a product, my routine analyzed and packaged for sale to criminals who viewed breaking into houses as a straightforward business transaction. The survey I'd answered so casually had created a detailed instruction manual for violating my privacy and stealing my belongings. The bookshop owner and I documented everything we found and brought it to the police. They took it seriously this time, involving detectives who specialized in organized crime. The investigation revealed that these survey scams were part of a much larger operation spanning multiple cities across the southwest of England. The people conducting the surveys worked for someone coordinating burglaries across the region. They'd target small business owners specifically because that demographic tended to have predictable routines, lived alone or with minimal family, and had possessions worth stealing but not enough wealth to afford extensive security systems. The surveys identified ideal targets and created detailed profiles that were then sold to burglary teams who specialized in quick, efficient break-ins. The operation had been running for several years, with hundreds of homes burgled based on information gathered through these fake surveys. The dark web marketplace, where the profiles were sold, had thousands of listings covering properties across the UK, all organized by region and ranked by the quality of information available. What made it particularly difficult to combat was that the survey callers were never directly involved in the actual burglaries. They just gathered information and passed it along to whoever managed the marketplace. The burglary teams purchased access to profiles without ever knowing who'd collected the information or how. Everyone involved had plausible deniability about the full scope of the operation. The police eventually arrested several people involved in the burglary teams, but they never identified who was conducting the surveys or who managed the dark web marketplace. The site was shut down temporarily, but apparently resurfaced under a different address within weeks. The model was too profitable and too difficult to police effectively. I moved house 6 months after discovering my profile on that marketplace. I couldn't stay somewhere that had been so thoroughly analyzed and categorized, knowing that even with security upgrades, the basic vulnerability of my routine had been permanently documented. My new address isn't listed yet, but I know that doesn't mean it won't be eventually. I'm hyper-vigilant about phone surveys now, refusing to participate in anything that asks about my routine or security measures. I've warned everyone I know about these scams, explaining how innocent-seeming market research questions can actually be intelligence gathering for criminal purposes. Some people take it seriously, but others think I'm being paranoid, that surely legitimate research companies also ask similar questions. They're right, of course. That's what makes these scams so effective. The questions seem reasonable, the callers sound professional, the promised compensation arrives as promised. Nothing about the interaction raises immediate red flags because it's designed to mimic legitimate market research, closely enough that most people never question it. The other business owners whose houses were burgled have had mixed experiences since discovering the marketplace. Some moved like I did, unable to feel safe in homes that had been profiled and traded online. Others stayed but invested heavily in security systems, though we all know that information about those systems is probably being gathered and updated somewhere. One person closed their business entirely, unable to maintain predictable hours, knowing that routine was precisely what made them vulnerable. The psychological impact has been worse than the financial losses from the burglaries themselves. It's the knowledge that strangers had studied my life in detail, that my daily patterns were documented and analyzed, that my home's vulnerabilities were mapped out and sold to whoever wanted to exploit them. The violation isn't just that people broke into my house, but that they were invited by information I provided willingly, never understanding how it would be used. I still think about that survey call sometimes, wishing I'd been more suspicious or less accommodating. But I know that's pointless. The operation was designed specifically to target people like me, people who run small businesses and answer phones professionally, people who are used to participating in legitimate market research as part of understanding their customer base. My mistake wasn't unique or particularly careless. It was predictable, and that's why the scam works so effectively. The marketplace listings continue circulating somewhere in the hidden corners of the internet. My old address is probably still there, marked as outdated but available for reference. The information never truly disappears. It just becomes less current, less valuable, but still potentially useful to someone planning a burglary in that neighborhood. I've developed new routines that are deliberately unpredictable. I vary my shopping times, skip book club occasionally, take random routes home from work. I never answer survey calls anymore, even ones that seem completely legitimate. I've installed security systems that I modify regularly so their configurations aren't static. I'm constantly aware that information about my routine has value to people with bad intentions, and that awareness has fundamentally changed how I live. The worst part is knowing how many other people are being surveyed right now, answering seemingly innocent questions about their daily patterns, providing detailed information about when they're home and when they're vulnerable. The operation I fell victim to was shut down, but others like it continue operating because the model is so effective and so difficult to trace. Every time I hear about a burglary in the area, I wonder if it was coordinated using information from another fake survey. Every time someone mentions participating in market research, I want to warn them about what those questions might really be gathering, but I also know that sounding too paranoid undermines the message that most people won't believe these sophisticated scams exist until they experience them personally. That's the reality I live with now. Not the dramatic trauma of a violent crime, but the persistent unease of knowing my personal information was weaponized against me, that my willingness to be helpful was exploited by people who understood exactly which questions to ask and how to make them seem legitimate. The knowledge that somewhere online, detailed instructions for violating my former home are still available for purchase, and that similar instructions for countless other homes continue being compiled and traded by people I'll never identify. I answered a survey about my daily routine, and that single decision led to break-ins, violation, fear, and ultimately having to leave my home. That's what keeps me cautious now. What makes me question every request for information, no matter how innocent it seems. Because I've learned that the most effective violations are the ones you invite yourself, never realizing what you're actually providing until it's far too late to take it back. I'm not the sort of person who usually gets mixed up in anything interesting, which is probably why what happened to me feels so surreal even now. I've spent the last 43 years keeping my head down, doing my job as a council planning officer in Reading, coming home to my flat above the newsagents on Oxford Road, and generally avoiding any drama that might disrupt my quiet routine. My biggest excitement used to be finding a decent parking spot near Waitrose on a Saturday morning. But about 8 months ago, I started receiving packages that weren't meant for me. Not the usual mix-ups you get with online deliveries. These were different. They kept coming to my address, always with my name on them, but containing things I'd never ordered and couldn't imagine anyone wanting to buy. It seemed like such a minor inconvenience at first, the sort of administrative error that would sort itself out eventually. I had no idea it was the beginning of something that would completely change how I understand the world around me. The first package arrived on a Thursday morning, delivered by one of those courier services that leave everything with the newsagent downstairs if you're not in. Mrs. Patel handed it over when I popped down to get my usual paper and pint of milk, mentioning that the delivery driver had been very specific about making sure it reached me personally, rather than just leaving it in the shop. Inside was a small electronic device that looked like a cross between a mobile phone and a portable radio. No instruction manual, no branding, no obvious purpose. Just a sleek black rectangle with a few buttons and a small screen that remained stubbornly blank no matter what I pressed. I assumed it was some sort of promotional gadget that had been sent to the wrong address, so I put it in my kitchen drawer and forgot about it. The second package came about a fortnight later. This time, it contained what appeared to be a high-end camera lens, the sort of expensive equipment that professional photographers use. Again, no documentation or explanation, just the device itself wrapped in protective foam and delivered with the same insistence that it reach me personally. I started to worry that someone was using my address for deliveries they couldn't have sent to their own home for some reason. Maybe they were avoiding customs charges or hiding purchases from a partner. It seemed like the most logical explanation for receiving expensive items I'd never ordered. But when I tried to return the packages to the courier company, they had no record of who had sent them or where they should be returned to. The tracking numbers led to dead ends, and the customer service representatives I spoke to seemed genuinely confused by the situation. According to their systems, the packages had been legitimately ordered and paid for by someone using my name and address. The deliveries continued over the following months, arriving every 2 or 3 weeks with clockwork regularity. Each package contained a different electronic device or piece of equipment, always expensive, always with no obvious purpose for someone in my circumstances. Security cameras, recording equipment, small computers that looked like they belonged in a laboratory rather than a council worker's flat. I started keeping a list of what arrived, partly out of curiosity, and partly because I was becoming concerned about the legal implications of accepting delivery for items I hadn't purchased. The total value of the equipment was probably several £1,000s, and I was worried about being accused of fraud or theft if the real sender eventually came forward. But what really began to disturb me was the precision with which the packages were being delivered. They always arrived when I was at work, requiring collection from Mrs. Patel downstairs. The courier drivers always insisted on confirmation that the recipient lived at my address and worked regular office hours. It was as if someone was mapping my daily routine through the delivery process. I tried varying my schedule, working from home occasionally, or leaving earlier than usual for the office. But the packages still arrived at times when I was predictably absent. Whoever was sending them had a detailed understanding of my movements that went beyond casual observation. That's when I started researching the equipment I'd been receiving, trying to understand what it was designed for and why someone might want to send it to my address. Most of the devices turned out to be surveillance equipment, professional-grade cameras, audio recording systems, signal monitoring devices that could intercept various types of electronic communication. The sort of equipment that would be used by private investigators or security professionals, not council planning officers. But there were also items that seemed more sinister. Devices for tracking vehicle movements, equipment for monitoring computer networks, even what appeared to be tools for gaining unauthorized access to buildings or electronic systems. I was being sent a complete surveillance toolkit, piece by piece, by someone who remained completely anonymous, but who clearly knew enough about my life to ensure reliable delivery. The obvious explanation was that I was being set up for something. Maybe someone was planning to frame me for illegal surveillance activities, or they were using my address as a convenient cover for acquiring equipment they couldn't purchase under their own name. But there was another possibility that worried me more. Maybe the equipment wasn't being sent to me. Maybe it was being sent for me. Perhaps someone expected me to use these devices for purposes I couldn't yet understand. I started paying more attention to my surroundings, looking for signs that I was being watched or that my daily routine was being monitored. What I discovered was more disturbing than obvious surveillance. There were subtle changes in my environment that suggested someone had been gaining access to my flat while I was at work. Nothing was obviously missing or damaged, but items were positioned slightly differently from how I'd left them. Papers on my desk had been moved. Books were in different positions on shelves. Even the arrangement of food in my fridge seemed altered in small ways. Someone was conducting regular searches of my property, presumably looking for the surveillance equipment that was being delivered or checking how I was responding to receiving it. I tried to document these intrusions, taking photographs of my flat before leaving for work and comparing them with the situation when I returned. The differences were always subtle but consistent, clear evidence that someone was entering my property on a regular basis. But I couldn't understand how they were gaining access. My flat is on the first floor above a busy newsagent's, with no obvious entry points that wouldn't be visible from the street. The locks hadn't been tampered with, and Mrs. Patel downstairs insisted she hadn't given anyone access to the building. The breakthrough came when I started researching the specific model numbers of the surveillance equipment I'd been receiving. Following various technical specifications and user manuals led me into online communities where people discussed more specialized uses for this type of equipment. Some of these communities operated through private channels that required special access methods to reach. Eventually, I found myself exploring parts of the internet that exist beyond normal search engines and standard websites. What I discovered was that the equipment being delivered to my flat wasn't random. It was part of a complete surveillance system designed for monitoring specific types of targets. The platforms I accessed contained detailed guides for using the exact devices I'd been receiving, along with case studies showing how they could be deployed for comprehensive monitoring of individuals who remained unaware they were being observed. But more disturbing was the realization that these communities weren't just sharing technical information. They were coordinating actual surveillance operations against real people. There were discussion threads about ongoing projects in various UK cities, including Reading, where teams of people were using this type of equipment to monitor selected individuals for reasons that weren't entirely clear, but were obviously not benign. My own situation was discussed in detail, with references to the delivery schedule, my daily routine, and even speculation about how I might react when I eventually discovered the true purpose of the equipment being sent to me. I was a subject in someone's surveillance experiment, and the delivery of monitoring equipment was part of a larger operation designed to test my responses and gather intelligence about my behavior. But the most chilling discovery was that I wasn't expected to remain passive. The discussions suggested that recipients of surveillance equipment were eventually supposed to start using it, either voluntarily or under some form of coercion. The equipment wasn't just being delivered for storage. It was being provided so that I could be recruited into conducting surveillance operations on other targets. The community operated like a pyramid scheme, where existing subjects were gradually converted into operators who would identify and monitor new targets. The surveillance equipment was both a tool for monitoring my compliance and a resource for whatever operations I would eventually be expected to conduct. But if I refused to cooperate, or if I attempted to expose their activities, there were detailed contingency plans for ensuring my silence. The discussions included comprehensive intelligence about my personal circumstances, professional relationships, and potential vulnerabilities that could be exploited to force cooperation. They knew about my mortgage payments, my elderly mother in Swindon, my concerns about job security at the council. They had built a complete profile of my life and identified multiple pressure points that could be used to manipulate my behavior if recruitment through gradual exposure to their community proved unsuccessful. I realized that the months of mysterious deliveries and subtle intrusions had been an assessment period, during which they'd evaluated my suitability for recruitment and gathered the intelligence needed to ensure my eventual compliance. But understanding their strategy didn't provide any obvious path toward escape. They had demonstrated their ability to access my property at will, monitor my daily activities, and manipulate my environment in ways that remained largely undetectable. Even if I reported their activities to the police, what evidence could I provide beyond a collection of surveillance equipment that had been legitimately delivered to my address? The online communities operated through platforms that would be virtually impossible for authorities to investigate. More troubling was the realization that moving away or changing my routine wouldn't solve the problem. They had comprehensive intelligence about my personal circumstances and could easily re-establish surveillance wherever I relocated. The equipment deliveries had stopped about 6 weeks ago, suggesting that the assessment period was complete and they were moving to the next phase of whatever operation they had planned. Instead of mysterious packages, I started receiving more direct forms of contact. People began approaching me in public places, engaging in conversations that demonstrated surprising knowledge about my personal interests and daily routine. Someone struck up a conversation in the queue at Waitrose, mentioning details about my work at the council that I'd never discussed with strangers. A woman at the bus stop seemed unusually interested in my weekend plans and showed remarkable insight into my usual activities. These interactions felt natural at the time, But looking back, they were clearly orchestrated encounters designed to assess my social responses and test my awareness of their surveillance activities. The most unsettling approach came from someone who claimed to be researching local history for a book about Reading's development. They contacted me through the council, explaining that my work in planning would provide valuable insight into how the town had changed over recent decades. We arranged to meet for coffee to discuss their research, and the conversations seemed legitimate until they started asking questions that revealed intimate knowledge about my personal life. They knew about my daily routines, my concerns about my mother's health, even details about my flat and the newsagents downstairs that they couldn't have learned through casual research. When I challenged them about how they'd acquired this information, they explained that their research had involved interviewing various local residents and that my name had come up in multiple conversations as someone who might be helpful to their project. But they also made it clear that they were aware of the surveillance equipment I'd been receiving and that they represented people who could provide explanations and opportunities if I was interested in learning more about how such operations worked. They offered to introduce me to a community of people who conducted what they called social research, using the same type of equipment I'd been accumulating. The work was well paid and involved gathering information about ordinary people's daily lives for purposes that were described as academic, but which obviously had commercial or political applications. I was being recruited to become an active participant in the surveillance network that had been monitoring me for months. The recruitment pitch was sophisticated, emphasizing the intellectual challenges of the work and the financial benefits of participation. They made it sound like a natural extension of my existing job in planning, using observational skills and attention to detail to gather information about community development and social trends. But they also made it clear that declining their offer would result in continued surveillance and potentially more invasive monitoring of my personal life. The equipment I'd been receiving would allow them to maintain comprehensive oversight of my activities regardless of whether I chose to cooperate. They weren't just offering me a job. They were informing me that I was already part of their operation and that my only choice was between active participation and passive subjection to ongoing surveillance. I asked for time to consider their proposal, and they agreed to give me a week to make my decision. They provided contact information and promised to arrange a more detailed briefing about the work they were offering if I decided to proceed. That was 3 weeks ago, and I still haven't responded to their offer. Instead, I've been trying to understand the full scope of what I've stumbled into and whether there are any realistic options for escaping from their network. The surveillance has intensified since I missed their deadline for responding. The subtle intrusions into my flat have become more obvious, as if they want me to know that my delay in accepting their offer hasn't gone unnoticed. I've started finding items moved to completely different locations, personal documents that have obviously been read and replaced carelessly, even evidence that someone has been using my computer and internet connection while I've been at work. But they've also escalated to more direct forms of pressure. My mother received an unexpected visit from someone claiming to be conducting a survey about care services for elderly residents. The visitor asked detailed questions about her health, her daily routine, and her family relationships, including specific inquiries about her son, who worked for Reading Borough Council. My supervisor at work mentioned that someone had been asking questions about my performance and reliability, supposedly as part of a reference check for a new position I'd applied for. I haven't applied for any other jobs, and my supervisor seemed puzzled by the inquiry, but hadn't thought to question it at the time. They're demonstrating their ability to reach into every aspect of my personal and professional life, making it clear that continued resistance will result in escalating pressure on everyone connected to me. But perhaps most disturbing is the realization that my situation isn't unique. I've started noticing other people in Reading who seem to be going through similar experiences. Individuals who appear confused or anxious in public places, who seem to be looking over their shoulders or checking for surveillance, who have the same slightly paranoid demeanor that I've developed over recent months. Yesterday, I saw a man at the library frantically researching surveillance equipment on the public computers, looking up the same model numbers I've been investigating. When our eyes met, there was a moment of mutual recognition. He was clearly dealing with the same type of situation I've been experiencing. We didn't speak, but I could see in his expression the same combination of fear and confusion that I feel whenever I think about what's been happening to me. I think there are dozens of people in Reading who are being subjected to similar recruitment processes, all of them gradually being drawn into a surveillance network that operates by converting its targets into willing participants. The scale of the operation suggests it extends far beyond Reading, probably covering most major towns and cities across the UK. They're building a comprehensive monitoring system using ordinary people who are coerced into gathering intelligence about their neighbors, colleagues, and local communities. The most terrifying aspect is how legitimate it all appears from the outside. The recruitment process looks like job interviews, the surveillance activities are disguised as social research, and the pressure tactics are subtle enough to avoid attracting official attention. Anyone who tries to expose what's happening would sound paranoid or delusional, especially since the evidence is largely circumstantial, and the online communities operate through platforms that authorities couldn't easily investigate. I've been sitting in my flat for the past hour, staring at the contact information they gave me 3 weeks ago, trying to decide whether to call them and accept their recruitment offer. The alternative seems to be escalating surveillance and increasing pressure on people I care about, combined with the knowledge that my situation will only get worse the longer I resist. But I also know that once I become an active participant in their network, I'll be complicit in subjecting other people to the same experience I've been going through. The surveillance equipment sitting in my kitchen drawer isn't just evidence of what's been done to me. It's the tools they expect me to use against whoever they decide should be the next target. I can hear someone moving around downstairs in Mrs. Patel's shop, even though it's well past closing time. The footsteps are too heavy to be hers, and they seem to be moving around the building rather than conducting normal shop activities. I think my week of additional consideration time has run out, and they've decided to accelerate the recruitment process. There's someone coming up the stairs now, moving slowly and deliberately, stopping at each landing as if checking door numbers or listening for activity inside the flats. The footsteps have stopped outside my door. I think I'm about to discover what happens to people who take too long to accept their recruitment offers. Look, I'm going to be completely honest with you about what happened, because keeping it to myself isn't working anymore. I keep seeing their faces everywhere I go now, and I think you deserve to know what you might be walking into if you're not careful about your daily routines. It all kicked off when I spotted this detailed map of my walking route stuck to the community notice board outside Sainsbury's. Someone had been timing my movements down to the minute. I wish I'd just torn it down and forgotten about it, but I've always been too curious for my own good. The map appeared on the notice board outside Sainsbury's in Headington, where I do my weekly shop every Saturday morning. It was tucked between advertisements for piano lessons and lost cat appeals, drawn on ordinary A4 paper, but with an attention to detail that made my stomach turn. Every street I walk down, every shortcut I take, every place I stopped to check my phone, all of it documented with timestamps that were accurate to within minutes. My daily routine isn't particularly interesting. I work from home as a freelance copy editor, so most days I only leave the house for a walk around Headington and South Park during my lunch break. It's the same route every day, starting from my flat on Osler Road and following a roughly circular path that takes about 40 minutes. I'd assumed it was such an unremarkable routine that nobody would notice or care about my movements. But someone had been paying very close attention indeed. The map showed not just my walking route, but also my behavioral patterns. Notes about which side of the street I prefer, where I usually stop to rest, even which benches I sit on when I need to take a break. There were observations about my clothing choices, the bag I carry, and the times when I deviate from my standard route. Most disturbing were the personal details scribbled in the margins. My approximate age, my living situation, notes about my apparent health and fitness level. Someone had been close enough to observe and document intimate details about my daily life. Yet I'd never noticed anyone paying particular attention to my movements. I took the map down from the notice board immediately, but not before photographing it with my phone. Looking at it more carefully at home, I realized the handwriting included additional information that was even more unsettling. There were references to my work schedule, my weekend habits, even speculation about my social relationships and living arrangements. The level of surveillance suggested someone had been observing me for months, not weeks. They knew my routines well enough to predict my movements and had gathered enough personal information to build a comprehensive profile of my daily life. But why would anyone go to such lengths to monitor a freelance copy editor who lives alone and maintains a predictably boring routine? I spent the weekend trying to identify who might have been watching me, retracing my walking route and looking for vantage points where someone could observe without being noticed. There were several possibilities: windows in nearby houses, secluded spots in the park, even parked cars that might provide cover for surveillance. What I discovered was more disturbing than obvious watching posts. Several of the houses along my route had small cameras positioned to capture street activity. Not obvious security cameras, but subtle devices that could easily be mistaken for doorbells or decorative fixtures. Some were positioned at exactly the right angles to monitor the specific areas where I'd been documented stopping or resting. I started paying attention to other details I'd previously ignored. Cars that seemed to appear regularly during my walks, people who were often present at particular locations, even dogs that were walked at consistent times that coincided with my routine. What emerged was a picture of coordinated observation that involved multiple people and strategic positioning of surveillance equipment. This wasn't casual stalking by an individual with an unhealthy interest. It was systematic monitoring that suggested a more organized purpose. I tried to research similar cases online, looking for information about surveillance networks and organized stalking. Most of what I found was either obviously paranoid conspiracy theories or legitimate security advice that didn't match the sophisticated nature of what I'd experienced. But following various links and references led me into online communities where people discussed more unusual forms of surveillance and personal monitoring. Some of these communities operated through private channels that required special access methods to reach. Eventually, I found myself exploring parts of the internet that exist beyond normal search engines and standard websites. What I discovered was a marketplace where detailed surveillance information about ordinary people was being bought and sold. The platforms I accessed were carefully organized with different sections for various types of personal intelligence. There were categories for daily routines, work schedules, social relationships, health information, and financial circumstances. Each category contained detailed profiles of individuals who had been systematically monitored and documented. My own information was there, listed under a section called Low-Risk Targets, with a comprehensive file that included not just my walking routes, but photographs taken during my daily activities, detailed notes about my behavior patterns, and speculation about my personal circumstances. The file had been compiled over several months and included information I didn't even know about myself. Things like which days I seemed tired or stressed, how I reacted to different weather conditions, even patterns in my clothing choices that suggested my mood or health status. But most disturbing was the purpose of this surveillance network. The platform wasn't just collecting information. It was offering services to buyers who wanted access to specific individuals. Clients could commission detailed surveillance reports on particular targets, or they could browse existing profiles and select subjects who met their requirements. The services offered ranged from basic background research to what they called environmental access coordination. This included gaining entry to targets' homes during predictable absence periods, installing monitoring equipment, and conducting what they described as proximity engagement with subjects who remained unaware they were being observed. My profile had been marked as available for enhanced monitoring, with a note that my predictable routine and isolated living situation made me suitable for direct intervention services if required by potential clients. I was being offered as a product to anonymous buyers who could pay for increasingly invasive access to my private life. The pricing structure was sophisticated, with different rates for various types of access and interaction. Basic surveillance reports cost a few £100s, while residential access coordination was priced in the thousands. The most expensive service was something called subject acquisition, which carried a price tag that suggested it involved more than simple monitoring. Reading through client testimonials and service reviews, I began to understand the full scope of what was happening. Some buyers were using the surveillance information for traditional criminal purposes, identifying optimal times for burglary, gathering data for identity theft, or planning more serious crimes that required detailed knowledge of their targets' routines. But others had motivations that were more psychological than financial. They seemed to derive satisfaction from knowing intimate details about strangers' lives, from watching people who remained unaware they were being observed. The surveillance wasn't a means to an end, it was the end itself. There were discussions about clients who used the gathered intelligence for what they called lifestyle integration, gradually inserting themselves into their targets' daily routines through carefully planned coincidental encounters. They would position themselves along walking routes, frequent the same shops and cafes, even move into nearby properties to maintain closer observation. The goal seemed to be creating artificial relationships based on comprehensive prior knowledge of their target's interests, vulnerabilities, and daily habits. They could appear to be perfect matches for friendship or romance because they already knew everything about the people they were targeting. I thought about my own walking route and the coordinated surveillance that had been used to document my movements. Someone had paid for comprehensive monitoring of my daily life, and now they had enough information to predict my behavior and engineer meetings that would seem natural, but were actually carefully orchestrated encounters. But I also realized that the map posted on the community notice board wasn't accidental exposure of their surveillance activities. It was deliberate, a message intended to inform me that I was being watched and to gauge my reaction to that knowledge. They wanted me to know I was being monitored. This suggested that whoever had commissioned surveillance on me was moving to the next phase of whatever they had planned. The initial monitoring period was complete, and now they were testing how I would respond to awareness of their activities. I started paying closer attention to my daily walks, looking for signs of the coordinated observation I now knew was taking place. What I discovered was that the surveillance had intensified rather than decreased since I'd found the map. There were more cameras positioned along my route, more people who seemed to be present at convenient observation points, more vehicles that appeared regularly during my walks. Instead of being deterred by my awareness, they seemed to be escalating their monitoring activities. But there was something else that made the situation more personal and immediate. I started recognizing faces among the people I encountered during my walks. The same individuals appeared repeatedly, always in positions where they could observe my activities without appearing suspicious. Dog walkers who lingered in particular areas, joggers who maintained consistent schedules that coincided with mine, even people waiting at bus stops who never seemed to board any buses. They weren't trying to remain hidden anymore. They wanted me to notice them, to understand that I was surrounded by people who were watching and documenting my every movement. The psychological pressure was more effective than any obvious threat. Knowing that every step I took was being observed and recorded, that my daily routine was being analyzed and shared with anonymous buyers, created a level of paranoia that made normal activities feel dangerous. I considered changing my routine, avoiding the walking route that had been so thoroughly documented, but I realized that would only confirm their influence over my behavior. They would simply adapt their surveillance methods to whatever new patterns I established. Worse still, I began to suspect that some of the people I encountered regularly during my walks weren't just observers. They were potential clients who had purchased access to my surveillance information and were using it to engineer encounters that seemed coincidental. The friendly woman, who often walked her dog in the park, had started conversations that demonstrated surprising knowledge about my interests and daily schedule. The man who jogged past me at roughly the same time each day had begun acknowledging me with increasingly familiar greetings that suggested he knew more about me than casual observation would provide. Even shopkeepers and cafe staff seemed unusually interested in my routine, asking questions about my work schedule and weekend plans that felt more invasive than polite conversation. I was surrounded by people who knew intimate details about my life, while I remained ignorant of their true motivations for engaging with me. The situation reached a turning point when I discovered that my flat had been accessed while I was out on my daily walk. Nothing was obviously stolen or disturbed, but there were subtle signs that someone had been inside. Items moved slightly from their usual positions, doors left ajar that I always kept closed. Even the arrangement of papers on my desk altered in ways that suggested that they'd been examined and replaced. But most disturbing was finding additional surveillance equipment that had been installed while I was away. Small cameras had been positioned in locations where they could monitor my daily activities inside the flat. Not obvious devices, but subtle modifications to existing fixtures that would be virtually undetectable unless you knew what to look for. They had escalated from external surveillance to complete invasion of my private space. I spent the evening identifying and removing the monitoring equipment, but I knew this was only a temporary solution. If they could gain access to my flat once, they could do it again, whenever my predictable routine provided the opportunity. More troubling was the realization that they had probably been monitoring my online activities as well, which explained how they'd known I'd discovered their marketplace and understood the extent of their surveillance network. They were watching my research into their operations, monitoring my attempts to understand what was happening to me, possibly even anticipating my next moves based on the information I'd been accessing. That night, I found a message waiting for me when I returned from my walk. It had been slipped under my door while I was out, despite the fact that my building requires keycard access and my flat is on the 3rd floor. The message was handwritten on plain paper, with the same precise penmanship I'd seen on the surveillance map. The note was brief and matter-of-fact in tone. It simply stated that my research into their community had been noted with interest, and that my technical skills and attention to detail suggested I might be suitable for recruitment as a surveillance operative myself. They were offering me a position within their network, conducting monitoring operations on other targets in exchange for payment and protection from further surveillance of my own activities. The alternative, they suggested, would be escalation to what they called direct engagement protocols, which would involve more invasive monitoring and closer personal contact with clients who had expressed interest in my profile. I was being given a choice between becoming a participant in their surveillance network or becoming a more intensive target of their monitoring activities. But I knew this wasn't really a choice at all. They had demonstrated their ability to access my home, monitor my activities, and coordinate complex surveillance operations involving multiple people and sophisticated equipment. Refusing their recruitment offer would simply confirm that I posed a threat to their operations. The message included instructions for accessing a private section of their marketplace, where I could review current surveillance assignments and begin training in their monitoring techniques. I've been staring at those instructions for the past 3 hours, trying to decide whether cooperation or resistance offers any realistic hope of escape from their network. But I think the decision has already been made for me. Through my window, I can see at least 6 people positioned at various observation points around my building. They're making no attempt to remain hidden, clearly demonstrating that I'm completely surrounded by their surveillance network. My phone has been receiving text messages with updates about my activities inside the flat, proving that they're monitoring my movements in real time despite my removal of the obvious surveillance equipment they'd installed. And there are sounds from the hallway outside my flat that suggest someone is preparing to gain access again, probably to install more sophisticated monitoring equipment that I won't be able to detect or remove. I think I'm about to discover what direct engagement protocols actually involve, and why they were so confident that recruitment was my only viable option. The sounds outside my door have stopped, but I can see shadows moving under the door frame that suggest at least 2 people are positioned directly outside. They're not trying to break in, they're just waiting, demonstrating their ability to access my building and position themselves wherever they choose. The message is clear. I can join their surveillance network voluntarily, or they'll continue escalating their monitoring activities until cooperation becomes my only option for maintaining any semblance of normal life. I'm opening my laptop now to access the instructions they provided, not because I want to become part of their surveillance network, but because I've finally understood that resistance will only result in more invasive monitoring and closer personal contact with the clients who've been purchasing access to my private life. Sometimes cooperation is the only form of survival available. It's been 3 months since I disembarked from the Orpheus, and sometimes I convince myself it was all just some fever dream brought on by too much sun and champagne. But then I'll catch a news headline about another wealthy passenger gone missing at sea, and the memories come flooding back with such clarity that I can almost smell the salt air mingling with blood. I've always been fascinated by the dark web. As a cybersecurity analyst for a major banking group in London, part of my job involved understanding how financial data ends up for sale on hidden marketplaces. I'd spent years mapping these shadow economies, cryptocurrency tumbling services, escrow systems for illegal transactions, auction sites for stolen identities. But all my research had been conducted through secure terminals in our company's basement, never venturing beyond observation into participation. I was the digital equivalent of a wildlife photographer, watching predators from a safe distance. That professional distance disappeared the moment I stepped aboard the Orpheus. The cruise had been a gift from my brother James, who works for the company that owns the ship. Sovereign Seas, they call themselves. A relatively new luxury cruise line catering exclusively to the ultra-wealthy. James isn't rich himself, but his position in their corporate security division occasionally afforded him perks like complimentary cabins during the ship's inaugural season. When his girlfriend backed out at the last minute, he offered me the ticket, knowing I was burned out and desperately needed a break from staring at code all day. "Just bring a nice suit for the captain's dinner and don't embarrass me," he'd said. I remember laughing, thinking the biggest challenge would be pretending to belong among people who considered £50,000 for a 2-week Mediterranean cruise to be a reasonable expense. The Orpheus was unlike any cruise ship I'd seen before, more floating luxury hotel than vessel. My cabin, despite being one of the smallest offered, was larger than my London flat. Everything gleamed with new money opulence. Marble bathrooms, private balconies, artworks by recognizable names adorning every corridor. The ship boasted 5 restaurants, 3 swimming pools, a casino, spa, cinema, and countless other amenities designed to ensure its wealthy patrons never experienced a moment of boredom. I spent the first 3 days in a pleasant haze of luxury, feeling gloriously out of place among hedge fund managers, tech entrepreneurs, oil magnates, and their surgically enhanced partners. Most passengers ignored me entirely, which suited me fine. I was content to lounge by the adults-only infinity pool, working my way through complimentary cocktails and paperback thrillers. It was on the 4th night that I noticed something odd. I'd ventured to the casino after dinner, not to gamble. I couldn't afford the minimum stakes, but to people watch. I was nursing a whiskey at the bar when I overheard a conversation between 2 men seated nearby. They weren't being particularly discreet, perhaps assuming that no one would understand the terminology they were using. But to someone who spent their career studying illicit digital marketplaces, phrases like secure proxy chain and Monero transfer confirmation stood out like sirens. I didn't turn to look at them directly, but angled my phone to capture their reflection in the bar's mirrored backsplash. One was elderly, perhaps in his 70s, with the leathery tan of someone who wintered exclusively in tropical climates. The other was younger, maybe 40, with the muscular build of someone who paid handsomely for personal training. Both wore expensive watches and spoke with American accents. "Level B access is guaranteed with the package you purchased," the younger man was saying. "The stream quality is excellent, and interaction options are available for premium members." The older man nodded, sliding what looked like a matte black credit card across the bar. Same verification process as last time. Something in their manner, the furtive glances, the careful phrasing, triggered my professional paranoia. In my line of work, you develop a sixth sense for when people are discussing things they shouldn't be. I'd assumed my dark web investigations would stay firmly in London, not follow me into this floating palace of privilege. I might have forgotten about it entirely had I not encountered the same younger man the following day. I was exploring the ship, trying to walk off a hangover, when I noticed him speaking with a crew member in a service corridor I'd accidentally wandered into. They both gave me sharp looks before the crew member directed me back to the passenger areas with a practiced smile. As I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of what looked like a security keypad beside an unmarked door. Unusual, given that crew areas typically used RFID badges for access. Curiosity got the better of me. That evening, I messaged James, asking if there were restricted areas on the ship beyond the usual crew quarters and engine rooms. His response was oddly hesitant. He asked why I wanted to know, then advised me to stick to the passenger decks and not go looking for trouble. When pressed, he claimed ignorance, saying corporate security wasn't privy to all shipboard operations. His evasiveness only intensified my interest. Over the next 2 days, I began paying closer attention to the ship's layout, noticing small inconsistencies between the deck plans posted for emergency purposes and the actual structure I was exploring. There appeared to be spaces unaccounted for, not unusual in ship design, where mechanical systems often occupy irregular voids. But combined with what I'd overheard, it piqued my professional curiosity. I also observed patterns among certain passengers. About a dozen individuals seemed to receive special treatment. Crew members would speak to them in hushed tones. Electronic key cards were discreetly exchanged, and they would occasionally disappear for hours despite not being in their cabins or any public areas. All were men of significant wealth, based on snippets of conversation I overheard and quick internet searches of names I managed to learn. On the 7th night of the cruise, I decided to follow one of them. I'd noticed a Russian businessman who frequently spoke with the young American from the casino. After dinner, I watched him receive what looked like a small black card from a crew member, then head toward an elevator bank, reserved for premium suites. I waited until the doors closed before calling another elevator, then selected the lowest passenger deck, assuming he'd gone downward rather than up to the suite levels. When the doors opened, I found myself in a corridor identical to other passenger decks, but eerily quiet. Most of the ship's activity happened on higher levels. This deck primarily contained mechanical spaces and cheaper inside cabins. I glimpsed the Russian turning a corner ahead and followed at a discreet distance. He stopped at what appeared to be a service entrance, a metal door with no markings except a small digital panel. After entering a code and scanning his black card, the door opened and he disappeared inside. I waited several minutes, debating whether to approach the door myself, when another passenger, a Saudi man I recognized from the casino, arrived and performed the same entry ritual. I'm not sure what compelled me to continue. Professional curiosity, the thrill of investigation after days of mindless luxury. Whatever the reason, I positioned myself where I could observe the door while pretending to be engrossed in my phone. Over the next hour, 3 more men entered, using the same procedure. I was about to give up and return to my cabin when a crew member emerged from the door. He propped it open with his foot while speaking into a radio, distracted by whatever instructions he was receiving. It was perhaps the only opportunity I would get. With a casualness I didn't feel, I walked briskly toward the door as though I belonged there. The crew member, still distracted by his call, barely glanced at me as I slipped past him into a narrow corridor that sloped gently downward. The door closed behind me with a soft pneumatic hiss. The difference was immediate. Gone were the plush carpets and ambient lighting of the passenger areas, replaced by utilitarian metal flooring and stark fluorescent tubes. The air felt different too, cooler, with a subtle chemical smell underneath the usual maritime scents. I followed the corridor, passing several unmarked doors before reaching what appeared to be a security checkpoint. An unmanned desk with a monitor showing CCTV feeds. Beyond it, the corridor split in two directions. From the left branch came faint sounds of conversation and the clink of glassware. To the right, silence. I chose left, reasoning that the social sounds suggested a gathering rather than restricted areas. The corridor opened into what I can only describe as a private lounge, dimly lit, with leather furnishings and a well-stocked bar. It resembled an exclusive gentleman's club. The men I'd followed were there, along with perhaps a dozen others, all clutching drinks and speaking in hushed tones. A crew member in a dark suit, rather than the usual uniform, was distributing what looked like tablet devices. I froze, suddenly aware of my mistake. This was clearly a private event, and I had no plausible reason to be there. Before I could retreat, the young American from the casino spotted me, his expression shifting from surprise to cool assessment. "Verification," he stated simply, approaching with an outstretched hand. When I failed to produce the black card, his demeanor hardened. "Security breach," he said quietly into a risk communicator. What followed happened too quickly for me to process completely. Two men in suits materialized beside me. One gripped my arm firmly while the other conducted a pat-down, removing my phone and cabin key. The American studied my face with cold calculation. "How did you get down here?" he asked. When I stammered something about following someone out of curiosity, his expression suggested he didn't believe me. "Bring him to observation," he instructed the security men. "Full profile check." I was escorted through the lounge, the other guests studiously avoiding eye contact, and through another door at the far end. Beyond lay a small room containing several workstations with multiple monitors. A woman in business attire glanced up as we entered, then began typing rapidly after receiving instructions I couldn't hear over the pounding of blood in my ears. "James Mercer's brother," she announced after a moment. "Cybersecurity background, potential information risk." The American's expression shifted subtly. "Containment protocol?" She made a phone call, speaking too quietly for me to hear, then nodded. "Approved for limited exposure. Partial NDA package." I was guided to a chair, still firmly in the security man's grip. The American leaned against a desk, studying me with clinical interest. "Since you've come this far, and given your professional background, perhaps you'd appreciate understanding what you've stumbled into. It might help you recognize the importance of discretion." He gestured toward one of the larger monitors. "The Orpheus offers exclusive experiences for discerning clients. Some of these experiences are streamed to similarly discerning audiences unable to join us physically." The screen flickered to life, showing a live feed of what appeared to be a medical room. A man was strapped to a table, unmoving but conscious, his eyes wide with terror. Around him moved figures in surgical attire, arranging instruments on metal trays. Tonight's subject is a convicted child trafficker who escaped justice through legal technicalities, the American continued conversationally. Our clients bid for various outcomes and methods. The proceeds, minus our substantial fee, benefit victims' organizations anonymously. I felt the blood drain from my face as understanding dawned. This wasn't just dark web content being streamed from the ship. The ship itself was a floating production studio for real-time torture and execution, disguised as a luxury cruise liner. The unmarked doors, the special key cards, the wealthy men disappearing for hours, it all suddenly made horrific sense. "This is," I started, but was cut off. "Justice of a sort," the American said smoothly. "Every subject has been thoroughly vetted. Murderers, traffickers, rapists who escape conventional justice through wealth or connections. We provide closure for victims and entertainment for those with particular appetites. On the screen, one of the surgical figures approached the restrained man with what looked like a bone saw. A scrolling feed of text at the bottom showed usernames and Bitcoin amounts. Live bids determining what would happen next. I must have shown my horror because the American smiled thinly. Not to your taste. Some prefer our hunting experiences on private islands, or perhaps the fighting pits would interest you more. The dark web merely allows us to monetize the spectacle beyond those physically present. He nodded to the security men. Take him to the viewing room. Let him observe tonight's event in its entirety. He should understand exactly what's at stake before signing his non-disclosure agreements. What followed was the most horrific 3 hours of my life. I was seated in a small theater with about 20 others, all men, all watching intently as a human being was systematically dismantled, according to the whims of invisible bidders. Some viewers occasionally used tablets to place their own bids, seemingly excited when their chosen method was selected. I sat rigid with terror, unable to look away, aware that my reaction was being carefully monitored. Afterward, still numb with shock, I was presented with a stack of documents threatening financial ruin, criminal charges for illegal access, and severe personal consequences should I ever speak of what I'd seen. I signed without reading them fully, desperate to escape that floating hell. For the remaining week of the cruise, I rarely left my cabin, claiming seasickness. Crew members would smile knowingly when they passed me. The American appeared outside my door the night before docking, offering a special discount should I wish to return as a participating client rather than an observer. I've told no one about this until now. The Orpheus continues its luxury cruises, ferrying the ultra-wealthy around the Mediterranean, Caribbean, and South Pacific. Occasionally, I see cryptic advertisements on certain investment forums referencing immersive experiences beyond imagination, and justice served to order, accompanied by astronomical price points and contact methods I recognize as dark web protocols. Sometimes I wonder if James knew. He never asked about my sudden illness on the ship, never questioned why I haven't accepted his subsequent offers of free cruises. He did mention, casually, that Sovereign Seas has an excellent program for passenger privacy and discretion guarantees. Last week, I received a package containing only a matte black card with a QR code and the Orpheus silhouette embossed in gold. The note read, "Your observational status expires in 30 days. Upgrade or disconnect permanently." I've booked a flight to New Zealand departing tomorrow. I've withdrawn my savings in cash. I'm leaving my phone, laptop, and anything traceable behind. But even as I prepare to disappear, I know the truth. There's no real escape from what I've learned. The dark web isn't just some shadowy corner of the internet. It's a reflection of the darkest corners of human desire, given physical form on vessels like the Orpheus, sailing freely through international waters beyond the reach of conventional law. And the truly horrifying part, for every ship I know about, there must be dozens more I don't. The pulsing lights still trigger panic attacks, strobing reds and blues that scatter across my vision like electric panic. Even passing nightclubs from the safety of a taxi can send my heart hammering against my ribs. My skin instantly slick with cold sweat as I'm transported back to that abandoned warehouse in East London, where the floor vibrated with bass drops that masked screams. where the dark web broadcast its most visceral content beneath the perfect camouflage of legitimate revelry. I wasn't always this fractured shell, jumping at shadows and sleeping with the lights on. Before that night, I was simply Ellie, a second-year art student at Central St. Martin's, with an experimental photography portfolio and a growing reputation for capturing London's underground scene. My work focused on the beautiful chaos of illegal raves, the authentic euphoria of spaces where social boundaries dissolved under relentless beats and shared chemical experiences. I prided myself on accessing events that existed through whispered invitations and temporary messaging groups, documenting fleeting moments of connection in venues that would be empty by sunrise, leaving no evidence of the hundreds who had transcended reality within their walls. The invitation to dissent came through Mira, a Lithuanian fashion student whose connections to London's underground electronic scene ran deeper than most. The details were typically cryptic: an industrial location near Hackney Wick, a password that changed hourly, instructions to disable location services on our phones. What distinguished this event from others was its reputation for extreme exclusivity and technological innovation. Rumors suggested immersive installations, pioneering sound systems, and performance art that pushed boundaries of legality and taste. For someone building a portfolio on authentic subcultural experiences, it was an opportunity too perfect to ignore. The venue itself was promisingly ominous, a derelict Victorian factory complex accessible only through a service tunnel that ran beneath railway arches, its entrance disguised as a maintenance door covered in graffiti. Security was unusually thorough, with multiple checkpoints involving password verification, phone camera blocking, and UV stamps that changed under different light frequencies. I remember feeling a thrill at the elaborate precautions, interpreting them as signs of an authentically underground experience rather than the warning system they actually were, filtering potential witnesses and creating plausible deniability for what happened in the innermost chambers. The main dance area initially seemed like a standard warehouse rave, albeit executed with exceptional attention to detail. 3 stages featured international DJs playing staggered sets, their music calibrated to build and release tension across the venue in coordinated waves. Lighting rigs responded to sound frequencies in complex patterns that seemed almost sentient in their anticipation of melodic shifts. The crowd, perhaps 600 people, represented a cross-section of London's creative scene, from fashion students to tech entrepreneurs, all moving with the synchronized energy of collective experience. What distinguished this event from others I documented was the series of threshold spaces extending beyond the main area. Each required additional verification, different colored wristbands, separate UV stamps, whispered passwords exchanged with stony-faced security personnel who appeared suddenly from shadows between beats. These progressive layers created a hierarchy of access that appealed to the basic human desire for exclusivity, each new area promising greater liberation from societal constraints. I followed Mira through several of these thresholds, my photographer's eye cataloging details for later. The subtle shifts in lighting temperature, the increasing intensity of bass frequencies that vibrated bone rather than just flesh, the gradual change in crowd demography toward a harder, more committed core of participants. The 4th threshold area was where the atmosphere shifted subtly but unmistakably. The music maintained its relentless energy, but the production elements incorporated subliminal elements that created a disorienting effect, frequencies that triggered primal unease, lighting patterns that induced mild hallucinations, even in those who hadn't consumed substances. The crowd here was noticeably different. Fewer dancers lost in music, more observers maintaining awareness of their surroundings. Multiple small alcoves lined the perimeter, each containing what appeared to be private viewing areas with screens displaying abstract visuals synced to the music. It was in this space that I first noticed the cameras, not the obvious security equipment mounted near exits, but discrete, professional-grade setups positioned to capture specific areas of the dance floor. The operators moved with practiced efficiency, focusing on particular dancers who seemed unaware of the attention. When I pointed them out to Mira, she explained them as part of the event's immersive documentation, creating personalized visual souvenirs for participants. The explanation seemed plausible in the context of an avant-garde art-tech fusion event, but something in her delivery, a studied casualness, a deliberate vagueness, triggered the first whisper of unease. That whisper became impossible to ignore when we reached the final threshold, a red-lit corridor leading to a space identified only by a symbol that resembled a stylized eye. The security here was markedly different. Two men with the unmistakable physicality of combat training, rather than standard event security, communicating through earpieces with a military precision that seemed incongruous in a hedonistic environment. Mira exchanged not just a password, but a complex sequence of gestures that appeared choreographed, receiving in return a sleek black wristband embedded with what looked like a microchip. I hesitated then, instinct finally overriding curiosity, but the decision was effectively made for me as the crowd behind surged forward during a particularly intense bass drop, pushing me through the threshold before I could articulate my reservations. The security personnel made no move to stop me despite my lacking the black wristband, an oversight that I would later understand was deliberate. Certain participants were allowed through not as audience, but as potential content. The space beyond defied easy categorization. At first glance, it resembled an exclusive VIP area, luxurious seating arrangements surrounding a central dance floor where perhaps 50 people moved with chemically enhanced abandon. Closer observation revealed disturbing inconsistencies. The screens displaying not abstract visuals but live feeds from the main venue, focusing on specific individuals. Multiple doors leading to smaller rooms with reinforced soundproofing. A sophisticated technical setup manned by expressionless operators wearing identical black clothing. From my position near the entrance, partially concealed by a structural column, I watched as Mira approached one of these technicians, engaging in a brief exchange before being directed to a seating area where several other black wristband wearers lounged with the entitled casualness of regular patrons. On the screens, I could see the main dance floor from multiple angles, particular feeds tracking individual dancers with unsettling precision, metadata scrolling alongside their images, heart rates, estimated substance levels, physical specifications catalogued with clinical detachment. The realization crystallized with nauseating clarity. This wasn't documentation for artistic purposes or even standard surveillance. It was targeting, the identification and tracking of potential subjects for whatever occurred behind those soundproof doors. As if confirming my suspicions, one screen switched to a browser interface I recognized from journalistic exposés of dark web markets. The distinctive aesthetic of sites accessible only through specialized browsers, complete with cryptocurrency payment options and anonymous user profiles. Before I could process the full implications, the music in both the main venue and this inner sanctum synchronized in a carefully orchestrated moment, a simultaneous bass drop across all spaces that sent the crowd into collective euphoria. the volume momentarily high enough to mask any other sound. In that precise moment, 2 security personnel moved with practiced efficiency toward a young woman dancing alone near the center of the floor, her movements suggesting heavy MDMA use and corresponding vulnerability. The intervention was so smooth, so integrated with the chaotic energy of the rave, that those nearby registered nothing unusual. Just another overwhelmed participant being assisted by security. Only from my peripheral position could I see the reality. Not assistance, but acquisition. The woman's momentary resistance misinterpreted by nearby dancers as the uncoordinated movements of chemical intoxication. Within seconds, she had been guided, part escorted, part carried, through one of the soundproof doors. On the screens, I watched her designated tracker switch from the main floor feed to an interior room view, her profile information transferring to a different interface where anonymous users began placing bids beside requests, too disturbing to fully comprehend. This was the true purpose of Descent, not an experimental rave, but a procurement operation for dark web red rooms, using the sensory overload and chemical disinhibition of the electronic music scene to identify, isolate, and extract vulnerable participants. The various thresholds functioned as progressive filters, the multiple security checkpoints ensuring no recording devices could document what truly occurred in these innermost chambers. The legitimate rave provided both hunting ground and perfect cover, any disappearances easily attributed to the transient nature of such events. Attendees unlikely to file police reports given the illegal nature of the gathering itself. My photographer's instinct to document warred with primal survival drive, the latter ultimately prevailing as I recognized my vulnerable position, alone, separated from known associates, lacking the black wristband that designated observer rather than potential subject. With deliberate casualness that belied my internal panic, I began moving laterally toward the entrance corridor, maintaining proximity to groups of dancers to avoid isolation. I had nearly reached the threshold when the music executed another coordinated drop, the momentary chaos revealing a chilling sight. Mira watching me with clinical detachment, communicating something to a security operative whose attention immediately focused in my direction. The betrayal hit with physical force. She wasn't just an attendee, but an active participant in the operation, perhaps a spotter who identified and delivered suitable subjects. Our entire friendship, her convenient connections to exclusive events, her interest in my documentation of underground spaces, all revealed as calculated grooming of a potential victim, or perhaps a useful procurer who could access social circles she could not. What followed exists in my memory as fragmented impressions rather than coherent sequence, pushing through the crowd with increasingly desperate determination. Security personnel following with the unhurried confidence of predators in controlled territory, multiple threshold crossings where my UV stamps gained me passage toward the outer zones, the progressive decrease in crowd density making concealment increasingly difficult. I emerged into the main warehouse space during a DJ transition, the momentary reduction in auditory assault allowing me to hear footsteps gaining behind me. Pure survival instinct propelled me toward an emergency exit I'd noted earlier, a prerequisite habit from years of attending unregulated events in potentially unsafe structures. The door yielded to my weight, alarm systems apparently disabled to prevent official attention, depositing me into a service alley slick with recent rain. The knowledge that pursuers would expect escape along the main entry tunnel sent me in the opposite direction, scrambling over a chain-link fence into an adjacent railway maintenance yard. I navigated through darkened industrial spaces until reaching active streets, flagging a night bus with the desperate energy of someone fleeing immediate danger, rather than simply returning from a night out. I never reported what I witnessed. The combination of an illegal venue, widespread substance use, and my own recreational chemical consumption created the perfect conditions for dismissal. My account easily characterized as drug-induced paranoia or hallucination. Instead, I transferred to a university in Manchester within weeks, changing my phone number, email address, and social media profiles, abandoning the photography portfolio that had documented my access to London's underground scene. For months afterwards, I obsessively tracked missing person reports across London, searching for faces I remembered from that night. 2 disappearances aligned with the time frame and demographic: a Dutch exchange student and a junior fashion buyer, both reported missing after nights out with friends. Both cases eventually going cold when investigations revealed their final communications mentioned attending an exclusive underground event they'd been invited to through recent acquaintances. 3 years have passed, but certain stimuli still trigger visceral flashbacks, particular bass frequencies that resonate at the exact pitch used during those synchronized drops, the specific red wavelength that illuminated that final threshold, the distinctive UV reactive ink used for entry stamps. Sometimes I think I glimpse Mirror on crowded streets, or in the background of social media posts, though rational thought suggests this is hypervigilance rather than actual sighting. The most disturbing aspect isn't just what I witnessed, but how perfectly the operation exploited legitimate cultural spaces for predatory purposes, using the authentic underground music scene's existing structures and values against it. The desire for exclusive experiences, the normalization of mysterious venues and cryptic access methods, the community's justifiable wariness of official documentation, all seamlessly repurposed to facilitate unspeakable activities broadcast to dark web viewers. I haven't attended any dance music event since that night, haven't stood in a crowd where I couldn't identify every exit, haven't allowed myself to experience the surrender to collective movement that once defined my social experience. The bass drops that once signaled release now represent only danger. The carefully calculated moments when chaos provides perfect cover, when the sensory overload of hundreds drowns out the disappearance of one, when the darkest corners of the web momentarily intersect with physical space to claim new content for audiences whose entertainment demands are met with living supply. I barely slept in the past 2 weeks. Every little sound makes me jump now. The refrigerator humming, a car door closing outside, the heating system clicking on. I keep thinking I hear things that aren't there, voices hidden in everyday noises. The more I keep this bottled up, the more I feel like I'm going to lose my mind completely, so here goes. I work as an audio engineer at a small recording studio in Bristol. Nothing fancy or high profile, mostly local bands and podcast production. But I've always had a good ear for sound. That's what makes this whole thing so much worse. I should have noticed it sooner. I should have recognized what I was hearing the first time. About 3 weeks ago, my friend Alex sent me a message asking if I could give some feedback on a music track he was working on. We've known each other since university, where we both studied sound engineering, but while I went into studio work, he took a more experimental route with electronic music. He's always sending me works in progress, asking for my opinion on mixing or mastering, and I'm usually happy to help. It's a good arrangement. I keep my critical listening skills sharp, and he gets free professional feedback. The track he sent me that night was different from his usual style. He described it as ambient experimental, with some field recordings mixed in. He said he'd been playing around with layering environmental sounds to create atmosphere beneath the music. That didn't seem unusual to me. Field recordings are common in certain genres, and Alex was always trying new techniques. I remember it was a Tuesday night, around 11 p.m. I just finished a late session at the studio and was unwinding at my desk at home with a glass of whiskey, still wearing the clothes I'd worked in all day. My flat was quiet, except for the occasional car passing on the wet street outside. It had been raining all day, one of those endless grey February days that make you feel like summer might never come again. I put on my studio headphones, the expensive ones I use for detailed listening, and downloaded Alex's track. It was about 8 minutes long, which seemed a bit excessive for a demo, but that was typical of Alex. He's never been one for radio-friendly 3-minute songs. The track started with a low drone, gradually building with subtle electronic elements. Nothing unusual there. Around the 2-minute mark, the field recordings began to blend in. What sounded like distant traffic, wind through trees, maybe the ambient noise of a public space. It was actually quite effective, creating this sense of physical space within the music. But around 4 minutes in, something caught my attention. Behind the main elements, almost completely buried in the mix, I could hear what sounded like voices. This isn't uncommon in field recordings. You often pick up snippets of conversation when recording in public places, but something about these voices made me uneasy. They sounded tense, maybe frightened. I adjusted the equalization on my computer, boosting the mid-range frequencies where human voices typically sit, and played that section again. With the adjustment, I could make out more clearly what sounded like a person, possibly a woman, speaking urgently. The words weren't clear, but the tone definitely conveyed distress. I paused the track, feeling suddenly uncomfortable. I told myself it was just an interesting sample Alex had found online or recorded from a film. Field recordings often have strange, ambiguous sounds that your brain tries to interpret as something recognizable. Audio engineers call it pareidolia, like seeing faces in clouds, but with sound. Your brain tries to find patterns, meaning, where there might be none. I continued listening, but now I was focused entirely on the background elements. As the track progressed, the voices became slightly more prominent. Around the 6-minute mark, buried under a swelling synth pad, I distinctly heard what sounded like someone screaming. It was distant, heavily processed with reverb, but unmistakable once I'd noticed it. And it didn't sound like it was from a film or staged. It had a raw, desperate quality that made my skin crawl. I stopped the track again and took off my headphones, suddenly aware of how fast my heart was beating. The silence of my flat felt oppressive now. I took a large sip of whiskey, trying to calm myself down. I was being ridiculous. Alex was just experimenting with unsettling samples to create atmosphere. That's all it was. I put my headphones back on, determined to finish listening professionally. The final 2 minutes of the track became increasingly chaotic, with the background voices and sounds growing more prominent beneath the music. What I'd initially perceived as artistic ambient noise now sounded like a deliberate attempt to mask something disturbing. The screams, though still distant, seemed to multiply. And underneath it all, there was a rhythmic sound I couldn't quite identify. Mechanical, repetitive. When the track finally ended, I sat in silence for several minutes. A rational part of my brain was saying that Alex had simply created a disturbing piece of experimental music. Maybe he'd sampled horror movies or found some creepy sounds online. But another part of me, the part that had spent years training to distinguish subtle details in audio, was deeply unsettled. I played the track again, this time opening it in my professional audio software where I could visualize the sound waves and separate the frequencies. With the proper tools, I began isolating different layers of the recording. The main musical elements were clearly composed and synthetic, as expected, but the background field recordings appeared to be a single continuous audio file that had been processed to sound distant. When I isolated this layer and enhanced it, what I heard made me physically recoil from my desk. It was unmistakably people in extreme distress, multiple voices begging, screaming, crying. The mechanical sound I'd noticed was clearer now too, something repetitive and metallic, like a crank or lever being operated. And beneath it all, almost imperceptible even with enhancement, was a voice speaking calmly, methodically, giving instructions. I felt physically sick. This couldn't be some creative sample Alex had found. It was too raw, too consistent. It sounded like genuine audio of people being tortured. With shaking hands, I sent Alex a message, asking about the source of the field recordings. His response came quickly. Just some stuff I found in an interesting corner of the web. Thought it added a unique atmosphere. Too intense. That vague answer only increased my unease. I pressed him, asking directly if he knew what the voices in the background were. He replied that he hadn't noticed any distinct voices, just atmospheric noise. Either he was lying, or he genuinely hadn't heard what was clearly audible to my trained ear once I knew to look for it. Neither option was comforting. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about what I'd heard and what it might mean. The next morning, I decided to extract the background audio layer completely and run it through additional filters to clean it up further. What emerged was far worse than I'd initially thought. The clearer audio revealed what sounded like a methodical session where someone was calmly directing the torture of multiple people. The most disturbing part was that the voice occasionally referenced viewers or an audience, as if this was being streamed or recorded specifically for others to watch. I'd heard of red rooms on the dark web, supposedly live streams of torture or worse that people paid to watch. Most experts said they were urban legends, technically impossible to stream reliably through Tor networks. But what if they were real? What if instead of streaming video, which requires significant bandwidth, they distributed high-quality audio recordings afterward? I felt caught in an impossible situation. If what I'd heard was real, it was evidence of horrific crimes. But going to the police would mean explaining how I came to possess it, potentially implicating myself and definitely implicating Alex. And would they even take it seriously? It would sound insane. Claims of hidden torture audio in an experimental music track. I decided to dig deeper first. I checked the audio file's metadata, looking for any clues about its origin. The original field recording had been created 3 months earlier, according to the timestamp. But more disturbing was a hidden comment in the metadata, a string of random characters followed by .onion, unmistakably a dark web address. That night, Alex sent me another message asking what I thought of the track. I gave him some vague technical feedback, afraid to reveal what I'd discovered. He seemed pleased and mentioned he had more experimental audio he'd like my opinion on, if I was interested. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid. What if Alex was involved in something terrible? What if he was testing me somehow, seeing if I would notice the hidden sounds? Or worse, what if he wasn't the one who put them there at all? What if someone had compromised his computer or accounts? A week after receiving the track, I received an anonymous email. The subject line was simply those same random characters I'd found in the metadata. The body contained only 2 sentences. "We noticed you've been listening very carefully. Would you like to hear more?" I immediately deleted the email and shut down my computer. My hands were shaking so badly I spilled my drink across my desk. Someone knew I'd isolated that audio. Someone was watching. I haven't responded to any of Alex's messages since then. I bought a new laptop and phone. I stay at different friends' houses, never in my own flat for more than a few hours to collect essentials. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if I'm being followed. The worst part is the uncertainty. Was what I heard actually real? Or was it an elaborate hoax? Is Alex involved? Or is he being used somehow? And who sent that email? I don't know if I'll ever have answers, and I'm too afraid to keep looking. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I can hear those screams again, hidden beneath the normal sounds of the world around me. And I wonder how many other recordings like that are out there, with horrors hidden in their background noise, waiting for someone with the right ear to discover them. I referred a patient to someone I thought was a legitimate specialist, and 6 months later I discovered what those appointments had actually involved. The guilt of that still wakes me up most nights, knowing I sent someone into danger whilst believing I was helping them. I'm a GP working at a surgery in Cardiff, been there for around 12 years now. It's the sort of practice where you get to know your patients properly, see the same families for years, watch children grow up and elderly patients gradually decline. I'd always taken pride in that continuity of care, in being someone people could trust with their health concerns. Last spring, a pharmaceutical rep named Helen started visiting the surgery. Nothing unusual about that. Drug companies send representatives to practices all the time, promoting their products and leaving samples. Helen was professional and knowledgeable, representing a company I'd vaguely heard of but didn't know much about. She focused mainly on pain management medications and treatments for chronic conditions. Over several months, Helen became a regular presence at the surgery. She'd drop by every few weeks, always polite and never pushy, just making herself available if any of us wanted to discuss her company's products. She brought lunch for the staff occasionally, remembered people's birthdays, the sort of relationship building that pharmaceutical reps typically engage in. During one of her visits, Helen mentioned that her company had started offering a specialized pain management program for patients with complex chronic conditions. It was being piloted in select areas, combining medication with physiotherapy and psychological support. She explained that they were looking for general practitioner practices willing to refer suitable patients for assessment. The program sounded legitimate enough. Helen provided detailed literature about it, including information about the specialists involved and the treatment protocols they used. She emphasized that it was completely free for patients, funded by her company as part of a research initiative into integrated pain management approaches. All I needed to do was identify patients who might benefit and provide their details for the assessment team to contact them. I had several patients who fit the criteria perfectly. People with chronic back pain, fibromyalgia, arthritis that wasn't responding well to conventional treatments. These were individuals I'd been treating for years, watching them struggle with pain that significantly impacted their quality of life. The idea that they could access specialized support at no cost seemed like an opportunity I couldn't ignore. I discussed the program with 3 of my patients, all middle-aged women dealing with different chronic pain conditions. I explained what Helen had told me about the integrated approach and the research component. All 3 agreed to be referred, grateful for the chance to try something that might help where other treatments had failed. Helen collected their details and contact information. She assured me the assessment team would be in touch with them within a fortnight to arrange initial consultations. She mentioned that the appointments would take place at a private clinic in Bristol, about an hour's drive from Cardiff, and that transport could be arranged if needed. Over the next few months, I'd check in with those 3 patients during their regular appointments. They all mentioned they'd been contacted and had attended initial assessments. The reports seemed positive but vague. They'd mentioned seeing specialists and undergoing various examinations, but when I asked for specifics, They'd say they'd been asked not to discuss the details until the program was complete. Something about maintaining research integrity. That should have concerned me more than it did. The vagueness of their descriptions, the emphasis on confidentiality, the fact that I never received any clinical updates from the specialists supposedly managing their care. But I was busy. The patients seemed reasonably satisfied with the attention they were receiving, and I had no concrete reason to question what Helen had told me. It was one of my colleagues who first raised doubts. Dr. Patel mentioned during a staff meeting that she'd tried to research Helen's pharmaceutical company and couldn't find much information about them online. The company had a basic website but no significant presence, no press releases about their research programs, nothing that suggested they were legitimate players in the pharmaceutical industry. That conversation prompted me to do my own research. I searched for the pain management program Helen had described and found absolutely nothing. No published studies, no mentions in medical journals, no references to the Bristol clinic where my patients were supposedly being treated. I tried searching for the specialists Helen had named in her literature, and while some of them existed, none were actually affiliated with the company or program she'd described. I called Helen's mobile number, but it went straight to voicemail. I tried the company's main number from their website, and it rang endlessly without being answered. I emailed the addresses Helen had provided, and all my messages bounced back as undeliverable. That's when I started to panic. I'd referred 3 of my patients to what was apparently a fake medical program, providing their personal details and medical information to someone I now realized I knew almost nothing about. I had no idea where they had actually been going for those appointments or who they'd been seeing. I contacted all 3 patients immediately, asking them to come in for urgent appointments. 2 of them attended within days. The third, a woman named Margaret, who'd been dealing with chronic back pain for years, didn't respond to my calls or messages. When I tried her emergency contact, her daughter told me Margaret had moved away suddenly about a month earlier and hadn't left a forwarding address. The 2 patients who did come in were reluctant to discuss the program at first. They'd been told that breaking confidentiality before the research concluded would disqualify them from receiving the full treatment benefits. But when I explained my concerns about the program's legitimacy, they started sharing details that made my stomach turn. The appointments hadn't taken place at a medical clinic. They'd been conducted at a residential property in Bristol, a large house that had been fitted out to look clinical, but wasn't a registered medical facility. The so-called specialists weren't doctors or physiotherapists. The examinations had been intrusive and humiliating, involving extensive photography and video recording that the patients were told was necessary for medical documentation. They'd been given medications during these sessions, pills and injections that supposedly targeted their pain conditions, but that neither patient could identify. The medications made them drowsy and compliant, which is why they couldn't recall all the details of what happened during their appointments. What they did remember suggested the examinations went far beyond anything medically necessary or appropriate. Both women described feeling violated but not understanding why at the time. The people conducting the examinations had used proper medical terminology and maintained a clinical atmosphere, which made it difficult to recognize that what was happening was actually abuse disguised as treatment. They'd trusted the program because their GP had referred them to it, never imagining I'd send them somewhere dangerous. I reported everything to the police and the General Medical Council immediately. The police investigation uncovered that Helen wasn't a pharmaceutical rep at all. She was part of a group that targeted medical practices, posing as legitimate company representatives to gain access to patient information and identify vulnerable individuals who could be exploited. The house in Bristol, where the appointments had taken place, was owned by someone with no medical qualifications whatsoever. The property had been deliberately set up to resemble a clinical environment, complete with examination tables, medical equipment, and official-looking documentation. Everything designed to maintain the illusion of legitimacy, whilst actual abuse was taking place. The police found recording equipment throughout the house. Everything that happened during those appointments had been filmed from multiple angles, apparently for distribution, rather than any medical purpose. They discovered files containing videos of dozens of women, not just my 3 patients, but many others who'd been referred by different doctors across Wales and the southwest of England. The recordings had been uploaded to a website on the dark web, marketed as genuine medical examinations conducted without the patient's knowledge or consent. The site charged for access to different categories of content, with prices varying based on the type of examination and the patient's appearance. My patients' videos were among hundreds available for viewing and download. What made it particularly disturbing was how the scheme exploited the trust inherent in medical relationships. The fake programs specifically targeted patients with chronic pain conditions because those individuals were often desperate for help and willing to try treatments they might otherwise question. They trusted their doctors' referrals implicitly, never imagining a general practitioner would unknowingly direct them into such a situation. The investigation revealed that Helen and her associates had been operating this scheme for over 2 years, targeting multiple GP practices across the region. They'd refined their approach over time, learning which types of doctors were most likely to make referrals without extensive verification. Busy practices with high patient loads were ideal targets because doctors didn't have time to thoroughly investigate every program or specialist they encountered. I had to contact every patient I'd ever discussed the program with, even those who hadn't been referred, to ensure they hadn't been approached independently by Helen's group. I had to explain to the families of those who had been referred what their loved ones had actually experienced during those appointments. The conversations were devastating, watching people realize that medical authority had been used to facilitate abuse. The 2 patients who'd attended my urgent appointments both reported significant trauma from the experience. They'd sought medical help for legitimate pain conditions and ended up being violated and filmed without their knowledge. The medications they'd been given had made it difficult to resist or fully comprehend what was happening, which added another layer of violation to the whole experience. Margaret, the patient who disappeared, was eventually located living in a hostel in Birmingham. She'd left Cardiff suddenly after realizing something was wrong with the program and feeling too ashamed to explain to anyone what had happened. She was the patient who'd attended the most appointments, around 8 or 9 over 4 months, and she carried the most trauma from the experience. She trusted me completely when I referred her, never questioning that the program might be anything other than what I'd described. The recordings of my patients were removed from that specific website, but the police confirmed they'd been downloaded numerous times before the site was shut down. Those videos existed somewhere in private collections, possibly redistributed through other platforms that law enforcement couldn't access or monitor. The violation was permanent, irreversible, continuing to exist in spaces the victims would never be able to control. Helen and 3 others involved in the scheme were eventually arrested and prosecuted. The sentences seemed inadequate given the scale of what they'd done, the number of women they'd exploited, the systematic way they'd corrupted medical trust to facilitate abuse. Helen received 5 years, serving probably half that before release. The others received similar or lighter sentences. The professional consequences for me were severe. I was formally reprimanded by the GMC for failing to adequately verify the program before making referrals. My defense that I'd been deliberately deceived by sophisticated criminals was noted, but didn't eliminate my responsibility to protect my patients from harm. Several of the affected patients filed complaints, which I couldn't defend against because ultimately I had failed them. My reputation in the medical community was damaged beyond repair. Other GPs knew about what happened, knew that my lack of due diligence had resulted in patients being abused. Pharmaceutical reps stopped visiting because I'd become too cautious, questioning everything to the point of being unable to make normal clinical decisions. Patients started transferring to other practices, unwilling to trust a doctor who'd made such a catastrophic error in judgment. I eventually left that practice and moved to a different part of the country, taking a position at a walk-in center where I see patients only once and have no ongoing responsibility for their care. It's the only type of medical work I can still manage psychologically. The idea of developing long-term patient relationships, of being someone people trust with their health over time, is too frightening now. I can't risk making another referral that might harm someone. I still think about those 3 women constantly, particularly Margaret, who trusted me most completely and suffered most extensively as a result. I think about the appointments I sent them to, believing I was helping them access specialized care when I was actually facilitating their abuse. I think about the videos that still exist somewhere online, permanent records of violations that happened because I didn't ask enough questions or verify information I should have checked. The worst part is knowing it's still happening. Helen's group was one operation, but the police explained these schemes are increasingly common. Criminals pose as medical professionals, pharmaceutical representatives, research coordinators, anything that gives them access to vulnerable patients through the medical system. They exploit doctors' desire to help, patients' desperation for relief, and the trust that makes healthcare possible. I wanted to warn other GPs about what happened, to share my story, so they'd be more careful about verifying referrals and programs. But doing so means publicly acknowledging my failure, potentially exposing my former patients to unwanted attention, and admitting that I'm the doctor who sent vulnerable women into danger. Medical journals weren't interested in publishing something so damaging to the profession's reputation. Conferences didn't want speakers discussing how easily medical trust could be exploited. So instead, I carry this knowledge silently, working in a walk-in center where I treat minor ailments and never have to make complex clinical decisions. I see patients with coughs and rashes and twisted ankles, conditions I can manage without referrals or trust or ongoing relationships. It's not the career I trained for or imagined having, but it's the only way I can continue practicing medicine without the constant fear of harming someone again. Sometimes I search for news about similar schemes, checking if anyone else has fallen for the same trick. I found a few stories about fake medical programs and fraudulent pharmaceutical companies, though none quite like what I experienced. I wonder how many other doctors have made similar mistakes but never discovered the truth, never found out where their referrals actually led. I think about Margaret particularly often, about the trust in her eyes when I explained the program to her, how grateful she was for the opportunity to try something new after years of unsuccessful treatments. She believed I was helping her, and I believed it too. We were both wrong, but my error had consequences she'll live with forever. The recording still exists somewhere in the hidden corners of the internet, viewed by people I'll never identify. Those women's pain and vulnerability, which they'd shared with me as their doctor in hopes of finding relief, was converted into something else entirely. Their trust was exploited, their bodies violated, their dignity destroyed, all because I accepted information from someone whose credentials I should have verified but didn't. That's what keeps me awake now. Not dramatic fear or immediate danger, but the quiet, persistent guilt of knowing I facilitated harm to people who trusted me. The knowledge that somewhere online permanent records exist of violations I enabled. The understanding that no amount of career change or geographical distance can undo what happened or restore what those women lost. I made a mistake, a single mistake born of wanting to help, of being too busy to verify information properly, of trusting someone who presented herself professionally and seemed legitimate. One mistake that echoed outward in ways I couldn't predict, that harmed people I'd sworn to protect, that continues harming them still through videos I can't remove and consequences I can't reverse. That's the reality I live with now, not the horror of malicious intent, but the horror of good intentions weaponized by people who understood exactly how to exploit a doctor's desire to help their patients, and knowing that somewhere, in hidden corners of the internet I'll never access, my failure is still being commodified and viewed, still causing harm, still existing as permanent evidence of the worst mistake I'll ever make. Right, so this is going to sound absurd, but I've got to tell someone what's been happening to me because I'm honestly not sure what to do anymore. I've always been the sort of person who minds their own business, keeps their head down, pays the bills on time. You know the type. Nothing exciting ever happens to people like me, which is exactly how I preferred it. I work from home doing proofreading for small publishers, live alone in a rented terraced house in Didcot. That's nothing special, but it suits me fine. My biggest worry used to be whether I'd have enough work to cover the rent each month. That all changed about 6 months ago when my washing machine packed up. Sounds trivial, doesn't it? The sort of everyday annoyance that happens to everyone eventually. But what started as a simple repair job has turned into something I'm still trying to wrap my head around. And I keep wondering if I'm losing my mind, or if this is actually as serious as it seems. The machine had been making grinding noises for weeks before it finally gave up completely. Nothing dramatic, just stopped mid-cycle one Tuesday morning, leaving me with a drum full of soggy clothes and no obvious way to get them clean. I rent a small terraced house in Didcot, and the landlord's policy is that tenants handle their own appliance repairs, so I started looking for local washing machine engineers. That's how I found Dave's number, scribbled on a card pinned to the notice board in the local co-op. No fancy business name or website address, just Dave, all appliances fixed, with a mobile number written in blue biro. The sort of basic advertising you see from tradesmen who rely on word of mouth rather than internet marketing. I called him that afternoon and he sounded professional enough over the phone. Said he could come round the following day during his lunch break to have a look at the machine, and that his call-out fee was £30 whether he could fix it or not. Standard rates for that sort of work, and he seemed keen to fit me in quickly. Dave turned out to be a short, stocky bloke in his 40s, wearing navy overalls and carrying a toolbox that looked like it had seen better days. He was polite and methodical, spending nearly an hour diagnosing the problem with my machine. Eventually, he concluded that the drum bearings had failed and would need replacing, but the parts would cost more than the machine was worth. Instead of trying to sell me an expensive repair, he suggested I might be better off buying a replacement. He mentioned that he occasionally had refurbished machines available and that he could probably source something suitable within my budget if I wasn't in a rush. This seemed reasonable enough, so I gave him my contact details and asked him to let me know if anything appropriate came up. He said he'd keep an eye out and would call me within the week if he found anything promising. Dave called 3 days later with details of a nearly new machine that had come from a house clearance. The previous owners had moved abroad unexpectedly and couldn't take their appliances with them, so everything was being sold off cheaply. He could deliver and install it for £200, which was significantly less than I'd expected to pay for a decent replacement. I arranged for him to bring it round the following Saturday morning. He arrived punctually with the machine loaded in the back of his van. Along with a young lad he introduced as his nephew who was helping with deliveries. The installation went smoothly, and the machine worked perfectly when we tested it with a quick wash cycle. Dave explained the various settings and programs, then spent several minutes showing me how to clean the filter and maintain the rubber seals to prevent future problems. But there was something about his behavior during the installation that struck me as odd. He seemed unusually interested in the layout of my house, asking questions about my work schedule and whether I lived alone. When I mentioned that I worked from home as a freelance proofreader, he made several comments about how convenient it must be to have such a flexible routine. He also spent considerable time examining my existing plumbing and electrical connections, taking photographs with his phone supposedly, to ensure he had the right fittings for future reference. This seemed professional enough, but he photographed more than just the utility connections. I noticed him capturing images of my kitchen layout, the view from my windows, and even the contents of some cupboards while he was checking pipework. At the time, I assumed this was just thoroughness on his part. Some tradesmen are very methodical about documenting their work, and Dave had been professional in every other respect. It was only later that I started questioning his motives for gathering so much information about my living arrangements. The first sign that something wasn't right came about 2 weeks after the installation. I started receiving marketing calls from companies I'd never heard of, all offering services that seemed remarkably well tailored to my specific circumstances. There were calls about home security systems that would be ideal for someone living alone in a terraced house. Offers of broadband upgrades that mentioned my work from home situation, despite the fact that I'd never discussed my internet usage with any service providers. Even unsolicited quotes for household insurance that included specific details about my property layout and contents. The callers knew too much about my personal circumstances for this to be coincidental marketing. Someone had provided them with detailed information about my living situation, work arrangements, and daily routine. I started paying attention to other changes in my routine that had occurred since Dave's visit. I'd been receiving more posts addressed to previous occupants of my house, including bank statements and official documents that suggested someone was using my address for financial services I'd never heard of. There had also been several instances of people knocking on my door asking for directions or claiming to be conducting surveys, but their questions seemed more focused on confirming my identity and schedule than gathering general information. Most concerning was a pattern of minor problems with services and deliveries. My internet connection had become unreliable. My post was being delivered at inconsistent times, and I'd received several packages that I hadn't ordered, but which contained items that were obviously intended for someone monitoring my daily activities. These packages contained things like small electronic devices, camera equipment, and recording equipment that had no obvious legitimate purpose for someone in my circumstances. I began to suspect that Dave's visit had been more than a simple appliance repair and replacement operation. Looking back at his behavior during the installation, I realized that his questions about my routine and his extensive photography of my property had been systematic rather than casual. He'd been gathering intelligence about my living situation for reasons that had nothing to do with washing machine maintenance. I tried to contact him using the mobile number from his original advertisement, but it was no longer in service. The card had disappeared from the co-op notice board, and none of the local appliance repair businesses I contacted had heard of anyone called Dave operating in the area. He'd vanished completely, leaving only the washing machine and the growing evidence that my personal information was being circulated among people with unknown motives for wanting detailed intelligence about my daily life. I started researching similar cases online, looking for information about tradesmen who used service calls as opportunities to gather personal information for identity theft or other criminal purposes. What I found suggested this was a more common problem than I'd realized, but the cases I discovered seemed to focus on financial fraud rather than the comprehensive surveillance I was experiencing. Following various leads and references led me into online communities where people discussed more sophisticated forms of personal intelligence gathering. Some of these communities operated through private channels that required special access methods to reach. Eventually, I found myself exploring parts of the internet that exist beyond normal search engines. What I discovered was that Dave hadn't been working alone, and his operation wasn't focused on traditional financial fraud. The platforms I accessed contained extensive databases of personal information about ordinary people, organized by location, lifestyle, and vulnerability factors. My own details were there, listed under a section that seemed to specialize in people who lived alone and worked from home. The information was remarkably comprehensive, including not just the basic details Dave had observed during his visit, but additional intelligence that had been gathered through other methods. Details about my work clients, my financial situation, my social relationships, and my daily routine that could only have been obtained through systematic monitoring of my activities. But this wasn't a passive database. It was an active marketplace where detailed personal information was being sold to buyers with specific requirements. The platform operated like a sophisticated customer service operation, with different categories of information available at various price points. Basic profiles cost relatively small amounts, but comprehensive intelligence packages that included real-time monitoring and regular updates were priced at several £1,000s. Dave's role had been what they called primary access acquisition, gaining entry to target properties under legitimate pretexts and gathering initial intelligence that could then be developed through other methods. The washing machine replacement had been a perfect cover for conducting a thorough survey of my living situation while establishing credibility for future contact. But the operation didn't stop with Dave's visit. The information he'd gathered had been used to coordinate a comprehensive monitoring program that involved multiple people and various surveillance methods. The marketing calls, the misdirected post, the unexpected deliveries. All of this had been part of a systematic intelligence gathering operation designed to build a complete picture of my daily life and personal circumstances. The buyers for this information weren't necessarily planning traditional crimes like burglary or identity theft. Many seemed to be purchasing personal intelligence for psychological reasons that were harder to understand, but potentially more disturbing. There were discussion threads about clients who used the gathered information to create elaborate fantasies about their relationships with the surveillance targets. They would study the intelligence reports in obsessive detail, learning intimate facts about strangers' daily routines and personal habits. Some took this further, using the information to engineer coincidental encounters with their targets, or to insert themselves into their daily routines through carefully planned interactions. Others seemed content to simply observe from a distance, knowing that they had access to private information about people who remained completely unaware they were being monitored. But the most disturbing category of buyers were those who used the personal intelligence as preparation for what they called direct engagement activities. These clients were purchasing comprehensive information about specific individuals as groundwork for more serious interventions that required detailed knowledge of their targets' vulnerabilities and daily routines. Reading through the client testimonials and service reviews, I began to understand that Dave's visit had been the beginning of a much larger operation that was still ongoing. The monitoring hadn't stopped when he'd completed the washing machine installation. It had simply moved to more subtle methods that were harder to detect, but potentially more invasive than his initial intelligence gathering. My internet activities were being tracked, my phone calls were being monitored, and my daily movements were being documented through methods I couldn't identify, but which provided whoever was watching me with real-time information about my activities and whereabouts. The evidence was in the precision of the marketing calls and unsolicited approaches I'd been receiving. The callers knew not just my basic personal details, but also my current mood, my recent purchases, and even my immediate plans for the day. They were accessing information that could only be obtained through comprehensive surveillance of my digital communications and physical activities. I realized that the washing machine Dave had installed probably contained monitoring equipment that was providing ongoing access to my home network and personal devices. The machine was connected to my Wi-Fi for diagnostic purposes, and it would be relatively simple to use that connection for unauthorized data collection. But I also suspected that my property had been accessed again since Dave's visit, probably to install additional surveillance equipment in locations where it would be virtually undetectable. The pattern of minor service problems I'd been experiencing, internet outages, delivery issues, unexpected correspondence, could all be explained as methods for testing and maintaining surveillance systems that had been installed throughout my property. I was living in a house that had been comprehensively compromised by people who were monitoring my every activity and selling that information to anonymous buyers with unknown motivations. The realization made me physically sick, but it also explained why I'd been feeling increasingly paranoid and anxious over the past few months. My subconscious had been picking up on signs of surveillance that my rational mind had dismissed as coincidence. I started paying closer attention to my environment, looking for evidence of the monitoring equipment I now knew had been installed throughout my property. What I found confirmed my worst suspicions. There were small cameras concealed in light fittings and smoke detectors, audio recording devices hidden in electrical outlets, and monitoring equipment built into appliances I'd assumed were legitimate. The washing machine Dave had installed was certainly part of the surveillance network, but it was just one component in a comprehensive monitoring system that covered every room in my house. They could see and hear everything I did, 24 hours a day, and they were presumably sharing that information with the clients who had purchased access to my personal intelligence profile. But discovering the surveillance equipment didn't provide any obvious path toward removing it or escaping from their monitoring network. The devices were professionally installed and integrated into my property's essential systems in ways that would make removal virtually impossible without completely rewiring the house. Even if I could identify and disable all the obvious surveillance equipment, there were probably backup systems and remote monitoring methods that would maintain their access to my personal information. More troubling was the realization that moving to a different property wouldn't solve the problem. The intelligence they'd gathered about my routine, preferences, and behavior patterns would allow them to re-establish surveillance wherever I relocated. They knew me well enough to predict my actions and could simply repeat Dave's initial approach with whatever cover story seemed most appropriate for my new circumstances. I was trapped in a surveillance network that had been designed to be inescapable once the initial intelligence gathering had been completed. The only way to stop the monitoring would be to somehow identify and confront the people operating the network, but they remain completely anonymous and operated through platforms that were designed to protect their identities. I could report the surveillance to the police, but what evidence could I provide beyond my suspicions about a washing machine repair that had seemed legitimate at the time? The monitoring equipment had been professionally concealed, and the intelligence marketplace operated through channels that would be virtually impossible for authorities to investigate. Even if I could prove that surveillance was taking place, the operators could simply claim it was legitimate research or marketing activity. The information they were gathering and selling wasn't necessarily illegal. It was just comprehensively invasive. I've been living with this knowledge for 3 months now, trying to maintain normal routines, while knowing that everything I do is being monitored and potentially shared with anonymous buyers who might have any number of motivations for wanting detailed access to my private life. The psychological pressure is worse than any physical threat could be. Knowing that your most private moments are being observed and commodified creates a level of paranoia that makes normal life almost impossible to maintain. But I've also started to notice changes in my circumstances that suggest the monitoring operation is moving to a new phase. People have begun approaching me in public places, engaging in conversations that demonstrate surprising knowledge about my personal interests and daily routine. Shop assistants who know details about my purchasing habits that they shouldn't have access to. Neighbors who seem unusually interested in my work schedule and social relationships. Even delivery drivers and service technicians who visit my property seem to know more about my circumstances than their professional roles should require. I'm surrounded by people who have access to intimate details about my private life, while I remain ignorant of their true motivations for engaging with me. The surveillance network hasn't just been monitoring me. It's been building a comprehensive profile that can be used to engineer social interactions and manipulate my daily environment in ways that remain virtually undetectable. I think they're preparing for something that requires more direct access than remote surveillance can provide. Yesterday, I received a call from someone claiming to be Dave's business partner, explaining that they needed to perform routine maintenance on the washing machine he'd installed. They offered to come round this weekend to check the connections and update the software systems. I know this is the next phase of whatever operation began with Dave's initial visit 6 months ago. But I also know that refusing the appointment would only confirm their assessment that I've become aware of their surveillance activities, which might accelerate whatever they're planning to do next. Sometimes the only choice available is between cooperating with people who are exploiting you or resisting them in ways that might make your situation even worse. I'm going to let them into my house this weekend because I don't think I have any realistic alternative. But I wanted to document what I've learned in case something happens to me, or in case my behavior suddenly changes in ways that concern people who know me. If you're reading this, be careful about letting tradesmen into your home, especially ones who seem unusually interested in your personal circumstances, or who ask more questions than their work requires. Dave is probably still out there, looking for new targets and gathering intelligence for clients who remain completely anonymous, but definitely aren't benign. Your washing machine breaking down might seem like a minor inconvenience, but it could be the beginning of something much worse than you ever imagined possible. So this USB stick I found on the bus last November pretty much ruined my life. I'm not even exaggerating. It was just a normal commute home from work on the 47 to Fallowfield. I was exhausted after a long day fixing everyone's problems, and I just wanted to get home. You know when you're so tired you're basically on autopilot? That was me. I sat in my usual spot upstairs, and there it was, just wedged in the seat crack. I didn't think twice about pocketing it. Who doesn't need an extra USB, right? I wish I had just left it there. I really, really wish I had just left it there. This happened about 4 months ago on my commute home from work. I work in IT support for a small company in Manchester. Nothing fancy, just fixing printers and helping people who've forgotten their passwords for the 1000th time. I usually take the bus home, about a 40-minute ride through the city. I'm one of those people who always sits in the same seat if I can, second level, near the back, by the window. It was a Friday evening in November, already dark by 5 p.m, with that cold drizzle that seems to soak through everything. The bus was packed with people heading home or out for the weekend. I was exhausted after a long week and just wanted to zone out with my headphones on. When I got to my usual spot, I noticed someone had left something in the seat crack. It was a USB stick, just a basic black one without any markings or labels. I picked it up, thinking I'd hand it to the driver, but then I figured whoever had lost it was probably long gone. Those things are so common nowadays, and this one looked pretty standard, probably worth less than a $5. So I pocketed it without much thought. I'm a bit of a tech hoarder anyway. My flat is full of old cables and gadgets I never use but can't bring myself to throw away. At worst, I'd format it and add it to my collection of spares. When I got home, I made dinner and nearly forgot about the USB stick until I was emptying my pockets before throwing my jeans in the wash. I pulled it out and figured I might as well check what was on it before wiping it. Maybe there'd be contact information for the owner. I remember this moment so clearly, sitting at my desk, plugging the drive into my laptop, the mundane feeling of mild curiosity about what I might find. University assignments, work documents, holiday photos. I wasn't prepared for what actually appeared on my screen. The drive contained a single folder labeled Sessions. No documents, no contact information, just that one folder. Already this felt a bit off, but I clicked on it anyway. Inside were multiple video files, each with a file name that was just a date and number sequence. Something like 20221103-S17.mp4 and so on. There were about 20 files in total, organized by date over what looked like a 3-month period. I should have been more cautious, but curiosity got the better of me. I clicked on the most recent file, thinking it might be dashcam footage or something similar. The video took a moment to load, and when it did, I initially couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. The footage showed a room with concrete walls, dimly lit with a harsh overhead light. It looked like some kind of basement or storage area. There was a metal table in the center and various equipment arranged neatly on shelves along one wall. At first glance, it could have been a workshop or some kind of industrial space. But then the camera angle shifted, and I saw a person strapped to a chair. I can't adequately describe the feeling that washed over me. Like my blood had suddenly turned cold. The person was a man, maybe in his 30s, with a bag over his head. He was clearly terrified, his chest heaving with rapid breaths, his arms straining against restraints. A figure appeared in frame, wearing what looked like a medical mask and latex gloves. They moved methodically around the room, selecting tools from the shelves, arranging them on the metal table with disturbing precision. I should have closed the video immediately. Any normal person would have. But there's this horrible paralysis that comes with witnessing something so unexpected and terrifying. A kind of disbelief that makes you keep watching, as if your brain needs to confirm that what you're seeing is actually real. The masked figure approached the restrained man and removed the bag from his head. His face was bruised, one eye swollen shut. The look of absolute terror in his other eye is something that still appears in my nightmares. What followed was... I don't even want to describe it in detail. The masked person began methodically torturing the man, occasionally turning to face the camera as if providing instruction or documentation. There was something clinical about it, which somehow made it even more disturbing than if it had seemed driven by rage or sadness. I finally snapped out of my shocked state and slammed my laptop shut. I ran to the bathroom and was violently ill. After washing my face with shaking hands, I returned to my desk and stared at my closed laptop. Part of me was hoping I'd imagined the whole thing, that it was some elaborate prank or viral marketing for a horror film. But I knew what I'd seen was real. Against my better judgment, I opened the laptop again and looked at the other files. I didn't play them. I couldn't stomach seeing more, but I checked their properties. They were all recorded over the past few months, each about an hour long. The most recent was from just 3 days before I found the USB. It suddenly hit me that I was in possession of evidence of violent crimes. I had to go to the police. But then another thought struck me. What if whoever made these videos could somehow track the USB? What if they knew it was missing and were looking for it? Or worse, what if this was intentional? If someone had planted it for someone else to find? I checked the metadata on the files, hoping to find some clue about their origin. That's when I noticed something that made my skin crawl. Each video had been accessed multiple times after being recorded, and the access log showed IP addresses. One in particular appeared repeatedly, and when I checked, it matched my own public IP address. But the timestamps showed the files had been accessed from my IP before I ever found the USB stick. Someone had been accessing these files from my internet connection before I ever found the drive. I disconnected my laptop from the internet immediately. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. Had someone hacked my Wi-Fi? Was this some kind of setup? I spent the next hour changing all my passwords and checking my apartment for signs of intrusion, but everything seemed normal. I decided I needed to examine the USB more carefully before going to the police. If I was being set up somehow, I needed to understand what was happening. Using an old laptop that I kept offline, I looked more closely at the drive's contents. Hidden in the system files was a small executable program. When I checked its code, I know enough programming to understand the basics. I realized it was designed to connect to a remote server whenever the drive was plugged in. It would send information about the computer it was connected to, IP address, user account names, and even attempted to access the webcam. This wasn't just evidence of crimes, it was a trap. Whoever lost this USB hadn't lost it accidentally. They'd set it up to track whoever found it, and they'd already been watching me through my own devices before I ever picked it up. I destroyed the USB that night, smashed it with a hammer, then burned the pieces in my kitchen sink. I reported everything to the police the next day, but without the evidence, they didn't take me seriously. They said they'd look into it, but I could tell from their expressions that they thought I was either exaggerating or mentally unwell. For weeks afterward, I felt watched. I spotted the same car parked outside my building several days in a row. My internet would slow down at odd hours of the night, suggesting someone was using my bandwidth. Once, I came home to find my front door unlocked, though nothing was missing or disturbed. I've since moved to a different city and changed all my online accounts. I use VPNs exclusively now and keep my devices in a Faraday bag when I'm not using them. It might seem paranoid, but I can't shake the feeling that I've been marked somehow. That by simply finding that USB, I accidentally inserted myself into something dark and dangerous. The worst part is not knowing if they're still watching me or why they chose that bus route to plant their device. Was I randomly unfortunate, or was I specifically targeted? Were they trying to frame innocent people for their crimes, or just playing some twisted game? I'll probably never know. Sometimes I wonder about the people in those videos. Were they random victims? Or were they chosen for some reason? Did anyone report them missing? Are their families still searching for them? And how many other USB sticks like that one are out there, waiting to be found by unsuspecting people like me? I check the news occasionally for stories about missing persons in Manchester, wondering if I'll recognize a face. But I never do. It's like these people vanished completely, existing now only in those horrible video files and in my nightmares. So if you ever find a USB stick on public transport, in a car park, or just lying on the street, just leave it there. Don't let curiosity get the better of you like I did, because there are corners of humanity that we're not meant to see, and once you glimpse them, you can never go back to not knowing they exist. And worse still, once you've seen them, they might start looking for you too. I'm writing this as a warning, though I doubt anyone will believe me. 3 weeks ago, I returned from what was supposed to be a luxury vacation and haven't slept properly since. The nightmares are constant. Crystal champagne flutes tinged with blood, marble floors splattered with viscera, the faces of people who thought their wealth made them untouchable by conventional morality. I need to document what happened before they find me. Someone should know the truth about what happens aboard the Poseidon. For context, I'm a cybersecurity consultant specializing in dark web investigations. Most of my work involves tracking financial crimes, ransomware payments, cryptocurrency theft, that sort of thing. I've spent enough time in those shadowy digital corners to recognize the language, the patterns, the coded phrases people use when discussing things they shouldn't. That knowledge is what nearly got me killed. The cruise was a gift from my sister Rebecca, who works in marketing for Elysian Voyages, a new ultra-luxury cruise line catering exclusively to the absurdly wealthy. The Poseidon was their flagship vessel. Less cruise ship, more floating palace with minimum cabin prices starting around £15,000 per person. Rebecca couldn't afford it herself, but occasionally received complimentary berths to distribute to friends and family as part of the company's word-of-mouth marketing strategy. When her husband fell ill, she offered me their spots, knowing I'd been working myself to exhaustion on a particularly disturbing ransomware case involving a children's hospital. I remember stepping aboard and feeling immediately out of place. The atrium gleamed with genuine gold leaf and crystal chandeliers, staffed by attendants who somehow knew everyone's names before introductions. My cabin, one of the smallest available, was larger than my London flat, with a private balcony, marble bathroom, and a bed that probably cost more than my car. I felt like an imposter, but that didn't stop me from indulging in the complimentary champagne and ordering room service just because I could. The first 3 days passed in a blur of luxury and indulgence. I lounged by adults-only pools where staff anticipated needs before I voiced them, dined at restaurants helmed by Michelin-starred chefs, and attended performances in the ship's opulent theatre. I barely spoke to the other guests. Oil magnates, tech billionaires, old money aristocrats, who seemed to instinctively recognize I didn't belong in their tax bracket. The oddities began on the 4th night. I was in the casino, not gambling. I couldn't afford the minimum stakes. But people watching over a whiskey I'd been nursing for an hour. 2 men settled at the bar near me, speaking quietly, but not secretively. Something in their conversation caught my attention. Terminology I recognized from my work. Phrases like secure payment confirmation and private proxy chain have very specific meanings in certain contexts. When one mentioned 50 Bitcoin for premium access, my professional curiosity was piqued. I didn't look directly at them, but observed in the mirrored backsplash of the bar. One was elderly, perhaps in his 70s, with the deep tan of someone who hadn't experienced winter in decades. The other was younger, mid-40s, with the build of someone who had personal trainers on retainer. Both wore watches worth more than most homes. The younger man slid what appeared to be a matte black keycard across the bar. "Premium access granted," he murmured. "Tomorrow night, Deck B. The stream begins at midnight." I probably would have dismissed it as some exclusive event or gambling tournament had the word stream not triggered my professional paranoia. In dark web contexts, streams often referred to live broadcasts of content too illegal or disturbing for the conventional internet. The following day, I found myself paying closer attention to the ship's layout. The deck plans posted near lifeboats showed public areas, cabins, and clearly marked crew sections. But something seemed off about the proportions. Anyone who works in cybersecurity develops a knack for spotting inconsistencies, and the more I studied the plans, the more certain I became that spaces were unaccounted for, particularly on the lower decks. That evening, I positioned myself in an unobtrusive corner of the main bar, watching as several men, all guests I recognized from the casino, received identical black cards from various crew members. None of the women I'd seen accompanying these men were present. When they departed, I followed at a discreet distance. They took a service elevator to Deck B, not the passenger Deck B shown on ship maps, but something lower, accessed via keycard. I waited nearly 20 minutes before a crew member propped the elevator with a cart of linens, creating my opportunity. I slipped inside and pressed the unmarked bottom button, descending deeper into the ship's hull than I imagined passenger areas would extend. The doors opened onto a corridor that instantly felt wrong. Unlike the opulent interiors above, this passageway featured utilitarian metal floors, exposed pipes, and harsh fluorescent lighting. A subtle but persistent thrum of machinery suggested proximity to engine rooms, though the air carried an antiseptic quality unlike the usual maritime smells. I should have turned back immediately, but professional curiosity overrode my better judgment. I proceeded cautiously, passing several unmarked doors before reaching a junction where the corridor split. From the left branch came faint sounds of conversation and glassware. To the right, silence broken only by occasional mechanical whirs. I chose left, reasoning that social sound suggested a gathering rather than restricted areas. The corridor widened into an antechamber where a crew member in a black suit, rather than the usual white uniform, staffed a small reception desk. Before I could retreat, he glanced up, his expression shifting from professional courtesy to sharp scrutiny when he failed to spot a black card in my hand. My mind raced for explanations. I settled on claiming I was lost, heading for the lower deck spa. The man's face remained impassive as he pressed a button beneath his desk. Within moments, 2 security personnel materialized beside me, their build suggesting backgrounds in something more intensive than hospitality management. Verification, one stated flatly, hand extended, clearly expecting the black card I didn't possess. When I fumbled through excuses, his expression hardened. My phone and cabin key were confiscated before I was escorted through a door behind the reception desk. The space beyond defied expectations. Rather than some austere security office, I entered what resembled an exclusive gentleman's club from a previous century. Leather armchairs, wood paneling, subdued lighting from crystal sconces. About 20 men occupied the space, all clutching crystal tumblers and speaking in hushed tones. Along one wall, a row of private booths featured velvet curtains and small screens mounted at eye level. A man in a tailored suit approached, the younger man from the casino. His eyes assessed me with clinical detachment before he consulted a tablet handed to him by one of the security personnel. Rebecca Mitchell's brother, he stated. Not a question, but a confirmation. Cybersecurity background, dark web investigator. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. I attempted explanations. I was lost, curious, meant no harm. But he merely gestured toward the door at the far end of the room. Since you've come this far, perhaps you should understand exactly what you've discovered. I was guided through the doorway into a small theater with about a dozen leather seats arranged in rows. A large screen dominated the front wall, currently showing what appeared to be a medical suite. In the center stood a metal table where a man lay strapped down, conscious but clearly terrified. Figures in surgical attire moved around him, arranging instruments on nearby trays. With horrifying clarity, I understood what I was seeing. This wasn't a film or simulation. It was happening somewhere on this ship, being streamed to the private booths in the previous room, and, based on the information scrolling along the bottom of the screen, to paying viewers across the dark web. Usernames and Bitcoin amounts appeared continuously, bids determining what would happen next to the restrained man. The suited man explained in disturbingly casual tones that the Poseidon offered exclusive experiences for discerning clients. The subject on the table was allegedly a human trafficker who had escaped conventional justice through legal technicalities. The proceeds from the event would supposedly benefit victims' organizations anonymously after the cruise line took its substantial cut. I was forced to watch what followed. The clinical precision was perhaps the most disturbing aspect. This wasn't chaotic violence, but methodical, almost ritualistic dismantling of a human being according to the whims of invisible bidders. The wealthy men around me occasionally tapped on tablets, placing their own bids, some visibly excited, when their chosen methods were selected. Hours later, numb with horror, I was presented with documents, non-disclosure agreements threatening financial ruin and permanent consequences should I speak of what I'd witnessed. I signed without reading fully, desperate to escape that floating hell. A black card was pressed into my palm, along with instructions to return the following night for proper initiation. I spent the next day in a fog of terror and moral crisis. I considered reporting what I'd seen to the ship's captain, before realizing the entire operation couldn't exist without the cruise line's knowledge. International waters provided the perfect jurisdiction-free zone for such atrocities. That night, I feigned illness, not difficult given my genuine physical response to what I'd witnessed. Instead of attending the initiation, I packed essentials into a waterproof bag and made my way to the lowest passenger deck with public access to the outer hull. During the safety briefing on day 1, I'd noted the location of emergency life rafts separate from the main lifeboats. I deployed one shortly after midnight, drifting for nearly 18 hours before being spotted by a Greek fishing vessel. I claimed to have fallen overboard from a private yacht, and with no identification or proof otherwise, was eventually transported to Athens and then back to London. The Poseidon continues its voyages. I've seen it advertised in luxury travel magazines, promising unforgettable experiences and exclusive entertainments for those who can afford the premium packages. Sometimes I spot subtle references in certain investment forums or cryptocurrency discussions, coded phrases about international waters experiences and justice served to order that make my blood run cold. Last week, a black envelope arrived at my flat, a flat I moved to after returning, telling no one my new address. Inside was only a matte black card with coordinates and next month's date embossed in gold lettering. The implication was clear. I'm expected to return, to properly join their ranks, or face consequences. I'm leaving tonight. New name, new country, no digital footprint. But even as I prepare to disappear, I know the truth. There's no real escape from what I've learned. The dark web isn't just some shadowy corner of the internet. It's a reflection of what exists when wealth places people beyond conventional morality, sailing freely through international waters beyond the reach of law. I suppose the obvious way to start is simply to say that I shouldn't have kept that chest of drawers. When I first came across it, it looked harmless enough. Beech veneer lifting at the corners. One loose handle, part of a house clearance lot from a terrace place off Abbeydale Road. I wanted my Sheffield flat to feel finished without spending much, so I carried it up in 2 awkward bursts, rested it on the landing to catch my breath, and slid it against the bedroom wall by the window. The scrape it left on the skirting didn't matter. The room felt more like a room with somewhere to put socks. I found the phone by accident while lining the drawers with old wrapping paper. My nail snagged tape glued under the lip, revealing a thin, cheap handset, the sort you buy at a supermarket when you've cracked your screen. On the back, under scuffed plastic, was a printed sticker with a web address and a short code. I didn't throw it away. When charged, it opened to a tidy page. No logos I recognized, just flat colors, a small icon like an open box, and a form asking me to confirm an item had changed hands. Fields for a short code and postcode. A button saying continue. I'd read enough pieces with dark web in the headlines to recognize what I was looking at, even if I'd never used it. It felt like scanning a warranty card. I typed the code, tapped my postcode, and pressed continue. The reply came old-fashioned, on paper. An envelope under the end bench in the little park by the shops. My first name in tidy block capitals. Inside was enough for a modest food shop and folded instructions thanking me for registering. A small bonus would be paid if I confirmed the chest was positioned safely. To the left of the bed, level with the window but away from the radiator to avoid warping. I had already put it there. It asked for 2 photos from 2 angles. I sent them. A minute later, the page displayed a small green tick and nothing else. After that came jobs dressed as care. Take a photo with curtains drawn and the bedside lamp on. Another with curtains open and ceiling light off. Measure the gap from bed to door using your foot as a rough unit. Count steps from the front entrance to your landing. Film a slow pan across the window from street to sky. Each was paid the same way. Envelopes at places so ordinary they were almost funny. Behind the grit bin, under the 3rd slab at the tram stop, inside a station locker with a code. Enough cash to feel like something for nothing. Never so much it felt like a bribe. The first wrong thing was almost polite. After a courier dropped bulbs and a kettle I'd ordered, another knock came. No one stood outside when I checked the viewer, but a postcard lay on the mat. One side showed a printed map of my street, with a dot where my building sits, and a thin pencil arc traced from my window to the car park's far corner. The other side, in the same tidy hand from the envelopes, thanked me for confirming a line of sight. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't even rude. It simply suggested that what I had done was useful to someone else. I started behaving like a person who keeps their head down. I took the drawers out and checked for surprises in the seams. Nothing. I pressed the backboard, flimsy fiberboard held by staples. I listened for clicks that weren't there. When small cards slid under the door with fresh codes, I entered them and did what was asked. Confirm whether the corridor smoke alarm uses a plastic key or hex screw. Photograph the intercom panel from arm's length. Record 30 seconds of street view from inside the window at dusk. Each task looked like a survey. Surveys don't bite. A woman in the block opposite pinned a note asking if anyone had seen a van outside at odd hours. People scribbled that they hadn't. I had seen plenty and said nothing. Not writing felt like a decision that kept everything ordinary. One night the drawer made a sound like a trapped insect under glass, tiny and quick. I pressed my ear to the top, just laminate easing as the heating clicked off. I said that to myself twice, and it became true enough to sleep on. In the morning, a card sat on the mat with a new code and time window. When I opened the page, it didn't show a form. It showed my room, a fisheye view from up on the wall to the left of the window, not wide enough to be the ceiling, not low enough to be bedside level. My unmade bed, the drawer exactly where the instructions had told me to put it. Yesterday's shirt on the chair. A small counter ticked in the corner. Text told me to leave the room and shut the door until the counter reached a certain point, then come back and stand in the doorway with the lamp on. No drama, no flashing warnings. I did what it said. When I stepped back into frame, the counter reset. The stream went black. The page turned into a form again, as if it had been bored and only pretending to be something else. I wanted to take the chest apart with a butter knife. I didn't. I put a towel on top like covering a birdcage and left the room. Later, a printed envelope arrived with a receipt from a locksmith 3 streets away. The date was from the previous week. The amount matched the cash I'd picked up the day before. I stood in the kitchen staring at the paper while something old and heavy settled behind my ribs. Paper can do that. It says you're not imagining things. I made a proper mess of it then. Unscrewed the backboard, laid the chest on its face, tapped every surface with my knuckle until it hurt. Cheap board sounds the same wherever you hit it. When I'd worked up sweat and nothing had changed, I put the back on and shoved the chest into the hallway like punishing it. I slept on the sofa with the bedroom door shut and bathroom light on. The next card asked me to be out during a loose hour in the early evening. There would be something on the kitchen table when I returned. I walked to the co-op and pushed a basket round in circles, buying milk slowly because going home faster felt like letting someone see me hurry. A padded envelope sat on the table when I returned. Inside was a small black cube and short cable. I saw where it had been placed before I plugged it in. A round patch of dust by the bookcase with a clean square in it. The stream now used a slightly different angle, higher, nearer the corner. I could see the top of my head in the bottom edge when I leaned forward. The counter ticked up. I closed the browser and put the phone under the sofa cushion, then stood in the middle of the room doing nothing, because doing anything would have felt like admitting new rules existed. Payment changed to a station locker. A code at midday, inside a short stack of notes and a sheet saying everything was satisfactory and I should avoid changing the layout. Advice, not an order. I ignored it. Dragged the bed back where I wanted it, shoved the chest back into the hall, moved the lamp, swapped bulbs for cooler ones. The locksmith changed my cylinder and said the old one was fine. I slept badly, then normally. A person can't keep their shoulders to their ears forever. A month later, the crisp whisper of card on carpet woke me. On the mat, in a clear wallet, sat a laminated strip with my name and flat number and a line about a spare key, along with an old train ticket. The date made my stomach go light. It matched the afternoon I'd first registered the drawer. I'd stood at the station then, checking departures, never thinking to wonder who else was looking. I typed the new code. The page split into 2 frames. One showed my hallway from near the coat rack, catching me holding the wallet. The other was a still of the bedroom from head height at the door. The bed sat where I'd pulled it back. The drawer was under the window again, as if it had gone there on its own. The towel I'd dropped 2 days earlier was half a plank left of where I'd left it. That was the part that made my mouth dry, not the camera, the towel. A short instruction asked me to leave the flat. I didn't. I sat on the stair looking at paint drips on the skirting, wiped before they dried. After what felt like a round number of minutes, I went back in. Nothing had moved. The towel was still wrong. I put my palm on the chest top and felt a trace of warmth where the towel had been the night before. The next cash pickup took me under the ring road where the river path echoes. Behind a loose cap on the 3rd steel beam was a rolled envelope. Inside was the same amount and another printed map, this time of the stairwell and bin store. Arrows marked corners. A little circle was drawn at head height next to my door. It wasn't art. It was a list, turned sideways. The night everything tipped was ordinary. I found a plain cardboard box propped against my door. No label, no tape. It opened like it had been opened before. Inside was a black notebook and felt-tip pen. The first page set out neat rules for using the book, like a shared calendar. The next had a grid of days with short items. Take bins down, light off by 11. Curtains closed after dusk. Side window latched, front door on chain. My name was written inside the cover, steady as a school report. I took it to the bedroom to put on the wardrobe's top shelf. The shelf was lower than it had been. The little pegs were 1 notch down. A faint dust line marked where it had sat before. I knelt to look at the bottom panel. 2 shallow crescents pressed the carpet pile where toes would rest if someone had stood inside leaning forward. The smell in there wasn't mine. Clean, like fresh gloves. I lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling, white with lazy swirls and a faint stain near the light. In the corner above where the drawer had been, a hairline seam ran in the plaster. I'd never seen it. Now it was the only thing I could see. A place where a cable could be tucked, not high like a smoke alarm, but at the height of a person's eye if they stood and waited. I changed the lock again, borrowed my friend's small van, told him I'd gone off the drawer's look. We carried it down and left it by the recycling cages. I left the notebook on the kitchen table, turned the strange phone off, bought a ticket to the coast. I stayed above a pub where heating rattled and carpet bowed near the wardrobe. I slept with the lamp on and woke tasting dust. When I returned the next afternoon, my door showed no damage. Inside, the air had that cold, empty feel a room gets when no one's breathed in it for a day. The notebook had gone from the table. In its place lay a single sheet, cut from something bigger, like a delivery slip without branding. In neat handwriting, it recorded that a slot had been completed during the hour I was away. Below that, a short list noted that bed orientation, curtain position, drawer placement and latch use had been verified. A final note said the occupant had complied and future access was expected to be uncomplicated. No threats, no names, just a tone that said the work was straightforward. I didn't call anyone. I can pretend it was careful thinking about evidence and timing, but it was simpler. I couldn't face explaining how I'd registered a free drawer on a page that only loads a certain way, then collected envelopes under benches because instructions said there would be money there. I packed a bag, messaged a landlord about a short let I'd seen weeks earlier, and left. On the pavement, I looked back the way people look back at campsites, checking they haven't left rubbish behind. The windows looked like windows. The street looked like a street. It all looked clean. I moved 2 bus rides away with 2 cases and nothing that plugs in except my normal phone charger. I buy furniture new now, keep receipts in a shoebox, sleep with the bed in the room's middle because it makes thoughtless rearrangement harder. I still take bins down when the council asks. Routine makes noise in your head where silence might collect. I don't keep a chime on the hall socket. I don't take parcels for neighbors. I answer the buzzer with the chain on. None of this feels like safety. It feels like being less interesting. Sometimes I wake, not alarmed, just awake, and know without knowing that someone somewhere has ticked through another day I've had. Not photos, not a diary, a quiet grid in a black notebook with my tasks inside it. Lines and crosses placed by a steady hand. It doesn't need storing anywhere clever. That wasn't the point. The point was that it was easy to keep. If you need a lesson, have this plain one. A flat can be read like a form. People will write in the boxes you don't fill. A lens fitted at head height sees a person who thinks they've chosen a safe place to put their head. A key can be cut when you're not looking, even if you changed the cylinder last week. A free drawer can arrive with a bill you don't see until later. The dark web doesn't have to look like masks or codes. Sometimes it looks like care instructions and tidy lists and cash where it says there will be cash. I still see that page in my head. The flat colors, the little counter in the corner, the neat tick when a job is done. I remember the first envelope under the bench and how clever I felt finding money that wasn't really hidden. I remember my breath fogging on the landing when I paused with the drawer. I think about the wardrobe shelf set 1 notch lower, the 2 crescents in carpet where toes pressed, the towel half a plank left of where I dropped it, the locksmith's receipt and how numbers on paper make a story feel like it has spine. I changed my number, changed how I throw away packaging, tearing labels, folding boxes small. I don't scan codes that arrive uninvited or touch house clearance furniture. If something comes with a bonus tucked in, I bin the bonus first. If a page offers a $5 for proving an easy fact, I leave it alone. Now and then, I pass the old street, because routes cross whether you want them to or not. The bench is still there. The grit bin is still cracked. There's a new leaflet behind lobby glass about upcoming works and different trainers by a first floor door. Buildings keep going. People move in and out. Lights come on and off without meaning anything. I am the only person who stops at the corner and waits for nothing. Watching a square of faint yellow like it will say my name if I look long enough. I'll give you one last detail because it's the one I can hold without it slipping. The last morning I woke there, the air in the room felt the same as my skin. No draft, no temperature, just level. A new line had appeared in the dust on the wardrobe's top shelf, where something had rested and been lifted. A thin, clean rectangle, set back an inch from the edge. When I stood on a chair and touched it, my finger made a smudge at one corner and nothing more. It wasn't proof of anything you could hand to someone else. It was a reminder, quiet as a breath, that the lightest thing can leave a mark if it sits still long enough. I shouldn't have kept the drawer. If you came here waiting for a shout or chase or door splintering, that isn't this. This is ordinary things arranged so a person becomes easy to move. The page made space for me to be helpful. The envelopes made it feel like I was included. The lens made the room smaller without changing its size. The notebook turned days into boxes someone else could tick. The rest is what you already know, even if you'd rather not say it out loud. Once you let something simple in, you don't decide where it stops. You only find out where it stopped when you've already left. I got this second-hand fire stick from Facebook Marketplace about 4 months ago, and I'm still having nightmares about what I found on it. I haven't told anyone the full story until now. My friend suggested therapy, but I can't imagine explaining this to a professional without them either reporting me to the police or thinking I'm completely unhinged. I just need to get this off my chest somehow, and writing it down anonymously seems like the safest option. I've always been into finding ways to watch content without paying for a million different streaming subscriptions. I'm not particularly tech savvy, but I can follow instructions from YouTube tutorials well enough. Last October, I was between jobs and trying to save money wherever I could. My old Fire Stick had started glitching, and I couldn't afford a new one, so I checked Facebook Marketplace. I found someone selling a fully loaded Fire Stick for £30, which seemed like a decent deal. The seller was this ordinary-looking bloke who lived in a flat about 20 minutes from me in Birmingham. He seemed normal enough, just a regular guy in his 30s trying to make some extra cash. He explained that he'd upgraded to a newer model and didn't need this one anymore. He mentioned it was jailbroken and had all the good stuff on it already. I figured he meant the usual pirated streaming apps, which was exactly what I was after. I brought it home that evening and plugged it into my TV. The interface looked different from standard Fire Sticks, with a custom background and loads of apps I didn't recognize. There were the usual suspects like Kodi and various movie streaming apps, but also a bunch of oddly named folders. One was simply labeled Premium, and another called Hidden Shows. I assumed these were just more pirated content, maybe organized by genre or something. That night, I settled in with a beer and some leftover pizza, ready for a lazy evening of browsing through all the new content I had access to. I spent about an hour exploring the different apps, finding the usual pirated films and TV shows. It was exactly what I'd expected, nothing particularly unusual. Around midnight, with nothing better to do, I decided to check out the Hidden Shows folder, expecting to find porn, or maybe some obscure foreign films. When I clicked on it, I was taken to a screen that looked almost like a video conferencing setup. There were thumbnails of what appeared to be different camera feeds, each with a title like Room 1, Room 2, and so on. Some had additional labels like Active or Scheduled. I remember thinking it looked like some kind of reality TV setup, maybe some underground streaming service showing unedited footage from shows around the world. There was even a viewer count next to each thumbnail, showing how many people were currently watching. I scrolled through the options, curiosity getting the better of me. Most of the rooms showed empty spaces, what looked like bedrooms, living areas, or nondescript rooms with various furnishings. Some had people in them, just doing everyday things like using computers or watching TV. It reminded me of those webcam sites from the early 2000s where people would just broadcast their daily lives. Weird, but not exactly alarming. Then I noticed one labeled Red Room Live Now, with a significantly higher viewer count than the others. I'd heard the term Red Room before in discussions about the dark web, but I'd always dismissed them as urban legends, fictional horror stories people made up to seem edgy online. I figured this was probably just named that for shock value, perhaps showing a room with red lighting or decoration to seem mysterious. I clicked on it, and at first the stream was dark and grainy. I could make out what looked like a basement or garage with concrete walls. It took a few seconds for my eyes to adjust to the dim lighting. There was a person sitting in a chair in the center of the frame, facing away from the camera. Another figure moved around the edges of the room, mostly out of frame. I almost clicked away, thinking it was just some amateur horror streaming channel trying to be creepy. But then the second figure stepped fully into view. They were wearing a plain white mask and surgical gloves. Something about their deliberate movements made my stomach clench. This didn't look like someone playing a role. They moved with purpose, arranging items on a small table just at the edge of the frame. The person in the chair was completely still, and I noticed their hands appeared to be secured to the armrest. I should have closed the app immediately. Any reasonable person would have. But there's this horrible compulsion that comes with witnessing something so outside your normal experience, a need to confirm what you're seeing is real before you can react to it. I kept watching, telling myself it must be some kind of extreme performance art or an elaborate prank. The masked figure turned toward the camera and made a small gesture, almost like a bow. Then they held up a piece of paper with what looked like a username and a timestamp. With a sickening lurch, I realized this was happening in real time. This wasn't recorded footage. The timestamp showed the current date and time, just minutes ago. What happened next will haunt me for the rest of my life. The masked figure picked up something from the table, a knife that caught the dim light, and turned to the person in the chair. I won't describe the details of what I witnessed. I can't bring myself to put it into words, and I don't want to traumatize anyone else with those images. But it wasn't fake. The sounds, the movements, the reactions. There was no mistaking this for fiction or acting. I finally managed to close the app, my hands shaking so badly I dropped the remote twice. I unplugged the Fire Stick and sat in the dark, trying to process what I'd just seen. Part of me wanted to believe it was an elaborate hoax, some shocking viral marketing stunt. But deep down, I knew better. What I had witnessed was real violence, real suffering, broadcast for entertainment. I spent the rest of the night in a daze, alternating between nausea and panic. By morning, I convinced myself I needed to go to the police. I plugged the Fire Stick back in, intending to document what I had found so I would have evidence. But when it booted up, the interface had changed. The custom background was gone, replaced by the standard Amazon home screen. The folders and strange apps had vanished. It looked like a completely normal Fire Stick, freshly reset to factory settings. I searched through every menu and setting, looking for any trace of what I'd seen the night before, but there was nothing. Had I imagined it all? Had I fallen asleep and dreamed the whole horrible experience? I knew I hadn't, but the complete disappearance of any evidence made me question my own sanity. I decided to contact the seller. I found our Facebook conversation and messaged him, asking casually about some of the apps that had been on the Fire Stick, specifically mentioning the Hidden Shows folder. Hours passed with no response. By evening, I discovered he'd blocked me. His marketplace listings had been taken down, and when I searched for his profile, it no longer existed. Over the next few days, I tried to research what I'd seen. I learned about actual red rooms on the dark web, illegal live streams where viewers paid to watch, or even direct acts of violence against captive victims. Most sources claimed they were just myths, that the dark web wasn't actually capable of supporting the kind of streaming quality needed for live video. But I knew what I'd seen. I eventually gathered the courage to go to the police, but with no evidence and a story that sounded completely far-fetched. They didn't take me seriously. They took a statement and said they'd look into it, but I could tell from their expressions that they thought I was either making it up or had been watching some extreme horror film and confused it with reality. For weeks afterward, I was terrified to use any internet-connected device. I threw the Fire Stick in a skip far from my flat and bought a new TV, paranoid that somehow the previous one had been compromised. I changed all my passwords and even moved to a different flat, telling myself it was because I'd found a better place. But really, it was because I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. What disturbs me most is not just what I saw, but the realization that there were dozens, maybe hundreds, of viewers watching the same stream. Regular people with internet connections and devices, sitting in their homes, willingly watching someone suffer. How many of them thought it was fake? How many knew it was real and watched anyway? And how had I, with nothing but a second-hand fire stick, stumbled across something that was supposedly impossible to find without special browsers and technical knowledge? I still wonder about that masked figure. Did they know I was watching? Was the fire stick reset remotely when they somehow detected I wasn't a regular viewer? And what about the seller? Was he involved? Or just another unwitting middleman passing along something he didn't fully understand? It's been 4 months now, and sometimes I almost convince myself it never happened. But then I'll see something. A white mask in a shop window, a certain quality of light in a dark room, and it all comes flooding back. The worst part is knowing that right now, someone somewhere might be watching another stream, treating real horror and suffering as entertainment, and doing nothing to stop it. I don't know what more I could have done. I don't know what more I should do now. But I know that those hidden shows are still out there, still streaming, still claiming victims. And I know that sometimes the darkest parts of the web find their way into our homes through the most ordinary of devices, blurring the line between digital and real-world horror until it disappears completely. I remember the rain that night, not the soft, gentle kind that lulls you to sleep, but the harsh, unrelenting downpour that seems determined to wash away every trace of humanity from the streets. London had been suffering through 3 straight days of this biblical deluge, and I was desperate for a dry place with decent Wi-Fi after my flat's internet had gone down. That's how I found myself pushing through the door of Night Owl, one of those pop-up internet cafes that appear and disappear within months, the kind that exists in that grey area between legitimate business and something else entirely. I should have noticed the warning signs immediately, the blacked-out windows, the lack of other customers despite the weather, the way the attendant barely looked at me as he took my cash. £5 for unlimited time, no ID required, no questions asked. I was a university student back then, working on my dissertation about online communities and digital anthropology. I'd been spending months researching the surface web, but my supervisor had hinted that my work lacked depth, that I needed to explore the darker corners of the internet to truly understand the full spectrum of online behavior. Looking back now, I wonder if he knew what he was sending me into, or if he was just another academic who thought the dark web was merely an interesting theoretical concept rather than the nightmare I was about to experience. The cafe had about 12 stations, each isolated from the others by tall, opaque dividers. Privacy booths, the attendant had called them when I asked. I settled into booth 7, noticing the high-end computer setup. Much better than what you'd typically find in a place charging only £5. The chair was surprisingly comfortable, the keyboard mechanical and responsive. It felt like a setup designed for extended use, not casual browsing. I'd done my homework before venturing into the dark web, downloaded Tor, learned about OPSEC, read countless Reddit threads from people claiming to have explored the hidden services. I thought I was prepared. I thought I was being cautious. I remember thinking how silly all those horror stories seemed now that I was actually doing it. Just another internet connection, just another browser, just different websites. Nothing to be afraid of if you were smart about it. The first hour or so was exactly what I expected. Linked directories, forums discussing privacy, some marketplaces selling things that would make your average high street shopper raise an eyebrow, but nothing that shocked me. I took notes diligently, occasionally glancing around the empty cafe, relieved to have the place to myself. the rain continued to batter the windows, creating a white noise that almost made the environment cozy despite the harsh fluorescent lighting. Then, just as I was considering packing up, satisfied with my initial exploration, a message popped up in the corner of the screen. Not an email or a chat window that I'd opened, just text appearing directly on my desktop. The message mentioned something about Booth 7 always bringing in curious ones. I felt that initial spike of adrenaline, that primal response telling me something wasn't right, but I rationalized it immediately. The cafe must monitor their systems. The attendant had probably noticed me accessing Tor and was having a laugh. Perhaps this was even some kind of automated message triggered by certain browsing patterns. I ignored it and continued browsing, clicking through to a forum discussing digital anonymity. Another message appeared, saying they'd been watching me and asking if I wanted to see something real, mentioning Booth 7 was ready for a player. I should have left then. I should have gathered my things, walked out into the rain, and never looked back. Instead, I found myself typing a response, curiosity overwhelming caution. I simply asked who it was. The response was immediate. Some group called Run the Gauntlet, saying I was on their network and my session had been selected. Before I could respond, my browser closed itself and reopened, displaying a black page with a simple interface. A video player in the center, a chat sidebar on the right, and what looked like a scoreboard on the left showing numbers. The video feed showed an empty room with bare concrete walls, a table, and a single chair. The lighting was harsh, industrial. It looked like a basement, or perhaps an abandoned industrial space. At this point, I tried to close the browser, but nothing happened. I tried Control-Alt-Delete, but the system didn't respond. I reached for the power button on the tower, but it was locked behind some kind of case. I considered simply walking out, but something held me there. Academic curiosity, morbid fascination, or perhaps just the paralysis of fear beginning to take hold. The chat sidebar was active with messages scrolling by too quickly to read properly, but I caught fragments about a new player in Booth 7, an unwitting participant, something about a London node being active and starting bids at £5,000. Whilst I was still processing what I was seeing, a man entered the frame of the video. He wore a balaclava and spoke directly to the camera in accented English. I couldn't place the accent precisely. Eastern European, perhaps. He explained the situation without emotion, like he was reading a weather report. I was now part of a real-time game, selected because of my browsing patterns and location. Booth 7, he explained, was their London gateway, and tonight I wasn't just an observer, but a participant. The rules were simple and terrifying. A variation of Russian roulette. 6 players, 6 rounds. Each round, players would be randomly selected to face the gun. Those who survived would continue to the next round. Those who didn't, well, the implication was clear, without needing elaboration. The winners would walk away with their lives and a share of the money being bet on them by viewers. I was player 6, he informed me. The other 5 were in similar booths across different locations: Prague, Berlin, Moscow, Kiev, and Manchester. All of us had stumbled into this network unwittingly. All of us were now locked into our stations. He explained calmly that we couldn't leave until the game was complete. The booths were secured, emergency exits monitored. He even knew the police response time to my location, 11 minutes. The game would take 9. To demonstrate the reality of the situation, he pointed the camera toward a wall where 5 screens showed feeds from other booths. I could see the other participants, A young woman with purple hair frantically trying to get someone's attention outside her booth. A middle-aged man sitting perfectly still as if in shock. A teenager who appeared to be crying, and two others who seemed to be trying to break out of their stations. I felt my heart rate accelerating, my palms sweating as I realized the full gravity of what was happening. This wasn't some elaborate prank or digital simulation. The terror on those people's faces was unmistakably real. The first round began. The roulette selected player 3, the teenager, and player 5, a man who looked to be in his 30s. On screen, two men in balaclavas approached them, each holding what appeared to be real handguns. They placed the guns against the participants' temples. The chat exploded with activity, spectators placing bets, commenting on the participants' reactions, discussing the odds as if this were just another sporting event. I was watching in numb horror, unable to look away, unable to fully process that this was happening in real time. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. A hollow click from player 3's gun. Relief washed over his young face, tears streaming down his cheeks. Player 5 wasn't so fortunate. The sound was deafening even through my speakers, a sharp crack that seemed to reverberate through my entire body. I won't describe what happened next. I can't. Even now, years later, that image is burned into my memory in a way that no amount of therapy has been able to erase. The man in the balaclava returned to the center of the room, casually informing the survivors that round 2 would begin shortly. 1 down, 4 to go. My odds were improving, he noted, with chilling detachment. I was in full panic mode now, looking around desperately for any way out. The dividers between booths reached almost to the ceiling. The door to my booth had no internal handle. I tried shouting for help, but the booth seemed to be soundproofed. My voice felt muffled, contained, as if the air itself was conspiring to silence me. Round 2 began. The selector chose players 1 and 6. My number. My heart felt like it might explode from my chest. On screen, a man approached my booth, visible now on one of the wall monitors. I hadn't even noticed the camera above my station. He was coming for me, and there was nowhere to run. I heard the cafe door open and close, footsteps approaching. I was frantically looking for anything I could use as a weapon, but the booth was minimalist, just the computer, chair, and a small shelf. The footsteps stopped outside my booth. I could see a shadow beneath the door. I pressed myself against the far corner, as if those few extra inches might somehow save me. The door opened, and a man entered, tall, wearing a black coat, his face concealed by a balaclava, just like in the video. In his hand was what looked like a real pistol. He addressed me quietly as Player 6, London Node, telling me it was my turn. He approached slowly, methodically, the gun hanging loosely at his side. I was begging, pleading, offering money, anything. He didn't respond, his eyes visible through the holes in the balaclava, coldly assessing me. Eventually he spoke, his voice almost gentle. "Just a game," he said. "Someone always loses." I closed my eyes as he pressed the cold metal against my temple. In that moment, everything slowed down. I could hear the rain outside, the soft hum of the computer fan, my own ragged breathing. I thought about my parents, how they would never know what happened to me, how I'd become just another missing person statistic. The man counted down. 3, 2, 1. Click. Empty chamber. The relief that flooded through me was almost painful, a physical sensation that made my legs buckle. I slid down the wall to the floor, gasping for air. The man lowered the gun and turned to leave without a word. On screen, player 1 wasn't as fortunate. Another crack, another life ended for the entertainment of unseen spectators. I won't recount the remaining rounds in detail. Each was a repeat of the same horrific pattern. By some miracle, or perhaps cruel twist of fate, my number didn't come up again. One by one, the other players faced their turns and lost, until only the purple-haired woman and I remained. Final round, the ultimate game. 1 bullet, 2 players. The chat was frenzied now, massive sums being wagered on which of us would walk away. The selector chose player 6 again. Me. This time, when the door opened, I didn't beg. A strange calm had settled over me, the kind that comes when terror exceeds your capacity to process it. The man raised the gun again. I stared directly into his eyes, refusing to look away, refusing to close my eyes. If this was my end, I would face it. 3, 2, 1. Click. Nothing. Which meant... On screen, I watched as the purple-haired woman's expression shifted from hope to understanding to terror in the space of a heartbeat. The final shot rang out. Game over. The man in my booth lowered his gun. His words were few but clear. I had survived. My session was ending. He left, closing the door behind him. On screen, the host announced me as the winner. The chat exploded with messages, some congratulating, others expressing disappointment, all discussing the event as if it were just entertainment, not the systematic murder of 5 innocent people. The system unlocked. The browser closed itself. The computer returned to its desktop as if nothing had happened. After what felt like hours, but was probably just minutes, I managed to stand on shaking legs and push open the door of the booth. The cafe was empty. The attendant was gone. Even the sign outside had been removed, leaving just a blank storefront. I stumbled out into the rain, which was still falling heavily, now mixing with my tears as I blindly made my way through the streets. I went to the police, of course. They investigated, but found nothing. The building had been rented under a false identity. The computer in booth 7 had been wiped clean, with no evidence of what I'd witnessed. The other locations couldn't be traced. Without evidence, my story sounded like the delusion of a mentally disturbed student who'd spent too much time researching internet horror stories. I tried to find information about the other victims, searching news reports for missing persons matching their descriptions. There were too many possibilities, too many people who disappear without a trace every day. I'll never know who they were. It's been years now. I've tried to move on, to convince myself it was some elaborate hoax or hallucination. But deep down, I know what I saw. Sometimes, when I'm online late at night, I catch myself checking my desktop for unexpected messages. And whenever I pass an internet cafe with privacy booths, I walk quickly to the other side of the street, my heart racing at the memory of booth 7 and the game I never agreed to play. The worst part isn't the nightmares or the constant paranoia. It's the knowledge that somewhere out there Run the Gauntlet is still operating, still selecting unwitting participants, still entertaining those who pay to watch. And every time it rains heavily, I wonder who's sitting in booth 7 tonight. I'm writing this down because my therapist thinks it might help, though I doubt anything will erase what happened. Some nights I still wake up drenched in sweat, convinced I'm back in that warehouse, back under those lights, the camera's eye watching my every move. The doctor says I need to confront it all, every detail, to process the trauma. So here it is, the full account of how I became unwitting talent for the darkest corner of the internet. Before all this, I was just a struggling actor in London, 27 years old with more ambition than sense and a CV full of unpaid student films and community theatre. I'd been sleeping on a mate's sofa for 3 months after being evicted from my flat, picking up the occasional bartending shift between failed auditions, when I received an email about a high-paying documentary opportunity. I didn't even question it. The production company, Verity Films, claimed to be making an investigative piece about extreme entertainment and underground media. The pay was £2,500 for 3 days of work, more money than I'd seen in months. I remember thinking how legitimate it all seemed. Their website was professionally designed, with an impressive portfolio of previous documentaries allegedly sold to streaming platforms. The producer I spoke with, a woman named Claire, was articulate and knowledgeable about the industry. She explained they needed actors to recreate scenes described by their interviewees, former participants in something called Red Rooms on the dark web. I'd vaguely heard of these before, sites where people supposedly paid to watch torture or worse, but had always assumed they were urban legends. Claire assured me the recreations would be simulated, tastefully shot, with professional effect makeup. Like those crime reconstruction programs, she said, just a bit more intense. The contract I signed was lengthy, full of clauses about confidentiality and the graphic nature of the content. In retrospect, I should have had someone look it over, but I was desperate for the money and flattered by Claire's insistence that I had exactly the right look for their project. I signed it without reading past the first page, a decision I would come to regret more than anything in my life. The filming location was an industrial estate in Dagenham, a sprawling complex of warehouses that seemed largely abandoned. Claire met me outside, her warmth from our previous meeting noticeably diminished. She led me through a maze of corridors to a loading bay where a black van waited. I remember feeling the first genuine flicker of unease when I saw the driver, a massive bloke with a face that looked like it had been repeatedly introduced to a brick wall. Claire explained we needed to travel to the actual set, which was more atmospheric than the production office. The windows of the van were blacked out, making it impossible to track our journey. I tried to make conversation, asking about the other actors or the director, but Claire's responses were clipped, distracted. After what felt like an hour, we stopped. I was led, blindfolded, through what sounded like another industrial space, the echoing footsteps and damp smell suggesting another warehouse. When they removed the blindfold, I found myself in a room designed to look like a dingy basement, with bare concrete walls, exposed pipes, and a drain in the center of the floor. Camera equipment surrounded the space, but it was unlike any film set I'd worked on. No bustling crew, no clipboard-wielding assistants, just 3 men with professional-looking cameras and lighting rigs. Claire introduced a man she called the director, though she never used his actual name. Tall and slender, with prematurely white hair and round wire-rimmed glasses, he had the calm, measured demeanor of someone accustomed to being obeyed. He explained I would be portraying a subject in their documentary recreation, someone who had supposedly volunteered for a dark web experience, but got more than they bargained for. My role, he said, was simple: react authentically to whatever happened. The makeup process took nearly 2 hours, though strangely, they applied very little actual makeup. Instead, they focused on securing small, flesh-colored pads to various parts of my body, my chest, my arms, my back. When I asked what they were for, the makeup artist muttered something about reactive practical effects that would create the illusion of injuries during filming. The wardrobe was simple, faded jeans and a plain white t-shirt. After dressing, I was led to a metal chair bolted to the floor in the center of the set. The restraints, they assured me, were merely props, designed to look real but with quick release mechanisms I could activate if I felt uncomfortable. For authenticity, the director explained, they wouldn't be giving me a script or specific directions. They wanted natural reactions. Just imagine you've signed up for what you think is an edgy live stream experience, he said, and then gradually realize it's something more sinister. I remember thinking it was an odd approach to filming a documentary recreation, but also felt a flutter of excitement at the improvisational challenge. This could be my chance to showcase my range, to finally get footage for my showreel that might lead to legitimate work. The irony of that thought still makes me sick. The filming began ordinarily enough, with standard establishing shots and instructions to look frightened but trying to hide it. The director explained they would simulate various threatening scenarios to capture my reactions, reminding me repeatedly that everything was controlled and part of the documentary. The first hour was almost boring, lots of waiting while they adjusted lights and camera angles, shooting the same reaction shots repeatedly. Then, the director announced that they were moving to Phase 2, and everything changed. The first jolt from the pads attached to my body caught me completely by surprise, a sharp, painful electric shock that made me gasp and jerk against the restraints. I immediately tried to trigger the quick release mechanism, but discovered with mounting horror that it wasn't working. The director approached, smiling thinly, and explained that my authentic reactions were essential for their viewers. Viewers, he clarified, who were watching this unfold live on the dark web, paying thousands in cryptocurrency for the privilege. I remember how calmly he explained it all, as though discussing the weather or a minor scheduling change. This wasn't a documentary at all. It was a genuine Red Room broadcast, and I was their unwilling star. The contract I'd signed so carelessly had apparently contained language that, through clever legal loopholes, could be interpreted as consent to realistic simulation of distress for viewing audiences. The broadcast had begun the moment I entered the room, with paying viewers already placing bids on what would happen to me next. My mind struggled to process what was happening, desperately searching for some alternative explanation. Perhaps this was an extreme method acting exercise, an elaborate prank for a reality show. But the second shock, stronger than the first, scattered those thoughts like ashes in the wind. This was real. I was trapped in a nightmare that was being broadcast to faceless strangers who were paying to watch my suffering. Over the next few hours, though it felt like days, they escalated their program. The electric shocks varied in intensity and location. The director would calmly announce each new phase to the camera, describing the physiological effects in detached clinical language while I writhed and screamed. Between these segments, Claire would approach with water, dabbing my forehead almost tenderly, whispering that I was performing beautifully and that the audience feedback was excellent. What made it all the more horrifying was the theatrical nature of it, the professional lighting that highlighted every expression of pain, the multiple camera angles capturing every detail, the director occasionally instructing me to look more directly into camera 3 or try to maintain consciousness for this next sequence. It was torture packaged as entertainment, suffering as performance art. I tried everything, begging, threatening, promising silence if they let me go. Nothing worked. The director simply incorporated my genuine pleas into the narrative, telling the viewers this was the moment our subject truly understands their situation. Notice the transition from confusion to genuine terror. The true breaking point came during what they called the viewer request segment. The director read out usernames and their corresponding bids for specific acts to be performed. I won't detail what followed. I'm still not ready to put those particular memories into words. What I remember most vividly was the clinical precision with which they worked, careful never to go too far, to keep me conscious and visibly responsive. They weren't sadists in the conventional sense. They were business people providing a service to a particular market. Somehow, that calculated approach made it all the more horrifying. I lost track of time completely. The bright lights, the pain, and the constant performance demands created a nightmarish blur. At some point, the director announced they were moving to the finale, which had apparently received record viewership and bidding. This would be followed by the closing auction, a phrase I couldn't comprehend through the fog of pain and exhaustion. It was during the preparation for this finale that my opportunity came. One of the camera operators knocked over a light stand while repositioning, causing momentary confusion. The director barked orders, momentarily distracted, and Claire rushed to help adjust the equipment. The restraints on my right hand had loosened slightly from my constant struggling, giving me just enough room to squeeze my hand through with a final desperate effort. What followed was pure adrenaline and instinct. I lunged for the nearest potential weapon, a heavy battery pack from one of the lights, and swung it at the camera operator closest to me. In the ensuing chaos, I somehow made it to a fire exit I hadn't noticed before, partly hidden behind some equipment. I burst through into the cold night air, still trailing wires from the pads attached to my body. I ran blindly through what appeared to be an abandoned industrial complex, not knowing if I was still in London or somewhere else entirely. Eventually, I found a main road and flagged down a passing lorry driver who, seeing my condition, called an ambulance. The police investigation that followed was frustrating and ultimately fruitless. The warehouse was empty when they arrived, professionally cleaned of any evidence. The website for Verity Films disappeared, along with any trace of Claire or the director. The contract I'd signed was nowhere to be found, having never been given a copy. Even the email communications had been sent from accounts that no longer existed. The only physical evidence was the medical documentation of my injuries and the flesh-colored pads that had been removed at the hospital. The investigating officers initially seemed skeptical of my account, suggesting I might have participated in some extreme form of underground pornography that had gone too far. It wasn't until a cybercrime specialist joined the investigation that they began to take me seriously. He explained that what I described matched patterns they'd been tracking, sophisticated operations that use legitimate-seeming fronts to lure people into dark web broadcasts. The specialist believed my tormentors weren't amateurs, but part of a well-funded network that had conducted similar shows across Europe. Despite their efforts, no arrests were made. The investigation remains officially open, but effectively cold. That was 14 months ago. I've moved cities twice since then, changed my name, deleted all social media. I dyed my hair, lost weight, anything to look different from the person in that warehouse. But I can't escape the knowledge that somewhere in the darkest corners of the internet, footage of my ordeal still exists, possibly being traded and viewed by the same people who paid to watch it happen live. Sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if I'm still being watched, if there are hidden cameras in my new flat, if the kindly elderly neighbor who brings me leftover cake is reporting my movements to someone. My therapist calls this hypervigilance, a common symptom of PTSD, but how can I be sure? The most terrifying aspect of all this isn't what happened to me, but the realization that it continues to happen to others. How many desperate actors or models or just ordinary people in financial difficulty are right now opening emails from companies like Verity Films? How many are signing contracts without reading the fine print? How many are sitting in chairs like mine? The moment of horrible realization yet to come. I've started volunteering with an organization that works to identify and report dark web broadcasting operations. Though I keep my personal experience private, it feels like trying to empty the ocean with a teaspoon, but it's something. Some tiny pushback against the darkness. Last week, I received an unmarked envelope at my new address, an address no one should have. Inside was a single photograph, me walking down the street outside my current flat. On the back, 3 words written in neat, precise handwriting. Season 2 coming. I moved again the next day, but deep down, I know it doesn't matter how far I run. In the age of the dark web, there's no such thing as disappearing completely. Somewhere, someone is always watching, waiting, perhaps bidding on the right to direct the next scene of my life, and the red light of the camera is always on. I can't watch YouTube anymore. Not even the most innocent cooking tutorials or guitar lessons. The moment a camera angle shifts unexpectedly, or someone laughs with a fraction too much enthusiasm, my mind immediately floods with images I've spent 2 years trying to forget. Blood pooling on polished hardwood floors, the reflection of ring lights in terrified eyes, the sound of a viewership counter ticking upward as unspeakable acts were performed for an invisible audience hidden in the darkest corners of the internet. Before that week in Brighton, I was just another aspiring content creator desperate for that elusive breakthrough moment. 23 years old with a moderately successful YouTube channel. 80,000 subscribers built over 3 grueling years of twice-weekly uploads, mostly commentary on gaming culture and tech reviews. Not exactly setting the algorithm on fire, but enough to occasionally receive sponsorship offers and free products. The grinding predictability of creating content while working part-time at a mobile phone shop had begun wearing me down. Each video feeling more formulaic than the last. Engagement metrics plateauing despite increasingly desperate attempts to capture attention in an oversaturated market. When the email arrived from Jules Harrison, content creator extraordinaire with 5 million subscribers and founder of the Spotlight Collective, I initially assumed it was spam or an elaborate prank. The Spotlight was legendary in UK YouTube circles, a collaboration house where Jules brought together up-and-coming creators for month-long residencies that typically resulted in massive subscriber growth for participants. Their videos, high-energy challenges, elaborate pranks, and carefully choreographed spontaneous moments dominated recommended feeds across multiple demographics. An invitation to their summer residency program was essentially a golden ticket, a shortcut past years of algorithm-chasing obscurity. The email contained the perfect blend of personalized appreciation and vague promises. Jules claimed to admire my authentic voice and untapped potential, suggesting that a month at the Brighton mansion they'd rented for the summer could elevate my content to its natural audience. I should have been suspicious of the flattery, should have questioned why someone with millions of followers would notice my modest channel. But validation is a powerful intoxicant when you've been shouting into the void for years, each upload meeting with increasingly diminished returns. Within days, I had rearranged my work schedule, packed my equipment, and boarded a train to the South Coast, nursing dreams of verification badges and sponsorship deals. The house itself was exactly what you'd expect from successful YouTubers. A sprawling Victorian mansion overlooking the sea, renovated with an aesthetic that balanced historical features with contemporary luxury and optimal filming conditions. Perfect natural lighting streamed through massive windows, every room equipped with professional-grade sound dampening and wall-mounted ring lights. The 6 other content creators selected for the residency represented diverse niches. Beauty tutorials, fitness challenges, comedy sketches, true crime commentary, urban exploration, and cooking videos, creating what Jules described as perfect cross-pollination potential for collaborative content. The first few days proceeded exactly as promised. We filmed introductory content establishing the residency concept, participated in getting to know you challenges designed to showcase our personalities, and planned collaborative videos that would introduce each creator's audience to the others. Jules and his core team, 3 long-term collaborators who handled technical aspects, editing, and social media management, maintained a relentlessly upbeat atmosphere while guiding us through their proven content formulas. The resulting videos performed exceptionally well, my subscriber count jumping by thousands within days as the Spotlight's massive audience discovered my channel through cleverly structured collaborations. The subtle shift began during the second week, as Jules introduced what he called escalation content, videos designed to capitalize on our growing comfort with each other by pushing boundaries for entertainment value. What started as mildly embarrassing challenges gradually evolved into elaborate pranks with increasingly uncomfortable elements. Sleep deprivation, minor physical discomfort, emotional manipulation designed to capture genuine distress that could be packaged as entertainment. Nothing technically harmful, but walking a line that made several of us privately uncomfortable, though none dared voice concerns for fear of appearing ungrateful or unsuited to the competitive reality of professional content creation. I remember the exact moment when my unease crystallized into something more concrete. During a late-night editing session, I noticed discrepancies in the footage from a particularly intense prank involving simulated intruders. The reactions Jules had captured seemed disproportionate to the scenario as I remembered it. Expressions of fear that exceeded what would be reasonable for something understood to be staged. Reviewing the raw footage more carefully, I noticed subtle cuts where reactions from different contexts had been spliced together, creating a narrative of escalating terror that hadn't actually occurred in the sequence shown. When I casually mentioned these observations to Mai, the beauty content creator who had become my closest ally in the house, she shared similar concerns about her own footage being manipulated to exaggerate emotional responses. More disturbing was her revelation that certain exclusive content was being filmed when some of us were sent on off-site activities, featuring the remaining residents in scenarios she described as significantly more intense than what appeared on the public channels. That night, unable to sleep and increasingly troubled by the pattern emerging, I made the fateful decision to investigate the technical setup in the basement media room, where all footage was processed and uploaded. The house was quiet, most residents exhausted from a particularly demanding day of filming. The media room door was locked, but the adjacent storage area connected through a partially concealed access point behind sound dampening panels, something I'd noticed earlier in the week while helping transport equipment. The computers were running, multiple monitors displaying editing interfaces with ongoing projects. What immediately caught my attention wasn't the familiar YouTube studio interface, but several adjacent screens showing a completely different platform. Dark background, red accents, user interfaces displaying cryptocurrency values and viewer counts. One monitor showed what appeared to be a private chat, where users with anonymized handles discussed upcoming episodes and intensity progression, alongside cryptocurrency bids for what they called direction privileges. With growing horror, I realized I was looking at the back end of a dark web broadcasting operation, one that ran parallel to the legitimate YouTube content. As I navigated through the file structure, the truth revealed itself with nauseating clarity. The Spotlight Collective's public channel was merely the sanitized, algorithm-friendly version of their actual product, a subscription-based dark web stream where the pranks, challenges, and interpersonal conflicts were staged at progressively more extreme levels for paying audiences who could influence events through bidding systems. The folder labeled Previous Residents contained material that confirmed my worst fears. These weren't just recordings of pranks, but documented psychological breaking points, moments where genuine distress had been deliberately engineered and captured. Most disturbing were subfolders with participants' names followed by finale designations containing footage never intended for public platforms. Scenarios where simulation gave way to actual harm, where the line between content and cruelty had been deliberately, methodically erased. I was so absorbed in this discovery that I failed to notice the door opening behind me. Jules's voice, stripped of its YouTube enthusiasm and speaking with clinical detachment, observed that I'd accelerated the schedule by discovering their operation prematurely. His tone suggested this was not an unexpected development, but rather a contingency they had prepared for, perhaps even a scenario that had played out with previous residents whose disturbing finale folders I'd just discovered. What followed exists in my memory as fragmented impressions rather than coherent sequence, Jules explaining with disturbing calmness that I had unwittingly auditioned for and been selected for their dark web content stream, where authentic reactions to escalating scenarios commanded premium subscription rates from viewers tired of the artificial positivity of mainstream platforms. The real purpose of the Spotlight Residency program wasn't to elevate promising creators, but to identify those whose psychological profile suggested they would produce compelling content when subjected to genuine rather than simulated distress. My attempted escape was predictably unsuccessful. The house had been specifically selected for its isolation and security features. The other residents either complicit or themselves unaware of the true nature of their participation. The following 3 days became a nightmare of forced participation in what they called my breakdown arc, a carefully orchestrated series of scenarios designed to document my psychological deterioration for their dark web audience. Each segment was constructed to appear consensual if viewed selectively, with carefully captured moments of apparent agreement that could be edited together to create plausible deniability. The other residents' reactions revealed the spectrum of their involvement. My and 2 others displayed the genuine shock of fellow victims, while the remaining 3 showed the practiced detachment of those who had already completed their own arcs and graduated to becoming facilitators rather than subjects. The true horror wasn't just what was happening, but the realization that this system had been operating for years, processing waves of aspiring creators through its machinery. Some discarded after providing sufficient content, others absorbed into the operation as their moral boundaries were systematically dismantled. My salvation came not through my own efforts, but through Mai's desperate initiative. Having witnessed my content sessions and realizing she was likely scheduled for similar treatment, She had managed to smuggle a message out through a food delivery service, using a technique so simple it had evaded the elaborate security systems. A note written in eyeliner on a delivery instruction slip, containing just enough information to raise alarms when received by someone outside the house's controlled environment. The police response was initially skeptical, but escalated rapidly when Mai's family independently reported concerns after unusual changes in her communication patterns. The raid occurred during what was being prepared as my finale session, interrupting a scenario designed to document actual rather than simulated harm. The resulting investigation uncovered not just the dark web broadcasting operation, but a cryptocurrency trail linking the Spotlight Collective to similar operations across multiple countries. A network of content houses where the boundaries between entertainment and exploitation had been deliberately, profitably erased. The legal aftermath continues even now, complicated by jurisdictional issues and the technical challenges of prosecuting crimes conducted through encrypted channels. Jules and 2 core team members remain in custody awaiting trial, while others negotiate reduced sentences in exchange for testimony. The victims, dozens identified across 3 years of operations, grapple with psychological trauma and the knowledge that footage of their worst moments continues to circulate in unreachable corners of the internet. I haven't posted online since that day. My channel remains dormant, comment sections filled with conspiracy theories and demands for explanation that I cannot bring myself to address. Sometimes I receive messages from accounts I don't recognize, containing nothing but timestamp references that I understand with sickening clarity to be directions to specific moments in my content arc, still being viewed and shared on platforms beyond the reach of conventional moderation. The most disturbing legacy isn't the personal trauma, but the knowledge that the Spotlight Collective was merely one node in a larger network. A proof of concept, showing how effectively mainstream content creation could be weaponized as both cover and recruitment for darker operations. How many other collaboration houses, creator residencies, and content collectives operate similar schemes beneath their algorithm-friendly surfaces? How many aspiring creators, desperate for visibility in an oversaturated market, are being evaluated not for their talent, but for their potential to generate compelling content when their consent is methodically, invisibly withdrawn? Each viral challenge, each increasingly extreme prank war, each collaboration house promoting authentic content and pushing boundaries now represents potential danger rather than opportunity. The possible visible surface of operations extending into depths where entertainment and atrocity become indistinguishable, where audiences transition from passive viewers to active directors of harm, where the desperate pursuit of visibility becomes vulnerability to those who see human breaking points as merely premium content for the darkest corners of the web. I shouldn't have signed for the parcel. That's the cleanest way to start, and it's true. A courier said my flat number. I scribbled my name without thinking, and a small box became my problem before I'd finished my tea. The courier had that particular brand of impatience that comes with the territory. Shifting weight from foot to foot, electronic pad already angled toward me before I'd properly opened the door. His high-vis jacket was rain-spotted, and he smelled faintly of diesel and wet cardboard. Behind him, his van sat double-parked with hazards blinking, engine running like a heartbeat, counting down the seconds until he could move on to the next address. I signed because that's what you do when someone arrives at your door with purpose and a clipboard. The transaction felt automatic, muscle memory from years of online shopping and convenience. I hadn't ordered anything. The box was light, almost empty feeling, with the kind of generic brown tape that could have come from anywhere. Inside sat a cheap kitchen timer, the sort you'd find in a pound shop, white plastic with a wind-up mechanism that probably wouldn't last 6 months of normal use. Alongside it was a card with a QR code printed on stock so thin it felt like it might dissolve if you breathed on it wrong. No branding, no receipt, no return address on the package itself. Just my name and flat number written in block capitals with a thick black marker. I left the timer on the worktop next to the kettle, told myself the label had been misread somewhere along the delivery chain and meant to take it back to the depot after work. The plan had that comfortable vagueness of things you intend to do but probably won't follow through on. I forgot the way you forget to water plants or call relatives back. Late that evening, when the flat had settled into its familiar quiet and I'd run out of reasonable ways to avoid thinking about the day, curiosity made a good case for itself. I scanned the code. The QR reader hesitated for a moment, as if uncertain, then opened a page that only loads on the dark web. I'm not an expert on these things. I just recognize the type of address from the sort of articles that make it sound novel and dangerous, like urban exploration for people who never leave their computers. The page was almost empty. Black background, pale text that seemed to glow against the darkness of my phone screen. A thin progress line that didn't seem to do much beyond prove something was loading. In the center was a live view of a stairwell. It looked like mine, painted brick walls with that particular shade of institutional cream that housing associations favor. A black handrail worn smooth by countless hands. The same wonky recycling notice by the fire door that had been askew for months. Someone had stuck it up carelessly, and no one had bothered to straighten it since. The image quality was grainy but clear enough to make me uncomfortable. A small counter in the corner ticked up steadily. Beneath it sat a single line of text. Place the kitchen timer on the landing rail at the top of the stairs within the next few minutes. I closed the page and stared at the kettle like it held an answer to a question I hadn't properly formed yet. The timer sat there looking innocent and slightly pathetic, the sort of object that might gather dust in a drawer for years before finally getting thrown away in a house move. But there was something about the precision of the instruction, the casual certainty that I would follow it, that made my chest tight with a feeling I couldn't name yet. Then I picked up the timer, stepped out into the corridor, and climbed to the landing. The building felt different at night, more aware of itself, full of small sounds that disappeared during the day. Pipes ticking as they cooled, the distant hum of someone's television through thin walls, the soft mechanical breathing of the lift shaft. I balanced the timer on the rail and wound it until it ticked with that urgent, impatient sound that kitchen timers make. The metal was cold under my fingers. Back in my flat, I watched the countdown on my phone, refreshing the page every few seconds like I was waiting for exam results. The image never changed, just the empty stairwell, the timer perched on the rail like a small white bird. When the bell rang, sharp and artificial in the corridor's silence, the image flickered once and steadied. Nothing else happened. No door opened. No figure appeared in frame. The camera just kept its patient watch. I checked the plant pot in the lobby before bed, more out of nervous energy than expectation, and saw nothing. The lobby felt larger at night, shadows pooling in corners where the overhead lights couldn't reach. In the morning, pressed between pot and wall like a secret being passed along, there was an envelope with my name written in the same thick black marker. Inside was a £10 note, crisp and new, and silence that felt heavier than the money. It felt like a prank made to prove a point about how little it takes to move a person. A social experiment maybe, or some art student's thesis project on urban compliance. The kind of thing that would make sense in a gallery context, with a placard explaining the theoretical framework. 2 days later, a second parcel arrived. This time I hesitated before signing, pen hovering over the electronic pad while the courier waited with practiced patience. But hesitation isn't the same as refusal, and muscle memory won out again. The box held self-adhesive hooks, the sort you stick to bathroom tiles to hang towels, a small roll of clear tape, and another card with the familiar QR code. The same page loaded, only this time the camera had moved to sit lower, tucked somewhere behind the fire extinguisher near the glass front door. The view took in the entrance area, the row of postboxes with their scratched metal doors, the first few steps of the main staircase. The instruction was more specific this time. Tape a hook to the underside of the top step above the postboxes, on the left, so the dark edge of it shows just beyond the lip if you crouch and look up. It felt petty and technical and almost funny, like following instructions in a particularly boring manual. I pressed the hook into place with my thumb, the adhesive strip warming slightly under pressure. The positioning had to be exact, visible from below but not obvious to anyone walking normally up the stairs. I found myself checking the angles, making small adjustments, taking an odd satisfaction in getting it precisely right. When I walked away, I listened for any door opening, any sound that might indicate I was being watched, but heard nothing except the building's usual background hum. Later that evening, I refreshed the page and watched the stream show a gloved hand reach carefully into frame. The hand moved with deliberate economy, hanging a tiny metal tag on the hook, something small and dark that caught the light briefly before settling into shadow. The hand withdrew quickly, like a fox slipping through a garden, there and gone in the space between one breath and the next. Watching it felt like witnessing something I wasn't supposed to see, even though the whole point was clearly that I should see it. The next morning, another envelope was tucked behind the pot. More cash, another £10 note with the same crisp newness, and one neat sentence written in blue ballpoint. The hook has been helpful and more will be expected soon. The handwriting was careful, anonymous, the sort of script you might use when filling out official forms. The third parcel landed on a Friday morning when I was meant to catch a train to Derby to see my stepdad. I nearly ignored the buzzer because I was running late and had that particular kind of pre-journey anxiety that makes every small delay feel catastrophic. But the sound was insistent, and ignoring buzzers in a building like ours feels antisocial in a way that's hard to explain. The box held a rubber door wedge, the triangular kind that probably cost less than £1, a small USB torch with a wrist strap, and a card with the same QR link. The camera had moved again, this time facing the rear corridor by the exit to the bin store. This part of the building always felt forgotten, narrower than the main corridors, with pipes running along the ceiling and a persistent smell of damp concrete. The instruction was simple. Wedge the rear door ajar at roughly this time this evening. Shine the torch once into the corridor so the lens flares white. Walk away and return after a short while to remove the wedge. Payment will be the same. I moved my train by an hour, called my stepdad to explain I'd be late, and spent the afternoon with a low-level anxiety humming in my chest like a phone set to vibrate. When evening came, I did exactly what was asked. The torch beam fogged the image for a second, turning the screen pure white before settling back to show the empty corridor. Within a minute, a finger appeared at the glass from the outside, just the tip of one finger tapping once against the door like a coded message. I removed the wedge and locked the door, testing the handle twice to make sure it was secure. Another envelope was waiting that night, and I told myself it was some odd favor for a neighbor who liked sending people on little errands. Maybe someone with mobility issues who couldn't manage stairs easily, or an older resident who'd worked out an elaborate system for getting help without having to ask directly. The explanation felt comfortable, so I let it settle and tried not to think too hard about the finger at the glass. There was a man 2 doors down who carried a gym bag most mornings. He'd helped me with a flat-pack wardrobe once, holding panels steady while I fumbled with the Allen key, making the sort of cheerful small talk that makes mundane tasks bearable. He held doors for people with pushchairs and took parcels in when neighbors were out. The kind of casual community-minded gesture that keeps apartment buildings functioning. I mention him now because later I saw his photo on a local news website and recognized the same forearms and half smile. And I want you to understand that I knew who he was as a person before I knew what happened to him. Before his photo appeared in the news, the tasks kept creeping towards something that, at first glance, still looked normal. The next delivery contained blank lanyard sleeves, the sort used for conferences and workplace ID cards, and a set of numbered cards with official-looking fonts. The page asked me to slide one card into a sleeve and hang it on the hook under the step, then sit on the stairs at a particular minute and pretend to scroll through my phone. I positioned myself on the 3rd step up from the lobby, back against the wall, trying to look like someone killing time while waiting for a friend or a delivery. The building hummed around me with the particular sounds that old blocks make when pipes move hot water around and lift motors cycle through their routines. A woman with a pushchair needed help with the heavy front door, and I stood automatically to hold it open, feeling like I was breaking a rule I hadn't been told about, but should somehow understand. Later, I watched a grainy loop of myself looking appropriately bored and absorbed in my phone screen. The footage had that slightly unreal quality of security camera footage, compressed and pixelated in a way that made everything look like it was happening underwater. The lanyard had vanished from the hook. Another envelope appeared behind the plant pot the next morning. Another £10 note, another brief message. Timing was good. I kept telling myself I hadn't done anything wrong. I'd stuck a hook under a step and wedged the door for a few minutes. I'd placed a cheap lanyard where no one would notice unless they were specifically looking for it. The requests were clearly designed to make me feel like a bystander to my own actions, a bit player in someone else's story. That was the point, I thought, to demonstrate how easily ordinary people could be drawn into small conspiracies without ever feeling like conspirators. One morning, the man with the gym bag didn't collect a parcel from the lobby shelf where the postman leaves packages too big for the slots. It sat there all day, a brown box with his name clearly visible on the label, the sort of thing that usually disappears within hours of being delivered. In the evening, someone on the building's WhatsApp group asked if anyone had seen him, because his phone was going straight to voicemail, and he'd missed a standing arrangement. I wasn't part of the group. I'd never been one for building social media, but I saw a screenshot from a neighbor who forwards everything. We all know how that kind of question changes a corridor. People start looking through peepholes before stepping out, and the lift feels like a waiting room where everyone's pretending not to be anxious. Conversations by the post boxes become briefer, more purposeful. The building's rhythm shifts in subtle ways, like a piece of music played slightly too fast. The next parcel contained a heavy padlock with a brass body and a chrome shackle, and a key that looked newly cut. The page told me to swap the old lock on the rear gate for this one at roughly 2 o'clock the following afternoon, then hang the old lock, with the new key threaded through it on the inside mesh of the gate, and shut the gate without engaging the latch. Someone would collect the old lock shortly after. I did it because by then, consistency felt safer than refusal, and because not doing it felt like stepping suddenly into harsh light after hours in comfortable darkness. The old lock came away easily. The screws were already loose, as if someone had prepared for this moment. The new lock clicked into place with satisfying precision. I threaded the key through the old lock shackle and hung it where the instructions specified, testing to make sure it was secure but easily removable. I can't pretend I didn't think about the man with the gym bag as I turned the screwdriver. The weight of the old lock in my hand felt significant in a way I couldn't articulate. That night, I listened through the thin wall that separated our flats, straining to hear his usual evening routine. The shower running, music playing softly, the familiar domestic sounds that form the background soundtrack of apartment living. I heard nothing. Another day passed, then another. It's remarkable how easily a person slips out of the rhythm of a building, and how the building just continues its routines as if nothing has changed. I tried, briefly, to ignore the page. For 3 days, I didn't scan the code that came with the next package. The box sat unopened on my kitchen counter, and I told myself this was where I drew the line. Then a message arrived on the throwaway email account I'd used for parcel delivery confirmations, an account I thought was anonymous and forgotten. The message contained a link, a specific time, and a request to watch. The casual certainty that I would comply felt like a hand on the back of my neck. I watched. The stream showed the view from inside the bin store, that concrete walled space at the back of the building where the wheelie bins lived among the spider webs, and the perpetual smell of decomposition. The camera sat somewhere high near a water pipe, looking down at the metal bin frames and plastic lids that never quite fitted properly. Even through the screen, I could almost taste that heavy, sour smell that clings to the back of your throat. A countdown timer appeared in the corner and began to sink towards 0. When it reached the minute I'd been given, the rear door opened with the particular grinding sound it made when the bottom scraped against the concrete threshold. 2 people pushed a trolley in, moving with the unhurried efficiency of people who belonged there. The trolley carried flat boxes wrapped in brown paper and plastic sheeting, packages that looked official and mundane and somehow ominous all at once. They worked quickly and methodically, arranging the boxes with care, checking something on a phone screen, making small adjustments to the positioning. The stream didn't provide sound I could properly follow, just a muffled echo that might have been voices or might have been the building's ventilation system. When they finished, they left as quietly as they'd arrived, and the door eased shut, as if the building had taken a slow, careful breath. The official updates, when they came, arrived without drama. A small memorial appeared by the front door, a cheap bouquet from a supermarket, and a laminated photo of the man with the gym bag, his arm around a golden retriever, both of them squinting into sunshine somewhere that looked like a park. Someone from the council knocked on doors, asking routine questions about whether we'd noticed anything unusual with the bins, any strange smells, any disturbances in the area. People began double locking their flat doors and checking the spy holes before answering knocks. A few new faces appeared in the building, taking over flats that had suddenly become available. The turnover felt faster than usual, but housing in this part of town moved quickly anyway. Days grew thinner, more cautious. I tried to keep my head down and treat stillness like safety, avoiding eye contact in corridors and timing my comings and goings to minimize encounters. Another parcel arrived wrapped like a book, the kind of careful packaging that suggested contents more fragile than kitchen timers and door wedges. Inside was a stack of small laminated cards with official-looking notices printed in the same font the Housing Association used for maintenance announcements. The page asked me to slide one under the door of flat 3B after dark. The card explained that there would be a routine fire alarm test the following day, and residents shouldn't be concerned if they heard people in high-visibility jackets moving through the corridors during that period. It sounded exactly like the dull, bureaucratic notices that appeared regularly in our postboxes, the kind of thing you scan quickly before recycling. I did it because fear of the alternative had already moved into my flat like an unwelcome roommate, settling into corners and making itself comfortable. The card slipped easily under the door with barely a whisper of sound. The next morning, 2 men in safety vests walked past my door in perfect step, their boots making identical sounds on the corridor carpet. They vanished through the rear exit I'd wedged open weeks earlier, and I realized I was holding my breath until I heard the door click shut behind them. The page showed only the stairwell, looping calmly as always. The timer in the corner kept ticking with what felt like mechanical commentary on my complicity. The parcel that felt like a threat before I even opened it arrived on a Tuesday morning when rain was turning the windows grey and the building felt more enclosed than usual. My name was printed in block capitals across the brown paper, and the weight distribution felt wrong. Too light in some places, too heavy in others. Inside was a plug-in door chime, the sort you buy in the electrical aisle of supermarkets, and a small black wireless button with adhesive pads on the back. The card's instructions were precise. Place the chime in the hallway near the front door. Fix the button outside above the letterbox where the postman would see it, but might not think to comment on it. The accompanying link now showed a view looking outward through the building's glass front door to the street beyond. A final line said that when the chime sounded, I was to do nothing at all. Just listen and wait, and continue whatever I was doing as if nothing had happened. It rang once, in the small hours when the building was deepest in sleep, and the only sound should have been heating pipes and distant traffic. A single, neat electronic tone that seemed to hang in the air longer than it actually lasted. I lay in bed waiting for a second chime that never came. My heart rate elevated in the specific way that comes from being woken by unfamiliar sounds. The building stayed perfectly still around me. It rang again, after what felt like an hour but was probably only minutes. Then silence that stretched until I fell back into thin, restless sleep, full of dreams about corridors and cameras and hands reaching through letterboxes. When I woke properly, grey daylight was seeping through the curtains and rain was still tapping against the windows like someone asking politely to be let in. When I opened the door for my usual morning trip to the corner shop for bread and milk, the button had vanished. Only a small smear of adhesive remained on the paintwork, barely visible unless you knew to look for it. An envelope lay on the doormat, not behind the plant pot this time, but directly addressed to me in a way that felt like an escalation. The photo inside showed my hallway from a low angle, taken through the letterbox slot, looking toward the chime plugged into the socket by the front door. No message accompanied it. The point was proximity, intimacy, the demonstration that privacy was an illusion I'd been allowed to maintain until now. Another link arrived in my email later that day with a timestamp for the evening. I watched because obedience had become a reflex, a learned response that bypassed conscious decision-making. The camera had moved again to cover the main lobby, the postboxes with their scratched metal faces, the first stretch of corridor, and just enough of the stairwell to catch movement between floors. The timer counted down to the specified minute. At exactly the right moment, the main door opened and 3 men entered. 2 carried a step ladder between them with practiced ease, while the third followed with a package tucked under his arm like something valuable and fragile. They moved through the space with the confidence of people who had studied the building's rhythms and understood its weak points. One of them went straight to the lift and pressed the call button. The second set up the step ladder with quick, efficient movements. The third approached the post boxes, spun the combination dials on 2 different boxes as if he had memorized the numbers, and slid his package into one of the opened compartments. Then he paused, facing the stairs in a way that suggested he was checking the quality of silence, rather than looking for any specific person. I closed the stream and sat holding my phone like it might provide warmth or comfort. The image of the man's pause stayed with me, that moment of professional assessment, cataloguing the building's mood and finding it satisfactory for whatever came next. Later that day, the police posted an update saying they were renewing their appeal for information about a second person, last seen in the company of the missing man. They were particularly keen to trace anyone who had received unexpected parcels or packages recently. I tried to imagine calling the number provided and explaining the correct amount of truth, enough to be helpful, not enough to implicate myself in whatever had been happening around me. My throat tightened with the petty anxiety that comes when you've run for a bus and then changed your mind at the last moment, leaving you stranded on the pavement feeling foolish and conspicuous. How do you explain that you've been following instructions without understanding their purpose? That you've been complicit in something you can't name? That night the chime rang again, once, and stopped. In the morning, there was another envelope behind the plant pot. No cash this time. Just a laminated card with a single sentence that read like a line from a workplace safety manual. Prop the front door open tomorrow for a short window after 9 a.m. The instruction had the bland authority of something that shouldn't be questioned. The kind of request that sounds reasonable until you think about it too carefully. I stood at the top of the main staircase and looked down at the entrance, at the heavy door with its security lock, and the thin mat where packages sometimes waited for collection. I thought about how small actions accumulate into patterns you don't recognize until it's too late to pretend you don't understand what you've been part of. The front door was propped open at the specified time the next day, not by me. A folded gym leaflet sat wedged under the bottom edge like a paper tongue, holding the door just wide enough to slip through without triggering the automatic closing mechanism. I watched from the window of the stairwell, 3 floors up, as 2 familiar figures approached from the street with the unhurried confidence of people keeping appointments. I understood then that my part in this had never been essential. I had been used to test the building's rhythms and vulnerabilities, to establish patterns and timing, to identify the residents who noticed things and those who didn't. The serious work, whatever that had been, no longer needed my small contributions. They had mapped the building's habits, learned the names on the buzzers, developed an intuitive feel for who left when and which doors stayed locked during the day. I had been the practice run, the proof of concept, someone's experiment in urban compliance and the gradual erosion of boundaries. The realization felt like discovering you've been playing a game where only one person knew the rules. I moved a few weeks later, citing work commitments to the letting agent, rather than trying to explain the real reasons. My deposit went toward a smaller place across town, near a parade of shops, where the woman behind the post office counter learns your name if you visit regularly enough. The new building has thicker doors, better locks, and no convenient plant pot by the entrance where messages might be left. I don't keep electronic chimes plugged into wall sockets anymore. I still answer the door buzzer because social conditioning runs deep, but I look through the peephole each time and keep the security chain engaged until I'm certain about who's calling. It makes me feel both faintly ridiculous and more genuinely awake than I'd been in years. This isn't a public service announcement or a warning designed to make you more suspicious of your neighbors. It's just a record of how soft pressure works when applied in careful increments. A package arrives containing something boring and unthreatening. A web page asks for a favor that costs nothing and harms no one. The first task pays for itself and makes you feel clever for discovering a small, victimless corner of urban life where rules are more flexible than you'd assumed. The second favor hides behind helpfulness and community spirit. The third is about timing and access. The fourth introduces the possibility of consequences you hadn't considered. Then someone you know by sight vanishes from the building's daily rhythms, and a cheap bouquet appears by the front door. A laminated card slides under a neighbor's door, and people in high visibility vests walk through secure areas because no one looks twice at official seeming uniforms. If you want an ending with resolution and justice, I don't have one to offer. Take the simplest version instead. A door on a damp morning, held open by a gym advertisement. A pair of men who look like they belong, walking into a building without hurry or concern. A third who pauses in the lobby and seems to glance up toward the higher floors, as if checking the time or confirming that expected schedules are being maintained. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that would make witnesses out of bystanders. Just the slow, methodical click of small tasks becoming a comprehensive plan, of individual complicity adding up to collective vulnerability. I don't scan random QR codes anymore. I dispose of unsolicited cards and packages without opening them. I still think sometimes about that first kitchen timer ticking on the landing, the mechanical bell that rang in an empty corridor, and the brief moment of relief I felt when nothing immediately dramatic happened. That might have been the safest moment in the entire sequence, when I knew just enough to be curious, but not enough to be properly frightened. Now I know more, and the knowledge isn't particularly useful. It just sits there in the back of my mind, quiet and patient as a plant pot by a door, waiting for the next person to reach into it without thinking to look first. The game is still being played, I'm certain of that. Somewhere in the city, someone is signing for a package they didn't order, and curiosity is making its usual persuasive case for just one small favor, one tiny compromise, one harmless step across a line they can't yet see. I should have left it alone. That is the simplest way to start, and the truest. I am not looking for sympathy. I am putting a marker in the ground so you understand that the first choice was small and boring and felt safe enough to carry home in my pocket. It began with a dull sentence on a page that did not normally have anything interesting on it. I was in my flat in Nottingham on a wet afternoon, half scrolling for second-hand tools because my shed had been cleared out a few weeks earlier, half letting the radio mumble across the room. Someone had written that there was a quicker catalogue for local errands and verifications. Then I copied it into a new window, because telling yourself not to touch something is a good way to make sure you do. The page that opened was plain. It belonged to a plain corner of the dark web that pretended to be a jobs board. The tasks were written like tickets. Each one had an area, a time window, and the proof required. Photograph a front door with the number visible. Record a short clip of the corner of a lane. Note whether a side window uses obscured glass. Confirm whether a streetlight sits between two driveways. Payment was cash in envelopes collected from specified spots after the upload had been verified. The first task was a short walk from my street and offered enough to cover groceries. I took it with the neat lie that I could stop at any time. It asked for 3 things: a photo of a door on a quiet road near the park, a half-minute video of the alley between 2 terraces that fed onto a lane, and a rough note about the rear wall height based on where it reached against a shoulder. I put my phone at hip height, walked past, filmed the alley, glanced at the wall, and went home feeling like I had pinched a coin from a fountain. The envelope was under the 3rd step of a canal footbridge, tucked beside a bolt. There was enough inside to feel like a reward, and not enough to smell like a trap. The next task appeared the following day. Check the sight line of a public camera near the tram stop, then a turning circle at the end of a cul-de-sac, then the type of glass in a porch window. The 4th job changed the tone. It asked me to note the arrival time of a bin lorry on a particular street over several mornings. That was the first time repetition appeared. I walked there with coffee, stood where I could see without being obvious, and wrote rough times in my notes. I sent a tidy summary and got a different kind of reply. Instead of a bland receipt, it contained a numbered list. Wait at a bus stop near a given house on a specific morning. Carry a flat cardboard parcel in a plain paper bag. When the bin lorry stops by the green bins outside the house, place the parcel on top of a lid and keep walking. Collect payment later from a locker at the station. The parcel was light. The paper bag had a generic print from a stationery shop. Nobody looked at me. I placed it on the bin as the lorry braked, walked on without breaking pace, and stood at a corner feeling foolish until I felt normal again. The locker opened with the code I had been sent. The cash was crisp. I should have stopped there. I did not. From then on, the errands became a quiet second job. I told myself I had a line because I refused anything that crossed the threshold. It sounded responsible. It was nonsense. The task that broke it looked indistinguishable at first glance. Confirm a cap flap at the rear of a house near the ring road. Record 30 seconds of the lane behind at dusk. Leave a small packet in the 3rd wheelie bin along, to be collected the next day. The description suggested it contained a USB for audio testing, which was supposed to make it wholesome. I did the things and went home. 2 days later, the house appeared on the local news. The language was careful. The police were appealing for information about a woman who had not been seen since the previous evening. The camera held on the same front door I had photographed, and the hanging basket looked brighter with blue tape strung across the path. The feeling was not a shock. It was the sound of gears joining, the little clicks that turned separate cogs into a single wheel. Every small thing I had done found its place in a machine that did not care how I explained myself. I read back through the completed errands and saw them properly, timing a vehicle, checking a light, mapping an approach, placing a parcel on a bin at a fixed moment, making a phone ring somewhere at a minute that mattered. It was choreography for intruders, and the part I played required nothing more than being boring and reliable. I wanted to tell the police. I also wanted to sit in a park until dark. I did neither. I went quiet and hoped quiet would make it cleaner. The first message arrived that evening, sent to an email address I used for shopping. No greeting, no sign-off, just a link and a timestamp. The construction matched the voice of the errands. I pressed the link. A plain video page opened with a small counter ticking up in a corner. The image was a room like a garage, bare concrete, a strip light, a chair, a woman, ankles taped to the legs, head tipped forward. I watched the steady buzz of the light until the stream froze and a single line of instruction replaced it. Check under your doormat. I locked the front door and stood in the hallway like a guest who had walked into the wrong flat. Then I opened it a fraction, reached out, and lifted the mat. There was an envelope underneath, thin and ordinary. Inside was a printed photo of my front door, shot from the communal hall through the gap, angled in a way that meant someone had leaned in. No note, no demand. The proof was the point. Another message followed with a code for a locker at the station. I collected a small rucksack that night and brought it home. Inside I found a tiny cube camera, a roll of gaffer tape, a clear pencil case with cable ties and a marker, a pair of nitrile gloves, a disposable phone still wrapped, and a single sheet of A4 with a numbered list. Tape the camera under the lip of a shelf facing the sofa. Plug in the disposable phone and leave it charging. Remove your watch and place it on the arm of the sofa. Sit. I did those things with the measured care you give to fragile objects, except the fragile object was my day. The disposable phone lit up with a link that opened to a live view of my living room from the camera I had just taped in place. Watching yourself in your own room, as if your room was somewhere else, is an odd sensation. A photo arrived showing my back door lock in close detail, the kind of close that reveals tiny scratches you have never seen. Another list asked me to gather items I already owned. Cling film, a towel, a small torch, a bin liner, and paracetamol. I placed them on the table one by one and held each to the lens for a second, because the list said to, and because the counter kept climbing, and because obedience felt like the only thing left that might keep the shape of this from turning worse. The next steps sent me from room to room with the torch, keeping the disposable phone pointed so the viewers could see the beam. Viewers is a word I had avoided until the number in the corner demanded it. I found nothing under the bed. I found a tiny lens embedded in the radiator cover facing the bed. I found another glued under a kitchen cupboard and one inside the cooker hood. I found one behind a notch above the bathroom mirror and one hidden inside the casing of the hallway smoke alarm. Each time I placed the lens on the towel and filmed a neat little row, like evidence in a petty case I had brought against myself. A short instruction told me to drop the lenses into the bin liner, not the top, and wait. The stream split into two frames. The top showed my living room. The bottom returned to the garage and the woman in the chair. A timer appeared between them and began to count down from a number chosen to look manageable and feel like a cliff. I stared at it because looking away would make no difference, and because the light in my room and the light in the garage now felt like parts of the same machine. Another message told me to swallow 2 tablets dry, hold my watch to the camera, put on the gloves, carry the bag of lenses to the back door, step into the yard, and leave the bag by the bins. The small sound of the latch made my skin crawl. Cold air touched my face. I put the bag down and came back in, because the list told me to come back in. I had understood by then that the objects were not the point. The movements were the point. This was a set of positions written in a tone that made refusal feel like misreading. The next instruction told me to turn off the ceiling light, tilt the lamp until the pool of light cut across my face, pull a length of cling film the size of my forearm, and lay it on the table. The split view flickered. A shadow moved out of frame in the garage. The timer crawled. Then I was told to wrap the cling film around my forearm 3 times, hold it to the lens, unwrap it, lay it flat, write the time on it with the marker, and stick a piece of tape on the corner. Then to lift the shelf camera for a second and put it back exactly as before. Each neat action tightened something in me, exactness turns a person into equipment. The step that followed has not left me. Walk to the front door. Turn the key to the right, not to lock it, to unlock it. Return to the sofa. Place your hands flat on your knees. Look at the camera without moving until the timer reaches 0. I did it. The sound of the latch felt indecent. The timer counted down between the 2 frames, one measuring my quiet room, one measuring the cold garage light. When it reached 0, nothing happened. The strip light hummed. My flat stayed still. The stream blinked. The bottom frame vanished. A last message told me to pack the gear back into the rucksack and leave it outside my door, that the bag in the yard would be collected, and that there would be no further contact if I kept a simple rule about keeping quiet. The window closed itself. The lamp made the same pool of light on the same rug. In the morning, the news said the missing woman had been found. The language was careful again. No details. A car on a lane near the river. A change of tone from urgent to grateful. I stared at my kitchen tiles until the grout lines blurred. I replaced the front door lock. I replaced the smoke alarm. I found 2 more lenses during the week. One above the boiler, one in a vent. No more messages arrived. The link that had started the errands no longer loaded. The envelopes ended. The world did not. I did not write a statement or walk into a station. I imagined both and then imagined the questions and the looks and the slow crawl through a system that would want every wrapper and every step. I did small things instead. I started using small shops where the staff see you often enough to notice a mood. I nodded to people I recognized. I put up my own camera that points at my front door and records ordinary arrivals and departures. I told myself it was for safety, knowing it was for penance. This is the shape of it, stripped to romance. A bland link, boring steps, envelopes under metal, a parcel on a bin lid as a bin lorry rolls up, a rucksack containing a script, a stream with a counter that ticks and a room that hums, a house that reveals how easily it can be mapped, a door that unlocks because the person who lives there turns the key, a news item that takes less than a minute, a person like me who falls silent because speaking would make the mess heavier and not cleaner. If you want something to hold on to, take this. Plain tasks can be part of extraordinary harm, and harm can be scheduled with the tone used for parcel delivery. It does not need masks or jargon. It needs ordinary hands, ordinary streets, and a willingness to follow lists without asking why. I gave my walking and my camera and my quiet to a system designed to look harmless. If I could rewind to the hour before the first walk, I would make tea, put my phone in a drawer, and sit on my hands until the feeling passed. I did not. I keep the first empty envelope in a drawer with batteries and old receipts. Sometimes I put it on the table and stare until it stops being stationary and starts being the whole story in miniature. Cheap paper, a fold that holds shape, a method disguised as nothing special. If you want a final line, it is only this: I should have left it alone. The boring parts made the worst parts possible, and the scariest moment was not the stream or the timer. It was turning my own key and knowing I was the one who had unlocked the door. I live with it. I still can't listen to podcasts. The intimate whisper of a voice directly in my ears, the carefully controlled acoustics, the manufactured authenticity, it all triggers a visceral reaction that sends me fumbling to remove my headphones as panic claws its way up my throat. Friends assume it's some strange quirk, a harmless eccentricity. They don't understand that for me, the sound of a professionally modulated voice against acoustic foam represents the moment my life fractured into before and after. The point where I became both victim and perpetrator in someone else's dark design. 3 years ago, I was just another aspiring media graduate with mounting student debt and fading dreams, 26 years old, living in a dreary Manchester bedsit, sending applications into the void while watching former classmates secure positions at BBC and Channel 4. My podcast, a supposedly insightful analysis of true crime cases, had precisely 147 subscribers after 8 months of weekly episodes recorded on budget equipment in my bedroom closet. Not exactly the breakthrough career I'd envisioned when borrowing £30,000 for my broadcasting degree. The email arrived on a particularly bleak Tuesday evening, as I contemplated whether to abandon the podcast entirely or pivot to something more commercially viable, like relationship advice or cryptocurrency tips. The sender, identifying himself as Marcus Weber of Immersive Media Productions, claimed to have discovered my work through a content aggregator and appreciated my authentic voice and thorough research methodology. He explained that his company was developing a network of independent podcasters with potential for broader distribution, offering access to professional equipment and studio space for creators who demonstrated commitment but lacked resources. Looking back, I should have been suspicious of the vague company name, the absence of a professional website beyond a minimalist landing page, the email address using a generic domain rather than a corporate one. But rejection and obscurity create a particular vulnerability, a desperate eagerness to believe that someone has finally recognized your value, that your efforts haven't been entirely wasted. Within 24 hours, I had agreed to meet Marcus at what he described as their development studio in a renovated industrial space near Ancoats. The location seemed plausible enough. A red brick former textile mill, now housing various creative businesses and startups. Marcus met me in the lobby, a man in his late 30s with the calculated casual aesthetic of someone who wanted to appear simultaneously successful and approachable. His handshake was firm, his smile practiced, his knowledge of my podcast episodes detailed enough to suggest genuine interest. As he led me through the building, explaining their company's vision for nurturing independent creators while maintaining their authentic voices, my initial wariness dissolved into cautious optimism. The studio itself was impressively equipped. Professional-grade microphones, a mixing desk that cost more than my annual rent, sound-isolated recording booth with perfect acoustics. Marcus explained that they allowed select creators to use the space during off hours, typically evenings and weekends, when their primary production work wasn't scheduled. The arrangement he proposed seemed reasonable. I could use the studio twice weekly to record my podcast, with technical support available if needed. In exchange, I would participate in their content incubator program, which involved recording additional material for their market research and audience development initiatives. My first 3 recording sessions proceeded exactly as described. I arrived at the scheduled time, was granted access to the empty studio, and recorded episodes of my podcast with equipment that transformed my amateur production into something that sounded legitimately professional. Each time, I also recorded additional content based on scripts provided by Marcus, seemingly innocuous commentaries on current events, personal anecdotes, and hypothetical scenarios that I assumed were being used to test my versatility and audience appeal. It was during my 4th session that the first subtle shift occurred. The script Marcus provided included a segment titled Confession Booth, which he explained was a popular format with test audiences. An intimate, vulnerability-driven monologue where hosts shared personal mistakes or morally questionable choices they'd made, creating a sense of trust and authenticity with listeners. The specific prompt directed me to describe a time I had acted dishonestly for personal gain, with detailed guidance to include my emotional state before, during, and after the event. I felt a flicker of discomfort, but reasoned that vulnerability was indeed a key component of successful podcasting. The segment seemed designed to establish the relatable imperfection that audiences connect with. I recorded a moderately embarrassing story about altering a university timesheet to claim hours I hadn't worked, including the rationalization process and subsequent guilt as requested in the prompt. Nothing criminal, nothing that couldn't be shared at a dinner party for uncomfortable laughs, but personal enough to feel like I was following the exercise genuinely. The following week, the confession booth script pushed further, asking for an experience where I had knowingly caused harm to another person. Again, I complied, sharing a story from my university years involving a romantic betrayal that had ended a friendship. With each subsequent session, the prompts became increasingly probing, requesting detailed accounts of my worst impulses, shameful thoughts, and ethical boundaries. The scripts included specific instructions about phrasing, emotional cadence, and level of detail that seemed excessive for simple market research. By my 8th session, I had accumulated a substantial archive of recorded confessions, ranging from mildly embarrassing to potentially reputation damaging. It was then that Marcus introduced what he called a specialized project for select creators who had demonstrated particular aptitude for their format. The compensation offered was substantial, enough to clear a significant portion of my student debt, but the details remained vague beyond requiring immersive narrative participation in scenarios designed for an exclusive audience platform. My hesitation must have been apparent, because Marcus immediately showed me something on his tablet that froze the objections in my throat. It was a professionally edited compilation of my most damaging confessions, seamlessly integrated with manipulated segments from my regular podcast to create what appeared to be a single, cohesive episode. The editing was flawless, context removed, statements rearranged to transform embarrassing admissions into what sounded like boasts about serial dishonesty and predatory behavior. Most disturbingly, they had isolated phonemes from hours of my recordings to construct entirely new sentences I had never actually spoken, including what sounded like explicit admissions to criminal activities. What followed was a clinical explanation of their actual operation, not a podcast network, but a sophisticated dark web content provider specializing in authentic criminal narratives performed by unwitting participants. My carefully harvested confessions had served dual purposes, providing material for blackmail and creating a comprehensive vocal dataset that allowed their audio engineers to generate convincing fabrications of my voice saying absolutely anything they scripted. The specialized project became horribly clear. I would receive instructions to commit specific criminal acts while using recording equipment that documented everything. These recordings would be streamed to paying audiences on dark web platforms where customers paid premium rates for non-simulated criminal content, featuring authentic rather than professional performers. My compliance was ensured by the composite recordings already prepared for distribution to employers, family, friends, and law enforcement, should I refuse or attempt to contact authorities. The first assignment arrived by encrypted message the following day, a seemingly simple theft from a specific retail location, with detailed instructions about timing, security camera positioning, and narrative elements to include in my real-time audio commentary. I completed it in a state of numb disbelief, my whispered descriptions of fear and moral conflict entirely genuine, as I pocketed items while wearing the concealed recording equipment they had provided. Each subsequent task escalated in both legal and ethical severity. Retail theft progressed to breaking and entering, then to elaborate scams targeting vulnerable individuals. The instructions grew increasingly specific about capturing authentic emotional responses. My genuine distress, moral conflict, and gradual desensitization becoming premium content for unseen viewers. Between assignments, I was required to record reflective commentaries about my psychological state, creating neatly packaged narrative arcs that their audiences apparently found particularly compelling. Most disturbing was the realization that I wasn't their only unwitting creator. References in the instructions occasionally alluded to parallel storylines involving other blackmailed participants, some progressing to acts of violence I was told might become my next narrative evolution if my audience metrics indicated sufficient interest. The knowledge that anonymous dark web viewers were placing cryptocurrency bids to determine my next criminal act created a horrifying inversion of creator-audience relationship. They were not my audience. I was their performing puppet. The breaking point came with an assignment involving targeted harassment of a specific individual, an elderly man whose name and address were provided without explanation. The instructions included detailed directives for progressively intrusive actions over several weeks, culminating in a home invasion scenario described in terms that made its potentially violent outcome unmistakable. This wasn't just criminal, it was potentially murderous, with me as both perpetrator and documentary narrator. That night, alone in my bedsit with the assignment details burning a hole in my consciousness, I made the decision that could have ended my life, but instead merely destroyed it as I had known it. I prepared a comprehensive digital record of everything: the original emails, meeting notes, assignment instructions, and most crucially, recordings I had secretly made during my confession sessions that captured Marcus providing directions and feedback. Using a public computer and anonymizing software they themselves had taught me to use for communications, I transmitted this evidence to law enforcement through multiple channels before disappearing as thoroughly as my limited resources allowed. The investigation that followed revealed fragments of their operation, a network spanning several cities, dozens of blackmailed creators generating content for dark web platforms where audiences paid thousands in cryptocurrency to influence real criminal narratives. Several technical staff were arrested, equipment seized, platform access temporarily disrupted. But Marcus and the organization's leadership remained elusive. Their contingency protocols apparently as sophisticated as their audio manipulation technology. I've been living under a new identity in a different city for 26 months now. My former life abandoned, along with any aspiration for public creative work. The authorities have suggested that the organization was dismantled sufficiently to neutralize any continuing threat, but I notice how they qualify their reassurances with phrases like, "to the best of our knowledge," and "no evidence of ongoing operations." Sometimes, when I'm alone in the quietest hours of night, I imagine countless invisible microphones capturing my breathing, my movements, my thoughts. I wonder if my entire life is still being broadcast somewhere in the darkest corners of the internet, the mundane daily existence of a person who briefly generated premium content before being discarded from the narrative. I wonder how many other voices on podcasts, live streams, and audio platforms are speaking under similar duress, their carefully modulated tones concealing the same desperate fear that still occasionally closes my throat mid-sentence. Most of all, I wonder about the audiences, the silent paying spectators who derive entertainment from watching real people commit real crimes against other real people, who place bids to escalate scenarios toward increasingly harmful outcomes, who consume authentic human distress as casually as others might binge a Netflix series. They remain out there, scrolling through dark web directories for new content, new voices, new authentic narratives of corruption and coercion. And somewhere, I suspect, Marcus is still recruiting aspiring creators desperate for recognition, still offering access to professional-grade studios with perfect acoustics and sound isolation, still collecting confessions one carefully scripted prompt at a time. The platforms may change, the methods may evolve, but the fundamental transaction remains. Vulnerable people transforming themselves into content for the invisible audience that watches from the darkest corners of the web. Their cryptocurrency payments determining which lives will be destroyed next for their entertainment. You know that scraping sound? Metal against metal. It gets me every time. It doesn't matter if it's just someone dragging a bin across the pavement or a car door shutting too hard. My body reacts before my brain can catch up. Heart racing, sweating instantly, muscles tensing up like I'm about to fight or run. It's been 16 months since I got out of that shipping container, but honestly, I don't think I'll ever really get out. Not completely. Part of me is still in there watching that screen, waiting for the next sick instruction to appear. I've tried therapy, meditation, even moved to a completely different city, but some things just stick with you, you know. I was working as a delivery driver back then, mostly doing long-haul routes across the Midlands. Not the most exciting job, but it paid decent money and kept me moving, which I've always preferred to being stuck in one place. The company I worked for wasn't exactly top tier, the kind that would take on jobs other companies rejected due to tight deadlines or unusual delivery locations. I didn't ask questions, just drove where the dispatcher told me and collected my pay at the end of the week. That particular day started normally enough. I'd been assigned a pickup at this industrial estate outside Birmingham, one of those sprawling concrete landscapes filled with identical warehouses and not enough signs. The GPS coordinates I'd been given led me to a section that seemed less maintained than the rest, with fewer operational businesses and more abandoned units boarded up with metal sheets. I remember thinking it was odd, but figured it was probably just some startup using cheap space or a business in the process of relocating. When I arrived at the exact location, there was nothing but a solitary shipping container sitting in what had once been a loading bay for a warehouse. No office, no staff, not even proper lighting. Just this standard metal container, painted that typical rust-resistant blue you see everywhere. I double-checked the address, called dispatch to confirm, and was told to proceed with the pickup as planned. The manifest listed the contents as electronic testing equipment, bound for a research facility up north. Weight was given as approximately 200 kilos, nothing unusual for the type of deliveries I typically handled. I backed my truck up to the container as best I could in the awkward space. No one appeared to help with loading, which wasn't entirely unusual for these outlying pickups. Sometimes clients would leave items ready to go with paperwork attached, especially for after-hours collections. What was strange was the lack of any paperwork on or near the container. No shipping labels, no manifest, not even a padlock securing it, just a simple latch that anyone could open. As I approached to check if there might be documents inside, I noticed a small digital keypad mounted next to the container doors that I hadn't spotted from the truck. It looked newer than the container itself, with a glowing blue display asking for a 6-digit code. I hadn't been given any code by dispatch, so I called in again. The dispatcher seemed confused, put me on hold for several minutes, then returned to tell me the client had just sent over the access code 789021 and apologized for the oversight. I punched in the numbers and the keypad emitted a soft beep before the display changed to access granted. There was a mechanical click and the container door released slightly, swinging open just enough for me to see it was dark inside. I used my phone torch to peer in, expecting to find crates of equipment that I'd need to load onto my truck. Instead, my light revealed a space that had been converted into something else entirely. Not a storage unit, but what looked like a makeshift room. The interior walls had been covered with some sort of sound-dampening material, dark and textured. A simple cot was bolted to one wall. A small chemical toilet sat in one corner. Most bizarrely, mounted on the far wall was a large flat-screen monitor, currently dark but clearly operational based on the small power light glowing at its base. I hesitated at the threshold, that first real twinge of unease creeping up my spine. This clearly wasn't any electronic equipment for delivery. Part of me knew I should close the door, call dispatch again, or even the police, and leave immediately. But curiosity pushed me forward. That fatal human flaw that leads us into situations we should avoid. I wanted to understand what I was looking at, to make sense of the discrepancy between what I'd been told and what I was seeing. I stepped fully inside, sweeping my torch around to better examine the strange setup. That's when I heard the door behind me swing shut with a metallic groan, followed by the definitive click of a lock engaging. I spun around, dropping my phone in my panic, plunging the space into near total darkness, save for the dim light coming from my phone on the floor. I lunged for the door, pulling at the handle that no longer yielded to pressure. I pounded on the metal, shouting for help, though I knew the industrial estate was largely deserted, especially at that hour. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A small camera mounted in the upper corner of the container, its red recording light now active and tracking my movements. Almost simultaneously, the monitor on the wall flickered to life, illuminating the container with a harsh blue glow. The screen displayed what appeared to be a loading symbol, rotating slowly against a black background. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, text appeared on the screen. Welcome, participant number 24. Please remain calm. Your cooperation ensures your survival. My first thought was that this had to be some elaborate prank. Maybe one of those extreme reality shows where they put people in stressful situations for entertainment. I even said as much aloud, telling whoever was watching that I wasn't interested in participating and wanted to be released immediately. The screen remained unchanged, the message glowing mockingly in the darkness. Then I heard another sound that sent ice through my veins, movement outside the container. Someone else was there. Before I could process what this might mean, a different mechanical sound came from the opposite end of the container. Not the doors I'd entered through, but what I'd assumed was just the solid back wall. A section of it was sliding open, revealing another compartment of the container that had been hidden from view. In the dim blue light from the screen, I could make out a figure huddled in that newly revealed space. A man, maybe mid-30s, looking as terrified and confused as I felt. He was trembling visibly, his clothes dirty and torn, with what appeared to be dried blood on his sleeve. Most disturbingly, his wrist bore raw marks suggesting he had been restrained recently. The screen changed again, now displaying two columns with our apparent designations: participant number 24 and participant number 23. Below this appeared new text. The game is simple. One must harm the other according to viewer instructions. Refusal results in punishment for both. Completion results in freedom for one. As if to emphasize the seriousness of these instructions, small panels in the ceiling slid open, and what looked like gas nozzles descended slightly. The message was clear: cooperate or suffer consequences. I tried to communicate with the other man, to suggest we find a way out together, but he seemed beyond rational thought, curled into himself and rocking slightly. I couldn't blame him. Based on his appearance, he'd been in this nightmare longer than I had. The screen updated again, now showing a split view. One side displayed the interior of our container from the camera's perspective, while the other showed what appeared to be a chat window filling with messages. With dawning horror, I realized we were being broadcast somewhere online, likely the dark web, based on the anonymous usernames and the disturbing nature of the comments scrolling past. These weren't just viewers, but paying customers placing requests for what they wanted to see happen between us. A timer appeared in the corner of the screen, 10 minutes, counting down. Below it, highlighted in red: first challenge, participant number 24 must draw blood from participant number 23. Viewers choose method. The wall beside the monitor slid open to reveal a recessed panel containing various implements: a hammer, pliers, a box cutter, scissors. Tools that in any other context would be mundane, but in this setting became instruments of torture. I refused, of course, stood my ground, and shouted at the camera that I wouldn't participate in this sick game. The other man watched me with a mixture of hope and resignation that suggested he'd seen this scenario play out before. When the timer reached 8 a.m., a warning appeared. Compliance expected. Final warning. I maintained my refusal, believing, perhaps naively, that whoever was behind this would eventually realize I couldn't be coerced. At 7:30, a fine mist began spraying from the ceiling nozzles. The effect was almost instantaneous. A burning sensation on exposed skin, quickly intensifying to something beyond pain, beyond description. It felt like being flayed alive, nerve endings simultaneously on fire and exposed to ice. Both of us were screaming, clawing at our skin for relief that wouldn't come. After 15 seconds that felt like years, the spray stopped. The timer had paused at 7:15. New text appeared. Demonstration complete. Proceed with challenge or full deployment will follow. In that moment, something fundamental broke inside me. The absolute isolation of our situation became crystal clear. We were truly alone, at the mercy of unseen viewers who were deriving entertainment from our suffering. No help was coming, no rescue. Just the cold calculation of whether compliance would cause less suffering than resistance. I wish I could tell you I maintained my moral stance, that I continued to refuse despite the consequences. That would make for a more heroic story. But pain has a way of rewiring your principles, of reducing complex ethical frameworks to the simple binary of relief versus suffering. I moved toward the panel of tools, my movements mechanical and disconnected from my consciousness, as if watching someone else control my body. I selected the scissors, somehow seeming the least brutal option among monstrous choices. The other man didn't resist or try to fight me. He simply extended his arm, his eyes vacant, already knowing the routine of this horrific theater. I made the smallest cut I could on his forearm, just enough to draw the blood required by the challenge. A chime sounded from the screen, the timer stopped, and new text appeared. Challenge completed. Viewer satisfaction, 37%. Higher satisfaction increases freedom probability. That was just the beginning. What followed was a descent into nightmare that lasted for what I later learned was 3 days, but felt like weeks. The challenges escalated in their cruelty and specificity. Each one presented with the same clinical detachment. Each refusal met with that unbearable chemical spray or other punishments. Extreme temperatures, deafening noise, electric shocks delivered through the metal floor. The viewers grew more numerous as our show apparently gained popularity in whatever dark corner of the internet it was being broadcast. Their requests became more specific, more depraved. And with each challenge, the viewer satisfaction rating became the metric by which our value was measured. The most horrific aspect wasn't the physical pain, though that was substantial. It was the way the system gradually turned us against each other, transforming us from potential allies into instruments of each other's suffering. With each hour, I could feel my humanity being systematically stripped away, replaced by a desperate animal focused only on avoiding the next punishment, on ensuring that if someone had to suffer more, it would be him instead of me. On what I believe was the third day, something changed. The challenges had been escalating toward what was clearly intended to be a fatal conclusion, the ultimate entertainment for the viewers. The screen displayed our final challenge with brutal simplicity. Conclusion. Phase. Only one participant exits. Viewers will determine method. As the voting commenced, visible on the screen as percentages next to various lethal options, I noticed something unprecedented, a fluctuation in the power. The lights on the camera briefly dimmed and the screen flickered. Something was happening outside our controlled environment. Moments later, there was a commotion outside the container, muffled shouting, the sound of multiple vehicles arriving. The screen went black, plunging us into darkness. Then came the sound of metal tools against the container doors, the screech of the locking mechanism being forced open from the outside. I later learned that our location had been traced through a combination of police work and grey hat hackers who had infiltrated the streaming platform. An international task force had been tracking this operation for months. A sophisticated network that abducted people from various locations, placing them in identical shipping containers around the country for these brutal broadcasts. The aftermath has been its own kind of nightmare. Physical recovery, psychological evaluations, police interviews, where I had to recount every degrading detail, every moment when I chose my survival over someone else's suffering. The other man, I learned his name was Adrian, that he had been a warehouse worker who disappeared 3 weeks before I was taken. Didn't survive the medical evacuation. His body had simply endured too much trauma over his longer captivity. The police identified 13 other containers across the UK, each set up identically, each containing similar scenarios in various stages. Most of the victims were already dead. Those who survived bear the same hollow look I now see in my own reflection. People who have glimpsed humanity's darkest potential and can never unsee it. The operators of the site were never fully identified. The broadcasting equipment was sophisticated, but designed to leave minimal digital footprints. The money trail led through so many cryptocurrencies and shell accounts that it eventually went cold. The most the authorities could tell me was that the viewership had been global and substantial, with thousands paying premium rates to watch and influence our torment. I now live in a different city, under a different name. I work from home, avoiding public transportation and open spaces. I've sealed every vent in my flat, installed multiple locks on all doors and windows. I sleep with the lights on when I sleep at all. because the most terrifying aspect of what happened isn't the physical pain I endured or the nightmares that continue to plague me. It's the knowledge that there are people, ordinary people with jobs and families and seemingly normal lives, who would pay to watch strangers torture each other. People who would take pleasure in voting for which fingers should be broken first, or how deep a cut should be. People who walk among us every day, carrying this capacity for calculated cruelty behind unremarkable faces. Sometimes I find myself studying strangers on the rare occasions I venture outside, wondering if they were among the viewers, if they voted on methods to hurt me, if they were disappointed when the broadcast was interrupted before its intended conclusion. And in my darkest moments, I wonder about the viewing statistics that were displayed on that screen, how the satisfaction rating increased when I became more brutal, more creative in following their instructions. I wonder about the moment when I stopped hesitating before causing pain, when part of me began anticipating the next challenge with something other than dread. Because the true horror of that shipping container wasn't just being locked inside with someone tasked to mutilate me. It was discovering how quickly I became that someone for him in return, and how much of that person still lives inside me, waiting for the next instruction to appear on a screen. I can't get the sound out of my head, the soft tap of an auction paddle against a palm. It's been 2 years, but I still wake up at 1 in the morning, drenched in sweat. You know how some memories just stick with you, no matter how hard you try to forget. The good ones fade away over time, but the horrific ones, those stay crystal clear. Every detail, every smell, every feeling of absolute terror. For me, it's the soft tap of an auction paddle that still jolts me from sleep. The sound of wealth deciding who lives and who suffers. I was working as a freelance photographer for a lifestyle magazine in London, specializing in those behind-the-scenes pieces about trendy bars and restaurants, the kind that make readers feel like insiders to some exclusive world. My editor had sent me to document the Wreathed Heart, this newly renovated Victorian pub in Whitechapel that had become inexplicably popular among finance types and tech entrepreneurs, seemingly overnight. It was late October, that liminal time when London transitions from merely damp to bone-chillingly cold. I remember the peculiar fog that had settled over the East End that evening, how it seemed to swallow the streetlights into hazy coronas. The pub itself was unassuming from the outside, just another historic building with glossy black paint and gold lettering, indistinguishable from 100 others scattered across the city. Inside was different, not what you'd expect from a traditional British pub. No dark wood or worn leather, but minimalist furnishings in blacks and whites, with these disconcerting anatomical drawings of human hearts framed on the walls. Not the cartoon Valentine hearts, but detailed medical illustrations, some showing dissections or peculiar conditions. I remember thinking it was an odd aesthetic choice for a place serving food and drinks. The manager who'd arranged the shoot was a woman named Eleanor, mid-30s, expensively dressed in that deliberately understated way that actually costs more than flashy clothes. She had this practiced smile that never quite reached her eyes, like someone who'd learned human expressions from a manual. After showing me around the main bar area, she mentioned, almost as an afterthought, that there was a private members' space in the back I should photograph later when it was empty. I spent the first hour capturing the usual shots, bartenders crafting elaborate cocktails, the architectural details, patrons enjoying their overpriced drinks, standard stuff. Around 10, the place began filling with people who looked like they'd just stepped out of boardrooms. Men in bespoke suits. Women with that particular kind of polished appearance that speaks of serious money. They carried themselves with the entitled air of people accustomed to doors opening at their approach. What struck me was how they barely ordered drinks. They'd approach the bar, exchange a few words with the bartender, then be directed toward a dark hallway at the back of the pub. None of them returned to the main area. I thought perhaps there was a separate exit, or maybe some exclusive area where they could drink away from the regular clientele. Around midnight, Eleanor returned, seeming slightly tense as she informed me the private area was now available for photography. She led me down that same hallway the wealthy patrons had disappeared into, past the toilets and what looked like storage rooms, to an unmarked black door with a small digital keypad beside it. She entered a code, and I distinctly remember the sound. Not the electronic beep you'd expect, but a soft, mechanical click, like something much older than the sleek technology suggested. Beyond the door was a short corridor ending in another door, this one attended by a man who looked more like military personnel than a bouncer. Close-cropped hair, perfect posture, alert eyes that assessed me with unsettling thoroughness. Eleanor exchanged a few words with him, and he stepped aside, opening the second door. The space beyond was dramatically different from the minimalist modern pub we'd left behind. It was like stepping into a Victorian gentleman's club. Wood-panelled walls, leather armchairs, the air heavy with expensive cigars and whiskey. But something felt off about it, something I couldn't immediately identify. Perhaps it was how the atmospheric lighting seemed designed to obscure rather than illuminate, or how the room was arranged in a semicircle facing a raised platform area at the front, currently empty but spotlit like a stage. Eleanor instructed me to photograph the empty room quickly, explaining that it was a private auction space for rare collectibles and investments, only accessible to their top-tier members. She emphasized that I should focus on the architectural details and ambience, not any identifying features of the space that might appear in a magazine. I nodded, already framing shots in my mind, thinking this would make for an intriguing centerpiece to my article, the secret room that few knew existed. As I was setting up my tripod, Eleanor was called away by one of the staff. She excused herself, saying she'd return shortly, leaving me alone in that strangely oppressive room. I took the opportunity to explore more freely, noting details that seemed at odds with the rare collectibles explanation. A medical-grade refrigeration unit humming quietly in one corner. Several screens mounted on the walls but currently powered down. Small cameras positioned discreetly throughout the space. On the podium at the front sat an open laptop, its screen showing what appeared to be a spreadsheet with columns for numbers, dates, and what looked like cryptocurrency wallet addresses. Beside it was a stack of black leather-bound portfolios, each with a different Roman numeral embossed in gold. Curiosity got the better of me. I glanced toward the door, confirming I was still alone, then carefully opened the top portfolio marked I. Inside were photographs and specifications, but not of art or antiques. The images showed people, men and women of various ages and ethnicities, each photographed in the same clinical style against a white background. Beside each image was detailed information: height, weight, age, blood type, medical history, psychological profile, and most disturbingly, what appeared to be an estimated resilience rating on a scale of 1 to 10. My mind refused to process what I was seeing at first, creating more palatable explanations. Perhaps this was for some exclusive medical treatment program, or an elaborate reality show, or high-end surrogacy services. But the final page of the portfolio shattered any comforting illusions. It contained detailed pricing structures for what it explicitly called direct control sessions of varying durations, with higher rates for terminal experiences. I felt physically ill as understanding crashed over me. This wasn't an auction for objects but for people, for the right to torture and possibly kill them while watching in real time. The refrigeration unit suddenly made horrific sense. It wasn't for wine, but for preserving evidence or trophies. The screens would be for remote bidders, or for displaying the sessions themselves. I must have made some sound, some small gasp of horror, because the door behind me opened. I snapped a hasty photo of the portfolio's contents with my phone before closing it and pretending to adjust my camera settings. Eleanor returned with two men I hadn't seen before, both in dark suits, both moving with the deliberate precision of predators. She asked if I'd finished, her tone perfectly pleasant, but her eyes scanning the room, noting the portfolio that wasn't quite in the same position I'd found it. I forced a smile, saying I needed just a few more shots. My hands were trembling as I pretended to photograph a particularly ornate section of wall paneling. I could feel their eyes on my back, assessing, calculating. Eleanor mentioned casually that their event would begin soon, so I'd need to wrap up. She asked if I'd seen anything interesting while she was gone, her voice still conversational, but carrying an unmistakable undercurrent of threat. I lied, saying I'd been focused on capturing the unique lighting of the space. She smiled that same empty smile and said something about how people often found themselves fascinated by things they didn't understand in this room. As I packed up my equipment, moving with deliberate slowness to appear calm while my mind raced through escape scenarios, the door opened again. A stream of people began entering. The same wealthy individuals I'd seen earlier, now carrying small electronic tablets and what looked like auction paddles made of some dark material. Eleanor guided me toward the exit, her hand on my elbow in what might have appeared to be a polite gesture but felt more like a restraint. As we approached the door, it opened to admit one last patron, a man I recognized with a sickening jolt. He was a tech CEO who'd been featured in the same magazine I was shooting for, known for his philanthropy and ethical business practices. Our eyes met briefly. Something in my expression must have betrayed my knowledge or horror, because his pleasant mask slipped for just a moment, revealing something cold and calculating beneath. He leaned toward Eleanor, whispering something that made her grip on my arm tighten painfully. We continued to the corridor where the security man waited. Eleanor instructed him to escort me out through the service entrance since the event was beginning. Something in her tone had changed, a hardness that hadn't been there before. She reminded me that all the photos needed to be approved before publication, and that I'd signed an extensive NDA that covered not just images but any observations made on the premises. The security man led me down a different corridor, one that seemed to take us deeper into the building rather than toward an exit. My heart was hammering so loudly I was certain he could hear it. We passed doors marked with symbols rather than numbers, a circle, a square, a triangle, from behind which I could hear sounds that will haunt me forever. Not screams, which would have been horrific enough, but the muffled, desperate sounds of people trying not to scream. I knew with absolute certainty that I wouldn't be leaving through any service entrance, that I'd seen and understood too much, that I was being led to one of those rooms with symbols instead of numbers to become part of the night's inventory. Desperation makes you capable of things you never imagined. As we passed a fire extinguisher mounted on the wall, I stumbled deliberately, apologizing for my clumsiness, when the security man turned slightly to help me up. I grabbed the extinguisher and swung it with all my strength at his head. There was a sickening crack, and he crumpled to the floor. I ran, no longer caring about stealth, simply needing to find a way out of this nightmare. I tried doors as I passed them, most locked, one opening to reveal a small room with medical equipment and restraints that made me slam it shut immediately. Finally, I found a door marked with the universal fire exit symbol, pushed through it, and found myself in an alley behind the building. I didn't stop running until I was back on a main road, surrounded by late-night revelers who had no idea of the horrors occurring just streets away. I hailed a taxi, giving an address nowhere near my actual home, constantly checking to see if I was being followed. That night, I copied the photo I'd taken of the portfolio to multiple secure locations, then erased all evidence of my assignment from my phone. I scrubbed my social media, packed essential belongings, and by morning was on a train to Edinburgh, where an old university friend had agreed to let me stay without asking questions. I spent weeks debating what to do with what I'd discovered. Going to the police seemed logical, but the man I'd recognized was connected to the highest levels of society and government. The NDA I'd signed contained language I now recognized as thinly veiled threats, and I had only a single photo as evidence, easily dismissed as a forgery or misunderstanding. Eventually, I created an anonymous account and shared what I discovered on forums dedicated to investigating human trafficking and dark web crimes. I included the photo, names I remembered, descriptions of the location and security measures. Some believed me, others dismissed my story as paranoia or creative fiction. 3 weeks later, the wreathed heart was destroyed in what was reported as a gas explosion. No casualties, since it happened during closed hours. The news mentioned its popularity among London's elite and its unique Victorian interior that had been largely preserved during renovation. I knew it wasn't an accident. It was evidence being erased. But was it because of my posts, or simply a planned relocation of their operation? I'll never know. Since then, I've been moving constantly, never staying in one place long enough to establish connections. I've changed careers, appearance, habits. I use only cash, avoid cameras, stay away from social media. But sometimes, in the faces of the wealthy and powerful on news broadcasts, I catch glimpses of expressions I recognize from that night. That same cold calculation beneath a veneer of respectability. I know now that there are spaces hidden within ordinary places where the elite trade in the ultimate luxury, complete power over human life, where suffering is commodified and sold to the highest bidder, where people like me, who stumble upon their existence, become potential inventory. Sometimes I dream of that auction room. In my dreams, I'm never the photographer, but the subject being displayed on that platform, facing a sea of expressionless faces holding black paddles. And in the front row always sits that tech CEO, smiling as he delicately taps his paddle against his palm, signaling his bid for the right to break me completely. I don't know if they're still looking for me. I don't know if my name is in one of those portfolios now, with my own resilience rating and price point. But I know that somewhere, perhaps behind another unmarked door in another ordinary establishment, paddles are being raised and lives are being sold, and no one who matters is doing anything to stop it. I'm writing this down because part of me hopes getting it all out might help with the nightmares. They've gotten worse lately, not just at night, but during the day too. Random moments when I'm queuing at Tesco or waiting for the tube, and suddenly I'm back there, watching those images flicker across that tiny screen, understanding too late what I was actually seeing. I need to confront this head on, so here goes. The reason I'll never step foot in a photo booth again. 6 months ago, I was working as a freelance web designer in Manchester. Not exactly living the dream, but getting by well enough. I'd actually developed a bit of an obsession with the dark web during my downtime. Nothing illegal, mind you, just fascination with how these hidden networks operated beneath the surface of the regular internet I worked with daily. I'd read countless articles about encrypted marketplaces, anonymous forums, and the mythical red rooms that supposedly streamed unspeakable content for cryptocurrency payments. I'd just landed a decent contract with a local startup, and to celebrate, I'd treated myself to a weekend in London to visit my old uni-mate, Harriet. It was meant to be a normal catch-up, some shopping, a few drinks, maybe a club, if we were feeling particularly energetic. Nothing extraordinary, and certainly not the real-world dark web encounter that would upend my life. Saturday afternoon found us wandering through Camden Market after a lazy brunch. I'd been telling Harriet about some of my dark web research over our Eggs Benedict, explaining how these hidden sites used special browsers and encryption to mask their activities. She'd seemed both disturbed and intrigued, especially when I mentioned how regular-looking websites sometimes served as fronts for much darker content beneath. The market was packed as usual, tourists and locals alike crammed into the narrow passageways between stalls. We'd been browsing for about an hour when Harriet spotted this photo booth, tucked away in a little alcove near the canal entrance. Not one of those vintage ones with a curtain, but a more modern setup, sleek black casing with red trim. Advertising darkroom photos, a truly unique experience, in bold white lettering across the top. Something about that name, darkroom, tickled at my subconscious, reminding me of the dark web forums that often used similar wordplay in their naming. I remember thinking it looked a bit tacky, but something about it unsettled me. Perhaps it was the way it reminded me of those dark web interfaces I'd researched. Minimalist design with red and black color schemes that seemed to be a visual signature across many hidden sites. Harriet was insistent we should try it. She'd always been the more spontaneous one between us, dragging me into random adventures since our first year at university. The booth advertised some special filtering effect that supposedly created one-of-a-kind portraits you won't find on Instagram. Just edgy enough to appeal to the Camden crowd, I suppose. I joked to Harriet that it sounded like the kind of marketing you'd find on dark web services, exclusive content you couldn't access anywhere else, though I had no idea how prophetic that offhand comment would prove. There was something odd about the pricing. Most photo booths charge a few quid, but this one wanted £20, with payment only by contactless card. Harriet waved away my raised eyebrows, tapping her card against the reader before I could properly object. The machine whirred to life, its screen displaying a glitchy welcome message that flickered between English and what looked like Russian or some Eastern European language. The booth was designed for 2 people, but it felt uncomfortably cramped inside. The seat was oddly positioned, not centered in front of the camera, but slightly to the left, leaving an unusual amount of space on the right side. The interior smelled faintly of chemicals, not the photographic kind I remembered from school darkrooms, but something sharper, more antiseptic. I remember mentioning it to Harriet, who just shrugged it off as cleaning products. What really should have set alarm bells ringing was the unusual setup time. After Harriet paid, the screen displayed "Preparing your unique experience" for nearly 2 minutes. Most photo booths are instant. Sit down, pose, flash, done. This one seemed to be connecting to something, loading data. I assumed it was just accessing different filters or effects. Finally, the screen changed, showing our images reflected back at us, but with a strange delay, almost like the feed was being routed somewhere else before returning to the screen. The countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But instead of flashing for our photo, the screen unexpectedly split into 2 panels. The left panel showed us, awkwardly posed and smiling. The right panel initially appeared black, then gradually brightened to reveal what looked like another booth interior. But this one was different. The right panel showed a small room with harsh lighting. At first, I thought it was just displaying another random customer as some weird artistic choice. But as I looked closer, I realized the person on the screen wasn't posing or smiling. They were restrained somehow, their movements restricted, their expression one of unmistakable fear. The image quality was poor and grainy, but clear enough to see that whatever was happening wasn't normal. I remember nudging Harriet, pointing at the screen in confusion. Before either of us could properly react, the booth's interior lights dimmed slightly, and small red text appeared at the bottom of the right panel. Live feed, number 247. Bid starting at €500. Special requests accepted. As we watched, frozen in confusion, a series of usernames and amounts began scrolling along the bottom of the right panel. The numbers were climbing rapidly. €500, €720, €1,150. With each higher bid, the person in the right panel seemed to become more agitated, straining against whatever held them. The horrible realization dawned on me slowly, like ice water trickling down my spine. This wasn't some artistic filter or edgy Camden Market gimmick. We were watching a live feed from the dark web, one of those infamous red rooms I'd read about, but always assumed were urban myths. And somehow, this innocuous-looking photo booth was a portal to it, disguised as a quirky tourist attraction. I felt sick, my hand fumbling for the curtain, desperate to get out. But as I turned, I noticed something that hadn't registered before. A small camera positioned in the upper corner of our booth, its red light blinking steadily. It wasn't pointed at the seat where we posed for photos. It was aimed at the screen, at us, watching the feed. With horrible clarity, I understood the booth's true purpose. It wasn't just streaming torture to random passers-by. It was capturing their reactions, their dawning horror as they realized what they were witnessing. The voyeurs were themselves being watched, their shock and disgust likely streaming to another audience somewhere in the darkest corners of the internet. I grabbed Harriet's arm, yanking her toward the exit. As we stumbled out of the booth, I caught a final glimpse of the screen. The right panel had changed angle, now showing someone approaching the restrained figure with something metallic in hand. The bids were still climbing, now into the thousands. Once outside, I wanted to find security, the police, anyone. But Harriet was reluctant. She kept saying we had no proof, that we'd sound crazy, that we'd paid with her card and might somehow be implicated. What if our information was now circulating on dark web forums? What if we were marked as witnesses? In my panicked state, her reasoning somehow made sense. I recalled articles about how these dark web operations maintained lists of potential threats, how they employed people specifically to eliminate loose ends. We compromised by agreeing to call the police anonymously once we were safely away from Camden. We made the call from Harriet's flat that evening. describing what we'd seen and the booth's location. The officer who took the statement seemed skeptical, but said they'd look into it. When we checked the next day, the booth was gone. No trace it had ever been there. The market stall owners nearby claimed no knowledge of it, insisting that space had been empty all weekend. I returned to Manchester convinced I'd stumbled onto something terrible, but ultimately beyond my control. I tried to put it behind me, focus on work, pretend it had been some elaborate prank or art installation designed to provoke exactly our reaction. Then the emails started. The first one arrived 2 weeks later. A message with no text, just an attachment. Against my better judgment, I opened it. It was a photo of Harriet and me, our faces captured in that moment of horrified realization inside the booth. Our expressions were circled in red, with crude ratings scrawled beside them. 8 out of 10, excellent shock value, next to my face. 6 out of 10, could show more disgust, next to Harriet's. More emails followed, always from different addresses, impossible to block effectively. Sometimes they contained more photos, our reactions from different angles. Sometimes they contained links, which I never clicked. The most recent, arriving just yesterday, was the worst. A split-screen image showing us in the booth on one side, and on the other, a new person in that same harshly lit room, with text overlaid, "Your recommended viewing, based on your previous interest." I've changed my email, my phone number, even moved flats. I've reported it all to the police, who have opened an investigation, but warned me these dark web operations are notoriously difficult to track. The perpetrators use sophisticated routing systems, tool networks, cryptocurrency payments, and temporary physical setups that disappear without trace. One detective told me this was classic dark web methodology, blending virtual horrors with real-world access points, creating a network almost impossible to penetrate without specialized cyber units. What keeps me awake at night isn't just the memory of what I saw, or even the knowledge that someone is still watching me. It's the realization that these booths could be anywhere. In shopping centers, tourist attractions, music festivals, innocent-looking portals streaming unspeakable content to unsuspecting passers-by, while simultaneously harvesting their reactions for another layer of entertainment. And worse still, is the thought that haunts me most. How many people walked out of that booth before us, saw what we saw, and simply hurried away, telling themselves it wasn't real or wasn't their problem? How many walked away and said nothing, leaving the booth operational for the next curious shopper? I check every camera I encounter now, scrutinize every screen. I avoid anything with a lens or a display. Some might call it paranoia, but I call it awareness. Because the most terrifying thing about the dark web isn't that it exists in some shadowy corner of the internet. It's that its tendrils reach into our everyday world, disguised as ordinary objects, turning unwitting bystanders into both audience and entertainment. Sometimes I think I spot them. Certain types of vending machines with oddly positioned cameras, information kiosks with unusual payment requirements, even some ATMs that seem to process transactions slightly too slowly. Places where the digital world meets the physical, creating liminal spaces where the worst of humanity can bleed through. I received a text message this morning from an unknown number. All it contained was a photo booth emoji and tomorrow's date. I'm packing my bags tonight, leaving no forwarding address. But deep down, I know it doesn't matter where I go. In a world where the darkest corners of the internet can disguise themselves as innocent entertainment, where your reaction to horror becomes entertainment for others, there's nowhere truly safe to hide. After all, someone somewhere is always watching, and others are always willing to pay to watch. Even now, 3 years later, I can't scroll through social media without my stomach lurching at the sight of those aspirational lifestyle photos. Perfect people in perfect settings, sharing their supposedly perfect lives. The sound of a notification ping sends me into a cold sweat. Sometimes I catch myself staring at influencers' vacation posts, wondering if they know what might be happening just beyond the carefully composed frame of their photos. It began with an email that felt like winning the lottery, an exclusive invitation to the Sylvan Circle Creators Retreat, a week-long networking event in a remote part of the Scottish Highlands. Only 20 content creators selected, all expenses paid, with promised connections to major brands and potential sponsorship deals worth tens of thousands of pounds. For someone like me, hovering at just under 50,000 followers and desperately trying to turn my travel content into a sustainable career, it seemed like the breakthrough I'd been chasing since dropping out of university 2 years prior. My parents had been skeptical about my career choice from the beginning, their only child abandoning a sensible marketing degree to photograph herself in scenic locations, chasing likes and brand partnerships. This retreat was my chance to prove them wrong, to show that the long hours of content creation and engagement building could translate into something legitimate. I remember my mother's concerned expression as I packed, her warnings about going somewhere so isolated with strangers. I dismissed her fears with the casual arrogance of someone who believed bad things only happened to other people. The journey to the retreat felt like progressively leaving the real world behind. First a train from Glasgow to Inverness, then a private shuttle through increasingly remote landscapes, and finally a narrow dirt track that wound through ancient pine forests to a modern compound of sleek cabins arranged around a central lodge. The contrast between the primal wilderness and the retreat's minimalist luxury created an unsettling dissonance that I initially mistook for exclusivity. Our hosts, representatives from what they called a private content investment collective, welcomed us with champagne and gift bags containing high-end tech accessories and personalized itineraries. We were an eclectic group: fashion influencers, travel content creators like myself, fitness personalities, a couple of gaming streamers, and even a minor celebrity chef. All of us shared the same hungry look behind our practiced smiles, the same desperate need to climb higher in the ruthless hierarchy of digital relevance. The first 2 days unfolded like a dream. Workshops on monetization strategies, professional photo shoots in stunning natural settings, one-on-one sessions with marketing experts who hinted at life-changing opportunities. We were encouraged to post about the retreat, though asked to keep the exact location private for exclusivity reasons. In the evenings, we gathered in the main lodge for elaborate meals and networking drinks, everyone performing their most charming, authentic selves, while carefully assessing the competition. The strange elements were easy to dismiss at first. The lack of reliable mobile signal didn't seem suspicious for such a remote location, and the satellite Wi-Fi that only worked through their monitored network seemed like a reasonable limitation of the setting. The numerous security cameras were explained as protection against overzealous fans who might have tracked prominent attendees. Even the daily medical checks were framed as a luxury service, ensuring our optimal performance during the intensive program. It was during the third night that I noticed the first real warning sign. Unable to sleep, I stepped outside my cabin for some air and saw staff members escorting one of the fitness influencers. a woman named Kaya with over 2 million followers, toward the administrative building at the edge of the compound. She seemed unsteady, almost sedated, supported between two men who moved with efficient purpose rather than concern. When I mentioned seeing this at breakfast, the retreat director explained that Kaya had suffered an allergic reaction and had been taken to receive medical attention. She would be rejoining us later, he assured everyone. But Kaya never reappeared. Instead, her belongings were removed from her cabin while we were out on a guided hike, and by dinner, it was as if she had never existed. No one questioned this openly, though I caught exchanged glances between some of the others. That night, checking social media through the retreat's network, I noticed something odd. Kaya's accounts were actively posting content, apparently showing her enjoying a spontaneous trip to Barcelona. The posts seemed authentic at first glance, but looking closer, I realized they were all created using previously captured footage, subtly edited to appear current. The following morning brought a new development. A mysterious leaderboard appeared in the main lodge, ranking all participants based on an unspecified scoring system. My name hovered near the bottom of the list, while others like Jamie, a charismatic travel YouTuber, and Eliza, a fashion influencer with a distinctive aesthetic, topped the rankings. The staff encouraged us to improve our standings through engaged participation, without ever clarifying what this meant. That same day, our activities took a darker turn. The workshop shifted from marketing strategies to discussions about loyalty and sacrifice for success. We were asked to complete psychological profiles, ranking our personal ethics and boundaries in hypothetical scenarios. During meals, staff circulated with tablets showing our real-time social media analytics alongside our leaderboard positions, creating an atmosphere of intense competition and paranoia. On the fifth night, after another participant, a gaming streamer who had vocally questioned the retreat's increasingly strange activities, disappeared under similar circumstances to Kaya, I decided to investigate. Waiting until after midnight, I slipped out of my cabin and made my way to the administrative building I'd seen earlier. A window left slightly ajar allowed me to hear voices from within, clinical discussions about extraction value and audience engagement metrics that made little sense until I managed to peer inside. What I saw continues to haunt my darkest moments. A sophisticated broadcasting studio where multiple screens displayed live feeds from our cabins, our workshops, even our private bathrooms. But most horrifying was the largest monitor, showing what appeared to be a dark web streaming platform where anonymous viewers were placing bids and commenting on the contestants. With sickening clarity, I realized we weren't retreat participants. We were unwitting performers in some twisted reality elimination game where being voted off had consequences far beyond lost followers. In one corner of the room, a medical area had been established where the missing participants appeared to be held in sedated states, cameras documenting everything. According to the on-screen metrics, the highest viewing numbers and bidding activity occurred during these elimination sequences. I couldn't see exactly what happened after the sedation, but the clinical tools arranged nearby suggested something surgical, something final. I backed away in silent horror, nearly collapsing with the shock of understanding. The entire retreat was a front for a dark web channel that monetized the exploitation and eventual elimination of desperate content creators. People so hungry for fame, they'd walk willingly into isolation, surrendering their privacy and ultimately their safety for the promise of recognition. The next morning brought the announcement of another departure. Jamie, who had been top of the leaderboard just hours earlier. As a staff member explained his sudden allergic reaction with the same practiced concern they'd used before, I noticed something chilling. Tiny adjustments in everyone's scores following the announcement. Highest gains for those who seemed most visibly affected by the news. We were being rewarded for our emotional reactions, our authentic distress generating engagement from unseen viewers. That night, I rose to third on the leaderboard after genuinely breaking down during a vulnerability workshop where we discussed our deepest fears. The retreat director personally congratulated me on my breakthrough performance, the gleam in his eyes revealing the double meaning in his words. I smiled through my terror, suddenly understanding the game well enough to play it, to perform distress without raising suspicion, to appear invested while planning escape. For 2 more days, I maintained this delicate deception, gathering information and searching for weaknesses in their security. I discovered that the elimination selections weren't entirely based on the leaderboard. They targeted those who asked too many questions, who seemed suspicious, or paradoxically, those generating the highest viewer engagement. The perfect victims were the ones whose disappearances would create the most compelling content without risking exposure. My opportunity came during a staged power outage designed to film our reactions to isolation and darkness. In the confusion, I slipped away from the group, using the maintenance access I'd identified earlier to reach the perimeter fence. The journey through miles of highland wilderness that followed, barefoot after losing my shoes in a stream crossing, using stars for navigation, feels like something that happened to someone else, a survival story from a person I no longer recognize. I eventually reached a remote farmhouse where a suspicious but ultimately kind elderly couple allowed me to contact police. By the time authorities reached the retreat location 3 days later, the entire operation had vanished. Buildings emptied, equipment removed, not so much as a footprint remaining. The investigation stalled with jurisdictional complications and lack of evidence beyond my testimony, which sounded increasingly delusional even to my own ears as days passed. The most horrifying epilogue came 6 weeks later, when I discovered that all the missing influencers' accounts remained active, posting computer-generated content that mimicked their styles with uncanny accuracy. Their digital ghosts continued accumulating followers, hawking products, maintaining the illusion of aspirational lives that had already ended. No one in their audiences seemed to notice the subtle differences, the absence of true humanity behind the carefully filtered images. I deleted all my social media that day. Sometimes I check on those accounts, watching artificial intelligence perpetuate the personas of people who wanted fame badly enough to die for it, wondering if their audiences will ever realize they're following phantoms. More disturbing still is the knowledge that somewhere, the Sylvan Circle has simply relocated, rebranded, and recruited a new cast of ambitious creators desperate enough to ignore every warning sign. Each time I see another viral challenge, another dangerous trend pursued for views, another isolated retreat promoted by smiling influencers, I want to scream warnings into the void. But who would listen? In a world where attention is currency and authenticity is performance, what could be more authentic than real fear, real elimination, real consequences? The ultimate content for a viewership numbed by endless performative reality. So this happened about 3 years ago when I was still at sixth form in Leeds. You know how schools are about internet safety and all that? Well, there's a good reason for it, and I found out the hard way. I was in the library after hours, thought I was alone, and and decided to check out the dark web. Biggest mistake of my life. I still get chills thinking about it. That night, I wasn't just browsing the dark web, it was browsing me back. I've never actually told anyone the full story until now. I kept quiet because, honestly, I was scared that whoever was watching me that night might find out. Even now, I still catch myself checking over my shoulder or covering my webcam. I guess I should start from the beginning. I was in my final year at sixth form college in Leeds, studying computer science among other subjects. I'd always been fascinated by technology, probably to an unhealthy degree if I'm being honest. My parents had divorced when I was 14, and I'd retreated into the digital world as a coping mechanism. By 16, I was already fairly proficient at coding and had developed an interest in cybersecurity. It started innocently enough, learning about encryption, firewalls, that sort of thing. But as is often the case with teenage curiosity, it didn't stay innocent for long. I first heard about the dark web from a friend in my computer science class. He was always talking about conspiracy theories and government surveillance, most of which I dismissed as paranoid ramblings. But when he mentioned Tor browsers and onion routing, my interest was piqued. I remember thinking it sounded like something from a spy film, not something accessible to ordinary people like me. How wrong I was. It was mid-November, and the days were already darkening by 4 in the afternoon. I'd stayed behind after classes to work on a coding project in the college library. The library was housed in an old Victorian building with high ceilings and tall windows that let in very little light during winter months. By 5:30 p.m., most students had gone home, leaving the vast space eerily quiet, except for the occasional shuffle of the librarian restacking books and the soft hum of computers. I'd been working at one of the computers in the far corner of the library, tucked away behind several tall bookcases. It was my favorite spot because no one could see my screen unless they were standing directly behind me. In retrospect, that should have been my first warning. If I could hide my screen from others, others could hide their activities from me. I'd downloaded Tor browser onto a USB drive at home, bypassing the college's security protocols that prevented direct downloads. I wasn't planning on doing anything particularly nefarious, just exploring, seeing what all the fuss was about. I told myself it was academic curiosity, that I was a computer science student after all, and understanding all facets of the internet was part of my education. Such convenient justifications we create for ourselves. The library was practically empty by then. The only other person I could see was a first-year student dozing over textbooks several tables away. The librarian had retreated to her office. I plugged in my USB, launched Tor, and took my first steps into the dark web. At first, it was disappointingly mundane. Slow-loading pages with basic interfaces, mostly forums discussing privacy and encryption. I remember feeling slightly let down, thinking that this was what everyone was so worried about. But then I found a link to a directory of sorts, a signpost to the deeper, darker corners of this hidden internet. I started clicking through, fascinated by the sheer volume of illegal marketplaces, hacking services, and forums dedicated to activities I'd rather not detail. I remember the exact moment when things took a turn. I'd clicked on a link claiming to offer live streams of various security cameras from around the world. The page that loaded had a grid of thumbnail videos, some showing empty office corridors, others displaying street corners or the interiors of what looked like shops after hours. It was unsettling, but also oddly compelling. This voyeuristic window into places I'd never visit, and people who had no idea they were being watched. One thumbnail caught my attention. Unlike the others, which showed static scenes with occasional movement, this one had a red border around it and a counter showing how many people were watching. 23 at that moment. The thumbnail itself was dark, showing what appeared to be a dimly lit room. Curiosity got the better of me. and I clicked. The video expanded to fill most of my screen. It took a few seconds for my eyes to adjust to the low light, but gradually I could make out what seemed to be a bedroom. The camera angle was from a corner near the ceiling, pointing down at a bed where someone appeared to be sleeping. I felt a wave of disgust wash over me. This wasn't some public security camera. This was someone's private space being invaded. I was about to close the window when the sleeping figure stirred, and I froze. It was a young woman, probably not much older than me. She sat up, checking her phone, completely unaware that strangers across the internet were watching her most private moments. I remember thinking I should close the browser immediately, that watching even another second made me complicit in this violation. But before I could move the cursor to the X, something in the live chat sidebar caught my eye. Someone with the username Observer Prime had written something that made my blood turn to ice. They somehow knew I was watching from Leeds College Library. They actually welcomed me to the show. How could they possibly know where I was? I hadn't entered any personal information, hadn't accepted any cookies or permissions. I frantically checked if my webcam light was on. It wasn't. Still, panic began to rise in my throat. I closed the tab immediately, hands shaking so badly I nearly knocked over my water bottle. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps the college's network wasn't as secure as it should be when using Tor. Maybe my IP address was visible despite the supposed anonymity. I told myself it was just a scare tactic, something to freak out newcomers. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I shut down Tor and was about to pull out my USB when a chat window popped up on my screen. This shouldn't have been possible. The college computers had all communication apps blocked. The message told me not to leave yet, that the show was just starting. I looked around wildly, certain someone must be watching me physically, playing some elaborate prank. But the library remained still and silent. The first-year student had left. Even the librarian was nowhere to be seen. I was alone, or at least I appeared to be. Another message appeared, telling me to look back at the screen, that she was about to get a surprise visitor. Against every instinct screaming at me to run, I found myself reopening Tor, navigating back to the stream. The young woman was now sitting at a desk in the corner of her room, working on a laptop, headphones on. The view switched to another camera angle, this one showing her apartment door from the outside. A figure in a dark hoodie was standing there, quietly testing the handle. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips as they hovered over the keyboard. This couldn't be real. It had to be staged, some sick form of entertainment. But the terror felt authentic as the door slowly eased open, the woman completely unaware due to her headphones. I wanted to warn her somehow, to scream through the screen, but I was just another silent observer in this horror show. That's when I noticed something that turned my fear for her into fear for myself. In the corner of my screen, a small window had opened, showing me, from behind, at my library computer, in real time. I whipped around, nearly falling out of my chair. There was no one there, just rows of empty desks and bookshelves. But when I turned back to the screen, the angle had changed. Now it was showing me from the side, capturing my profile illuminated by the glow of the monitor. There had to be a camera somewhere, but I couldn't spot it no matter where I looked. The chat was active now, with multiple users commenting. Some were talking about having 2 shows for the price of 1. Others mentioned how the watcher becomes the watched. The most disturbing comments were asking which one they should visit first. My hands were trembling so violently I could barely use the mouse. I closed Tor again, yanked out my USB, and gathered my things to leave. As I stood up, all the computers in the library suddenly turned on by themselves, each screen showing the same image. Me, standing there, frozen in terror. I abandoned my belongings and ran. bursting through the library doors and not stopping until I reached the college's main entrance. Outside, the winter air stung my lungs as I gasped for breath, trying to process what had just happened. I was about to call for a taxi when my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. The message said they knew where I lived too, but not to worry. They weren't visiting tonight. They liked to save the best shows for later. For weeks afterward, I barely slept. I reformatted my computer, changed all my passwords, even stayed at a friend's house for a few days. I couldn't bring myself to return to the library, making up excuses about illness to explain my absence from classes. When I finally did go back to college, I avoided all computers, completing assignments at home on a laptop I'd stripped down and rebuilt to ensure it had no webcam or microphone. The messages stopped after that first night, but the damage was done. I'd glimpsed a world where privacy was an illusion, where watchers could become the watched in an instant. I never reported what happened. Who would believe me? And more importantly, what if reporting it triggered whoever was behind those cameras to make good on their implied threat? That was 3 years ago. I've since moved cities, changed my name on social media, and adopted an almost paranoid approach to online security. I never use public Wi-Fi, keep my webcam covered, and regularly check for unusual network activity. Perhaps it was all an elaborate scare tactic, a way to frighten naive explorers of the dark web. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my flat late at night, I still feel eyes on me, invisible observers waiting for the next show to begin. So if you're reading this and feeling that same curiosity I once did about the dark web, take my advice. Some doors are better left unopened, because once you've seen what's on the other side, you can never unsee it. And worse still, once they've seen you, they never forget. The scariest part isn't what I witnessed that night. It's the knowledge that at any moment I might become the unwitting star of someone else's Red Room stream. And unlike that poor woman in the bedroom, I'd know exactly what that means.